just get the packet up. There we go. Let's start with roll call. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Wildlife Conservation Board meeting. Today is November 15th, 2023. Why don't we go ahead and start off with roll call. All right.
Vice Chair Bonham. Member Michelle Pearl.
Present.
Member Eric Scalar.
Here.
Chair Boatke.
Here.
Chair Member Damon Nagami.
Here.
Member Fran Pavley. Here. Member Catherine Phillips.
Here. All right, so I think we have quorum, right?
Yes, we do.
Wonderful. So before we kick off our agenda for today, our meeting for today, I just want to take a moment to welcome our new Executive Director for the Wildlife Conservation Board, Jen Norris. Please. So Jen has been on board for 2 weeks. And so we're very excited to have her join our team here at the Wildlife Conservation Board. As you know, Jen comes to us from the Resources Agency as Deputy Secretary for Biodiversity and Habitat. So comes to us with a lot of experience, passion, and dedication. So we're happy to have you on board.
So thank you so much. I know we have a big agenda today and I'm really excited to be here. This is my second week, so I hope you'll all be patient with me as I learn the process. But I just want to say how excited I am to be part of this organization. I feel my heart is very full. I think the work that the staff does, the projects that we bring forward with our partners, they're just inspiring and meaningful. You know, I've said this for years in my past job, and it's just never been more true that addressing the biodiversity crisis, addressing climate change, and making sure that there's access for all there's no work more important in my mind. And that is what WCB has done for 76 years, and we're going to do for 76 more. And I just feel really lucky to be part of this little slice of history and to be working with all of you. So thank you for selecting me and giving me this opportunity to make great things happen. So let's get to it.
So let's move on to item number 2, public forum for items not on this agenda. So do we have any cards?
Looks like we have about 9 cards in the room. I'll go ahead and start. Alian Murphy Hasten. Forgive me if I butchered your name. Speak into the mic, maybe lean closer, just closer to it. Yeah. Also. Okay.
Okay.
Is it on? Okay. Again, my name is Alian Murphy Hassan. Good morning. I'm a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, and a concerned citizen. I was at the history making meeting in August and was delighted that the majority of the board voted to approve the funding for 40 Acres Conservation League. And I know you remember how jubilant the community was when the vote to approve was passed. I'm here to give you an additional background as to the significance of your vote and why the board should continue supporting this endeavor that will bring Black folks back to the park, working the land and enjoying the land. Misuse of government eminent domain, discrimination in government and grant lending programs, discriminatory tax assessment, and non-competitive tax sales, all practices that resulted in the demise of Black land ownership. Between 1910 and 1997, African Americans lost 90% of their farmland. This theft was a major contributor to America's racial wealth gap. The estimated value of this land is $326 million. Manhattan and Bruce beaches are just two examples of California Black theft of Black-owned land. According to the Associated Press investigation, 406 Black landowners in California lost 24,000 acres of land through unscrupulous legal means and white terror. The land is now owned by whites or corporations and is worth tens of millions of dollars. I should note that the issue of Black land loss is receiving renewed attention. And in the case of Bruce Beach, California State Senate returned the oceanfront real estate to the Bruce family, and they are one step closer to their rightful inheritance. My ask of this board today is to continue support of the 40 Acres Conservation League by prioritizing funding requests. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I will be back here in February. I was not a person who understood all of this until I was approached by the league and some other concerned citizens, but I'm invested in this now. So you will see me in February. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mel Johnson.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for this hearing. Again, as it was said, my name is Jamel Johnson, longtime resident here in Sacramento, and I'm sure you've gotten a glimpse of what it means to be part of facilitating healing through the returning of land, and which occurred at your last board meeting, and that was very serious and a very important project that passed, especially for culture of African Americans or Black culture. And while that is a wonderful event that should be celebrated, that's just one transaction that's a meaning for just the beginning. It's just the first step. So in short, let's just keep supporting the good work of the 40 Acre Conservation League and proactively reach out to other organizations in this space. And thank you so much for your time.
Great. We've really hardened the third.
Morning, panel. I'm very, very proud to be standing here before you this morning in support of the 40 Acre initiative. There is a social disparity in this country and an economic disparity in this country. There's just a gap between the people that have and the people that do not. And I think it's because of some of these basic exclusions of African American. I'm very, very happy and full of hope this morning to see that some of those things are changing. After a long period of time waiting for change, I'm happy to see it actually happening. The level of enthusiasm that I saw in this chamber the last time that I was here was exemplary, and I was very, very proud and happy relieved to see it happening. So just like somebody was saying before they came, I said, I'm sold out on this. So you'll be seeing me in February. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Morgan Reed. Morgan Reed? No? Okay. Yvonne Hiravu. I may have mispronounced that. I'm pretty sure I did. Tried to pull out my high school French. Didn't really go anywhere.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm pleased to be before you guys this morning. I understand you guys have been around since 1947 and you've made a lot of decisions on where the grants should go. We're hoping that you will pay attention to us this morning and look out for my people. There's been so much healing with empowering Black people to acquire land because of the state of California and the nation's ugly history towards us. So many others have said we would have a seat at the table, but to be overlooked over and over again. We expect you to prioritize us this time. We're hoping that you would. Even if you don't see many faces in the audience that look like me, I want you to know we are here paying attention and watching with great expectations. Thank you so much for hearing me out today, and I'm hoping that you will consider us and put us at the table. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Reginald Lucas.
Morning.
I'm a new transplant in California. I'm from Florida. And it's definitely different. Your program here is inspirational. And I hope you can pass it around to the rest of the country. I'm a little broken up about this because this can be historic, especially if other states adopt this, okay? I'm here for the 40 Acres League in support of them. And I pray that you stand behind them solidly and lift them up and support them in anything that they need, because this is very important to us. This is what would they say, a milestone in the era of this country. And God Almighty, I want this nationwide. Thank you.
Larry Harris.
Yeah, I want to speak directly to the new executive director. Congratulations on your new position. And I look forward to supporting the work, and I hope that you succeed. But I want you to understand what I think success is. And I think success is when you are inclusive. You include those that have been represented into those spaces. So you have an opportunity to lift others up and to create a legacy and champion those that have not necessarily been championed. So I just want to ask you, to do the right thing and to champion those that have been done unjustly and have not been included as part of the future. So my name is Larry Harrison. Thank you.
Thank you. Betty Wims or Ohms. I'm not sure I can read the writing. Is there a Betty here? Betty. I can't tell if it's a WMS or a OMS. I'm
Elms.
sorry. Hi, Betty.
That's funny. Good morning, board members and staff. My name is Betty Williams.
Wims.
I'm a longtime advocate and civil rights leader. And today I want to communicate to you one message. And that message is that the last board meeting when I was here, it was necessary that that happened, but it wasn't sufficient. You have a fantastic opportunity today, this morning, to make a difference with the environment as well as wildlife. But you also have an amazing opportunity to meaningfully address equity. Many of us reached out to 40 Acres League when we left last time. And when we reached out to them, we asked the obvious questions. What's next? What's your vision? And what can we do as a community to support that vision? So I'm here today to let you know that I'm supporting the vision of 40 Acres. And I will be back here every single time. I will be back here because, as I said earlier, I'm a community member of 30 years. I have been working with numerous organizations. I have organized various community members. I support leaders in our community. And one of the things that I do very well, I fight for justice.
if I could recommend something to the new executive director, and welcome, by the way.
Thank you.
I would say this. If you are committed to equity, recognize that everyone that works with you is not. They are not connected to equity. And so I will be back to the next board meeting so I could support the vision of 40 acres. And I understand that you have a tough road ahead of you, but I believe you will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna butcher this one too. Nahil Uri with a J. Please forgive me. Or Nahila, maybe.
Good morning. My name is Najla Owens.
Sorry.
No worry. I was here for the August meeting and I would like to state that I was very pleased with the action that took place for the funding for the 40 acres conservation. Also, I wanted to say to continue to support the worthwhile endeavors, and I'm just happy to be here and to be a part of this historic moment. So thank you.
Rashid Sidke.
How you doing today? Rashid Sadiq.
Speak.
Yeah, it's spelled a little phonetically different. Anyway, I'm here really, I do admire your commitment to your intensity and intentionality to the Native Americans and all of the injustice that has happened to their culture, to the people. But it's also important for us to recognize that there's other groups that the state of California has also been complicity biased towards, and land has been abruptly taken. And so I'm here and I'm proud to represent 40 acres and their efforts to right that wrong. And I'm hoping that you as a board will be on the right side of history, right? Let's not wait for something to fall in our lap. Let's be proactive. Let's figure out ways that we can get folks involved. Let's invite nonprofits to the table. Maybe, you know, some nonprofits who are representing the Black and brown communities and show them the roadmap to how to do this. Because as others, I'm just now being introduced to this process. So I think if more folks in our communities and other communities who are underrepresented and underrepresented on your board, because I don't see any of our Black folks or African Americans on your board. So if you are intentional about inclusion and being fair to all the people that are here in California, I think your board should represent that and your funding should represent that. And so I'm here to support 40 acres, and I'm hoping that you would support 40 acres and try to do something different and bring a little diversity to the room here and to your board. And so I appreciate all the hard work and all of the good suggestions I know that you guys had last time that we were here. And I would also be back here in February. And so thank you for your time, your commitment, and your understanding to this issue. Thank you.
Catherine Gallardi.
Thank you for all the work that you do. My name is Katie Gilardi, and I'm here to express support for working more closely with the Black community on projects that are in the community, okay? And on projects that get community deeper into nature. Your work with 40 Acre Conservation League is important to the culture, and we support you. Thank you. Thank you.
Trimble, Jeanette Trimble.
Good morning, I'm Jeanette Trimble, and I'm here to support the 40 acres and any other areas where in our culture that where people have been so sadly neglected. And I'm especially concerned about the Black history because I grew up in southern Arkansas, just at the end of slavery and all that sort of stuff. So I know firsthand some of the things that have happened and some of the sad things that we're trying to have covered up, all of that. And there's so much out there, our Black, our brown, our communities that have just been totally ignored. And I would ask that, like my colleague ahead of me said, that you recognize some of them on your board and that you continue to help other areas where we've been either totally mistreated or totally neglected or just ignored. So thank you very much for what you have done. And I just hope that you'll continue in the future this way. Thank you.
Lois Morton.
I'm here like the others before me to support working more closely with the Black community on projects that are in the community and on projects to get the community deeper into nature. One of the things that I can say about working with nature in terms of the Black community, historically, there is an island in South Carolina called Gullah. And Gullah is a very interesting place because slaves were on the island and they were so good at what they did growing that the overseers left. And all they did was to count the money because the slaves were so productive and they regulated themselves. They grew rice mostly and turned it over to the overseers, obviously. And it worked like that. It was one of the few places in the country where there were nobody to look at who's doing what. They did their job. And to this day, the island still exists as an independent place. And it's something that the Wildlife Conservation Board should look at in terms of other kinds of things, because many of the people in the country who were slaves had to exist by the land. The land kept them going. And they did good things for the land. So I'm here to support the efforts. And I hope that you will too. Thank you so much.
Kevin Carter. Is Kevin Carter here? Naila El Amin.
Good morning, board. I'm pleased for the opportunity to address you this morning for this really important project that I'm really excited about, and it's really inspirational. I too was here for the August meeting, and I'm back. The first thing I want to say is that I applaud your efforts towards equity and diversity and inclusion of it in your strategic plan. So I appreciate that, and I hope to see more of that. The funding of 40 acres conservation is an absolute right step in that direction, continue step in that direction. And your continued support will ensure the success of this project. This project was so inspirational when I learned about it, and I'm looking forward to seeing it manifest. Thank you again.
So Morgan Reed or Kevin Carter, did any of them come back? Looks like Morgan.
Good morning. My name is Morgan Brown, and thank you for having me this morning. I also attended the last Wildlife Conservation Board meeting, and I must say that it was absolutely inspirational. There was a lot of excitement and energy in the room, and it has me at the point where I'm extremely motivated to be a part and support the project behind 40 Acre League. If there's anything that I can really leave with you today and give you, it's that to recognize that the vision of conservation itself and outdoor access is colored by our own cultural experiences, which is probably very different on my end than it is for everybody here. And one of the things that I heard somebody say is representation. Representation is everything. Especially when we're talking about a board and a project as large as this. So as you are working towards diversity in the mission, listening a lot more than the talking and initiatives we push out without hearing from other aspects and other cultures, and be more understanding and accepting of this, because it is critical. And also to be able to uplift people of color in these positions as well. Thank you.
Those are all the cards in the room. Is there anyone on Zoom that wants to speak on this item?
We have a few raised hands.
Do I leave that to you?
Yes, Marcia Hanscom, you can unmute yourself.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Honorable board members, Honorable Chair Botke. My name's Marcia Hanscom. I'm with the Bionah Institute and Defend Bionah Wetlands, which is a community coalition. I was here 20 years ago, and I'm here mostly today to say thank you, to be in gratitude for the vote that you took 20 years ago when I was there, not in this very same room that you're in, but I was there at the board meeting speaking to ask you to support the $140 million that this board approved to acquire the Bionah wetlands and associated coastal lands. I think board member Pavley is probably the only person here besides me that was there. John Donnelly, who's just retired, and Al Wright worked very hard on that acquisition, and we're really grateful to the Wildlife Conservation Board as an institution for that. This is a gem. Bionah Wetlands, it's on your agenda, but I understand it's being taken off of the agenda. But I wanted to just say to you what Bionah is. It's on the Los Angeles coast, a mosaic of coastal habitats, and 3 of the 8 endangered species that are now relying on this land, 3 of those species have returned as nesting or breeding species since the public acquisition. So we are celebrating this anniversary. And I want to say this is the only state ecological reserve in Los Angeles County. And I cannot ignore the voices that were here before me at the microphone. Success is when you are inclusive, one of them said. And we were supposed to have genuine public access at this site, and we don't. So a Black family from Inglewood cannot come for a nature walk on a Sunday afternoon after church and lunch because this land is still treated like a private club. So I ask that you talk to the department people who are there with you and implore them to really make this an inclusive public access site. We are still going to be fighting over what's going to happen at this site, I'm sure, for years. In the meantime, we should open up some of the access trails so that everyone can be included in enjoying the nature that is there right now. Thank you.
Next is Robert Roy Bandyhook. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning. My name is Robert Jan van de Hoek of Los Angeles, environmental scientist. I'm not sure the clarity is very good, so I called in by phone too, if it might be better to hear me by phone. Can you hear me
Fine.
okay?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. As I said, I'm an environmental scientist and educator, academically trained here in Los Angeles at Cal State Northridge, degrees in environmental biology and geography. And I worked in the federal government as a professional wildlife biologist, hydrologic technician, and professional archaeologist, certified in the U.S. Department of Interior, and worked also in the Forest Service prior to the Department of Interior. I worked 25 years in Los Angeles County in the Parks and Recreation Department. And I was certified by the California Department of Fish and Game to be a wildlife biologist, but decided to work for LA County instead, to Catalina Island, and opened the Santa Catalina Island Interpretive Nature Center. And I want to say congratulations to Jennifer Norris and her saying her heart is full and working on biodiversity, climate, and access for all. I was a board member of an organization called Access for All, to have access to the beaches of Malibu, where the rich and famous live, and the general public can't really get access there very well. I was also instrumental in helping with the Ballona wetlands becoming an ecological reserve, and I attend the meetings of Fish and Game, and I'm learning about ecological reserves and a lot of trouble going on with their management, and reform is needed. And I'm so glad I'm working with Marcia Hanscom, who just spoke, and I'm so glad to see feminine energy being involved. Some of the major problems is the unfortunate continuation of hunting on our public lands for wildlife. And there's so much more. I look forward to coming to future meetings to speak. I helped on the Carrizo Plain with bringing back the Tule elk and the pronghorn antelope, and discovered endangered plants there. And now here in Los Angeles doing environmental education and contributing to the public as a former wildlife scientist in the federal government, and with the county of LA. I was a fish and game warden too. Thank you. Bye.
Next is Margot Griswold. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning, board and staff. I'm Margot Griswold, representing Los Angeles Audubon Society, of which I'm a board member. We have one of the oldest education programs that mainly bring underrepresented youth to the Ballona Wetlands Ecological Reserve. We also have, for the last 6 years, been able to open the wetlands to the public on Sundays, Saturdays, and Sundays. But what I really want to speak today is thank you for removing the item to fund more money for CDFW to continue with their stale plan for the Ballona Wetlands Ecological Reserve. We, Los Angeles Audubon Society, and other groups have been asking for years to enter into a true consensus planning process where we can all honestly consider the Ballona wetlands in its entirety, from the historical ecology to the current surface water interconnection to the groundwater, per the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act of 2014, to the rare coastal wetland habitat, such as the salt pan flats, to the salt marsh vegetation and the freshwater springs. There has been no land management plan to guide the management of the Ballona Wetlands Ecological Reserve, as is required by code for all ecological reserves. Director Bonham admitted such to me in a meeting with this board of 1.5 years or so ago. There has been no pause to consider the results of the coastal wetlands that have recently been engineered open, such as Bolsa Chica Ecological Reserve, where sea level rise has been destroying endangered species habitat, drowning salt marsh vegetation with tidal water. And now there's a report to look for a sustainable alternative. Yet CDFW refuses to even consider that plan for their new EIR. I ask you to please consider speaking with the public to plan for consensus planning with an unbiased professional facilitator. This has been done on other very controversial projects. I might remind you, and I was a participant at the Owens Lake project where we worked with the community and came to good results for wildlife and dust control and water management. Thank you.
Next is Patricia McPherson. You should be able to unmute yourself. Patricia McPherson, you should be able to unmute yourself.
We're not hearing anything in the room.
Patricia McPherson, you should be able to unmute yourself. Seems we're having difficulties with Patricia's comments. I think we can come back to it.
Sounds good. Are there other speakers?
There are no additional raised hands.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So for both the public and the board's information, there are 3 items that have been removed from the consent agenda. And so it has already been noted in the public comment. Item number 16, Bolinas Lagoon South End Habitat Adaptation and Resilience Planning Augmentation is been removed. Item number 17, Malich Ranch Conservation Easement, and item 24, Carrizo Plains Ecological Reserve Expansion 7. So those 3 items have been removed from the consent agenda. In addition, and also has been noted, the Ballona Wetlands Restoration Planning under presentation items has been removed from the agenda. I am going to, if it is okay with the board, I would like to move the board member updates up in the agenda before we jump into the consent items. This is a time for the board subcommittees to provide an update on, I know we have 2 updates today from the board. So I'd like to, if there's no objection from the board, I'd like to move those up because I want to acknowledge that there are members from the public here to listen for those updates. So rather than waiting till where we traditionally do it at the end of the meeting, I'd like to move those forward. Is that okay? Okay, great. So with that, Jen. Okay, so Damon, would you like to go first on the equity subcommittee?
Sure. And for the record, I think having these updates, beginning the meeting is a good idea. So maybe we can just make that a permanent thing. Morning, everyone. Thanks everyone who came out. I'm glad to be able to give an update on the equity subcommittee here at the Wildlife Conservation Board. To all of you who came to speak, thank you for being here this morning. The August meeting was a transformational moment, I think, for many of us. I'm glad to hear that it was for many of you as well. But one of you said it exactly right, which is, it was a necessary moment, but it's not sufficient. I think many of us came here to approve projects, to have good projects come before us, and the 40-acre project was a terrific project. but we're also looking for systemic change. We're also looking for changes to the process. And so the Wildlife Conservation Board created an equity subcommittee, and we have been meeting. I'm here to report out to the board, to the full board. There are a few items we're looking at, including developing an equity statement for the Wildlife Conservation Board, defining what benefit means when we're talking about benefits to justice communities, defining what is a justice community, and then rolling all of that into a strategic plan update. And that is going to be the place where there's going to be meaningful, comprehensive efforts at getting community input and public input. So I'm glad you all are here today to hear this update, and we hope that everyone in the room and folks who've come out will participate in those input efforts when the strategic planning process takes place. And we'll have more information on timing and all of that soon. This equity subcommittee is a new thing. We are a combination of board and staff members. We're finding our way. We're having fruitful discussions. Staff has done a tremendous job supporting, doing research, looking at ways other agencies have handled these issues, and advising us as to how to move forward. Let's see if I forgot anything. I think that's it. Anyone else who's on the subcommittee want to weigh in?
I would just say that part of the discussion that we've been having has been an extension of some of what we've already seen the legislature do and direct us to do. And one of those things that we've been discussing is how can we ensure that a significant portion of our funding goes to equity areas and equity projects. And we're still, as Damon said, that there's a process to figuring out the answer to that. But that is where I think we all on the subcommittee anticipate landing. And I think in other conversations I've had with board members, we all want to get to a place where we're ensuring that there's a substantial percentage of our funding that we can point to say, yes, those projects definitely fall into this equity category.
Thank you, Catherine and Damon. And I think just to kind of underscore the work of the equity subcommittee, the board formed a committee to specifically look at this issue and what we can do, to advance. I think the criteria and the efforts to not only bring more partners to the table, and look at, underrepresentation, but to also, as Catherine just shared, what can we do to really enhance, those opportunities for funding that have not historically served, communities that absolutely need access to nature and biodiversity. And so very excited to be a part of this committee. And the committee work is just, the beginning of it. We absolutely, as Damon said, want to have the community voice and engagement around this issue as well. So with that, any other comments or questions from the board on the equity subcommittee update? Okay, so I'm going to hand the baton over to Catherine to provide an update on a subcommittee that was formed by the board to look at herbicide.
So thank you. So we, it's Chuck Bonham and Damon and I met and considered a few things that we'd like to see going forward. I think I can confidently say we all agree that ultimately we would like to see projects in wildlands not use glyphosate. There's differing opinions amongst us about what that will take, but I think that it's fair to say that there's a recognition that it has harm to people and wildlife, including inverts. And we appreciate that staff has been working with and will continue to work with applicants early in the process to help reduce and identify alternatives to glyphosate. The staff will revise the questionnaire to include a question about certified organic herbicides to ensure that applicants are taking those into consideration, and sometimes that requires going to a specialized pesticide control entity. And then we will, the staff is going to try to post the questionnaires, the completed questionnaires earlier in the process. Sometimes they don't end up getting up on the website until the last minute. So that with the full agenda, so that interested public can review them before the board meeting. And also so that board members have a chance to get to them and review them sooner and make them a more meaningful part. So for now, I will say, aside from that, it was interesting to hear from staff about the responses they've been getting from the restoration community. And I appreciate that we are seeing fewer projects that call on public funding for glyphosate use. And in fact, there isn't one on today's agenda. So this should be a really fast meeting. Thank you. Yes, please, Chuck.
Yeah, if I might, Chair. Thank you, Catherine. And I would just use Catherine's closing comment about fast meeting to make the point that the subcommittees actually are effective. It's less than a majority of members, and we commit to reporting back in full session like this. And this topic of, restoration tools, applicants, and forcing change in the applicant world to narrow the use of certain products has made a difference. And the subcommittee is a productive place for the three members of it to kind of talk through some difficult issues. We don't all see it the same, but the process works for trying to find efficiencies and improve how we handle this topic. So I'm appreciative we have a subcommittee.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board? All right, just want to echo, thank you for all the effort from the board members and the staff in the work that happens at the subcommittee level. So very much appreciate that commitment and effort. With that, I'm going to ask
Is there public comments?
yes, I guess we will. Are there any public comment cards or on the phone?
There are no cards for this item. Are there any on the phone?
We have a few raised hands.
Oh, okay.
First, we're going to see if we can get Patricia. Patricia, you should be able to unmute yourself. Patricia, can you unmute yourself?
I just did. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Don't know what happened, but with regard to what was just said with regard to equity, very much appreciate all of this. And I support all the comments that were made on regarding Biona as well. And in particular, I have concerns with regard to, I know that we sent a great deal of information in to board members and to staff. And my concern is being able to go over the information that we sent to staff and to the board members to ensure that it's addressed and that you understand what we provided. And if we have an opportunity to be able to actually work with staff, and how does that affect even the subcommittees that you're discussing? A lot of this comes into question with regard to backtrack to Biona with the application that as an example of equity, the very first question was, what is the name of the area? And it is actually Saangna, and I will probably butcher this, but it's Pawinkapur, which means full of water. That is the Native American name, and yet in the application, it cited NA as not applicable. Well, I think that's very indicative of how the Native Americans have been treated. I know that John Tommy Rosas is the person, a Native American that registered Bayona as a sacred site, and for the San Gabriel Mission Band of Indians have been trying to communicate and have not had response. And in particular, we provided declaration from Anthony as he spoke before the water board, and his concerns that, just having a meeting and checking off a box that someone is there is not genuine communication. So we seek genuine communication. And Bayona is also of concern because there's been no adherence to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and that Bayona is a groundwater dependent ecosystem and needs protection of its voluminous amounts of fresh water that are not addressed whatsoever in the EIR or the FEIR. So we would very much like to work with you. I think my time is up, and thank you very much.
Next is Catherine Dodd. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
We can hear you.
My name is Catherine Dodd. I'm a registered nurse and environmental health consultant. 40 years ago, I was a commissioner of conservation in my high school. And I want to enthusiastically thank the subcommittee for taking glyphosate seriously. I am a victim of glyphosate. I had one of the rare forms of lymphoma caused by glyphosate, mantle cell lymphoma, and I'm surprised to be here today. I was given only 3 years to live. I was part of a lawsuit and got a settlement, but didn't realize that when you agree to a settlement, you're essentially letting the makers of the pesticide off the hook. There have been billions of dollars paid out in settlements so that there is no trail of how dangerous glyphosate is. I'm thrilled that you are recommending that you remove glyphosate from all of California's wildlife habitats. And I spoke at the August hearing about removing it from restoration projects. I hope you will also be careful to avoid regrettable alternatives. Your efforts to provide access to the complete herbicide questionnaires before the meeting so the public can review them and respond intelligently are much appreciated. And I want to encourage you to consider adding questions about organic alternatives on the questionnaire. Many people don't realize that there are organic alternatives because the for-profit corporate poison corporations are the only things we know about, and there are organic alternatives, and I'm so proud that you have not become a captured agency and are really taking glyphosate seriously. Thank you very much.
Next is Kim Conte. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning and welcome, Dr. Jennifer Norris. My name is Kim Conte, and I wanted to personally thank the board for taking glyphosate use seriously, as Catherine covered, and to work to eliminate this failing and harmful tool that's currently being used in habitat restoration projects and in our wildlands. We can no longer ignore that EPA's report on glyphosate exposure is likely to injure or kill 93% of endangered species, both plants and animals. Environmental risks aside, glyphosate is an outdated and failing tool. Its use is responsible for herbicide resistance, and it has created superweeds. Glyphosate can also have up to a 22-year half-life in our soil. There are economic and liability risks also utilizing glyphosate herbicides in our wildlands and habitat restoration. We look forward to the Wildlife Conservation Board taking the action needed to stop funding glyphosate use in habitat restoration and in our wildlands. The good news is we have demonstrated you can use proven and fiscally sound organic alternatives in tech in habitat restoration and land management without the use or need of synthetic pesticides. Thank you.
Next is Melinda McNaughton. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Melinda. I live in Half Moon Bay. And I want to thank the board for taking glyphosate use seriously. Thank you to the board for a fair decision to provide public access to the completed herbicide questionnaires before the board meetings. And thank you for revising and including a question considering organic alternatives. I'm grateful the board is looking for systemic change for equity. Now we need to do that with pesticides. The majority of municipalities, parks, preserves, and now many environmental nonprofits worldwide are using pesticides and glyphosate regularly to kill invasive plants in the name of habitat restoration. Before the county of Irvine stopped using toxic pesticides, they used over 100,000 gallons a year. If most of the lands around the world are being treated like this regularly, it adds up to chronic exposure to all living things all the time. And as we know, chemicals don't stay in one place. Pesticides are a $10 billion industry, and we use at least 3.5 million tons of it a year around the world. And it is expected to increase to 4.5 million tons by 2026. In a time of mass extinction and insect apocalypse, this is a suicidal choice. Why do we continue to support and condone this? We have ample non-biased research and proof that glyphosate causes cancer in humans and makes ecosystems and pollinators sick. It is well known the EPA has made many mistakes. It is influenced by industry and does not hold the highest standards to protect us. Why are we still looking to them for answers about chemical safety? Due to the liability of glyphosate alone, some cities and counties are replacing glyphosate with even more harmful pesticides. Why are we taking these risks at this tipping point with climate and nature? It's about profit. With the Bayer Cash Rewards Program, whoever writes the purchase order for pesticides gets cash based on their purchase level. These are public funds being used to participate in this cash rewards program. We already know managing invasive plants could be done successfully using alternative methods within a cost-effective budget. And let's be clear, some land managers may try to inflate the cost of managing land without pesticides related to cash motivation. Let's halt this practice of using public funds to incentivize glyphosate and pesticide use on California wildlands and in habitat restoration. Let's do what's right. Don't allow chemical industry money, arguments, and talking points to defend and allow pesticide use. Let's be real and recognize that this ideology of poisoning the planet to save it is contributing to killing it and us. Please set the role model for environmental nonprofits and municipalities in California, and do not condone and approve funding for the use of poison on our suffering wildlife ecosystems. Thank you for considering.
Next is Robert Roy Van Hoek. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Unmuted. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Robert Jan van de Hoek, and I'm called Roy. I'm an environmental scientist. I gave my credentials under public comments. And I was involved with the California Native Plant Society, and we were careful in trying to use glyphosate, Monsanto products, Roundup, other products in a liquid form on invasive trees. And we found that it didn't work. And it was impossible to not have spillage, so that some of the chemicals being used went into the soil, didn't stay onto the tree. Now, regarding trees and this use, there's been studies now, and this goes back to Rachel Carson, and she had a champion scientist, a number of scientists, including E.O. Wilson, and other zoologists and botanists that supported her with her Silent Spring research. She, one of those scientists, Frank Egler, in studying Hawaii and vegetation in New England, found that invasive plants actually help native plants to come back, but you have to give it time to happen. And birds and ant in particular play a role in helping that. For example, in urban Los Angeles, we see oak trees coming back because of a native bird called the California jay, which takes the acorns from trees and plants them, called caching, hoping to relocate the acorns, but they don't. And so trees come up, oak trees come up in new spots, like along fence lines and backyards of people's homes. And once the oak trees come back, then more native plants come back in association with that from the leaf litter of the oak trees. And no use is needed by using chemicals. We have to get away from that and think about nature as being able to help us with that. Our urban parks in LA County have a religious kind of program, zeal, or institutionalized, to put Roundup and chemicals around the base of oak trees at Easter time, because weeds begin to spring up around the base of trees. And there's a control of nature going on here. And then the children collect eggs at Easter in our parks, and the eggs have been placed on the soil's green from the chemicals, but the county's trying to have bare soil around the trees because of an aesthetics thing. So we have to have a reform in viewing towards nature, aesthetics, holism, bringing in ethics. And I just have to wind up with saying the feminist perspective, ecofeminism is really important. And I'm glad to see Catherine Phillips being on this as a woman too, and expert on the environment being in this subcommittee. Thank you.
There are no additional raised hands.
We have one more speaker card in the room, Doug Johnson.
Good morning, commissioners. Doug Johnson with the California Invasive Plant Council. We're a nonprofit organization that works with land management entities across the state. I too am pleased to hear that the Wildlife Conservation Board is taking the topic of herbicides used for restoration, including glyphosate, seriously. Like all environmental groups, we are concerned about pesticides in the environment. A number of topics were just raised. The EPA report on glyphosate's impact on endangered species, herbicide resistance, soil half-life, organic herbicides, the effectiveness of particular herbicides on trees. I would like to bring up that this is a very deep topic and it requires a deep understanding and a lot of conversation. So I'm glad that the conversation has started. I think it needs to continue. I think there's a huge difference between the magnitude of pesticides, including glyphosate, used in the world versus what is used for restoration in California. We heard references to ongoing use of pesticides. That's not restoration. Restoration is resetting a habitat from one situation to another over a finite period of time with a diminished effort over time. So you may use some herbicides, as some of the projects on today's agenda do, but that's not forever. It's for a very targeted use for a short period of time. I think this issue needs a lot of dialogue. The state spent 2 years with stakeholders developing the Sustainable Pest Management Roadmap. I don't know that anyone's entirely satisfied with that at this point, but it shows that getting stakeholders from many disciplines to the table is an important part of the process. I honor the concern that people have about health, community health, and environmental health. There is a heck of a lot of expertise within the fields of ecology, within the land management community as well. I think there's room for common ground. The conversations I've had with anti-pesticide advocates have stressed several things. They've stressed we don't want to see unnecessary use of, this is talking about herbicides in particular, for plants. So we don't want to see herbicides used in a regular ongoing way for fuels management or for aesthetics. We want to see them used judiciously, only for good purposes. We want transparency. We want to know when they're going to be used. I think WCB has done a good job of with the herbicide questionnaire, making it explicit what's going to be used, for how long, and why. And they want notice. So if something's going to happen in their community, they want to know about it ahead of time and be able to take any kind of measures to avoid it. I think there's a lot of room for common ground here. We aren't talking about applying this to park benches where kids play. We're talking about wildlands for a short period of time. So I really encourage the board to continue the dialogue and to include many experts and stakeholders in the conversation. Thanks.
Those are all the cards we have.
Great, thank you. Thank you for everyone's comments. So now we will move on to the funding status. An information item.
Yeah, so we provided a funding status table in your board packet. I confess to having a very long meeting yesterday, learning about all the different funding sources that we have. And I'm also sorry to report that Sarah, our incredible budget lead, is leaving us on Friday. So we tried to take her brain out before she left, but we were unsuccessful. So if you know anybody who loves bonds and wants to come work for WCB, we are actively looking for someone to help us with our administrative work. So I'll just share that, obviously, if there are any questions, I will try to answer them. But bottom line of note is that if we approve all the projects on the board meeting today, we will start my reign with about $603 million to spend. And we have a lot of great projects in the queue that I've already heard about. So I think we're doing a really good job of getting the money out the door and thinking strategically about which funds, are expiring and which funds have time left that we can use them. And of course, using our different authorities appropriately. But I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Are there any questions for Jen from the board?
Catherine, maybe? I think Catherine has a question.
Oh,
I don't have. Oh, okay.
No, I'm fine.
okay. Okay, seeing no questions, we will, I don't think we do not take public comments as an
Fran does
informational
have
item.
her, Fran does have her hand raised.
Oh, Fran.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Fran.
thank you. Just a quick one, and welcome Jennifer Norris to the board.
Fran.
Going to be a wonderful journey. The concern I had, just being a former legislator, is the ability to be able to keep some of the general fund dollars during a tight fiscal year that could be coming up in 2024 by July 1st. So is some of the general fund dollars potentially at risk or could be swept in order to balance the budget or fund other priorities?
I'd love to have our Department of Finance chair help with that, but I think from my experience, if there is money available, it's always an opportunity to be used as a budget solution, depending on the status. And certainly those questions are coming about what funds are committed and which funds are not. I will say we have been able to make it very clear that we have a lot of work in process and in progress. So even if the funds aren't committed, they're sort of committed. So that conversation is ongoing with our leadership, but I don't know if you want to add anything.
Michelle Peralt, Department of Finance. Thanks, Fran. I think Jen probably articulated it exactly correct. Obviously, when we are looking at the whole of the state budget, particularly as it relates to general fund, and entering potentially a year where we are looking at a down fiscal revenue, we obviously have all kinds of questions about, how we're going to fill that gap. Obviously, those questions and those conversations are happening right now. And so we do monitor and look at all sources, but as Jen has indicated, part of the consideration are things that are already in progress versus potential funds that maybe aren't allocated at the moment or at the time of budget build out.
Just based on past budget observations, whether it was energy crisis in 2001, but in 2008 with the mortgage meltdown,
I've seen general fund dollars swept and moved into other categories. And so thank you all for your good work. You've gotten a lot of money out the door, and the public, not only through their bonds, but the legislature and the governor's administration putting additional general fund dollars into Wildlife Conservation Board programs has been tremendous. But just sending the signals that that they potentially are at risk during this next 6 months, but mostly the next fiscal year. So thank you all for your good work.
I just had a comment. I'm wondering, I mean, Fran has extraordinary experience in this area. I have some experience as a former lobbyist for environmental issues. Damon has some experience. Would it be appropriate for a subcommittee to be formed to provide some deeper discussion or to engage in deeper discussion about this issue?
If I might.
Yes, please.
Catherine, my answer is yes, but I mean, the wealth of experience on the board is immense. But the board itself exists in the ecosystem of, state government. And both the board, the department, and the resources agency are engaged in the predictable annual dance. And I'm certain you can count on the board, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and agency to work hard to defend what exists at the Wildlife Conservation Board. We'll have a series of hearings ahead. And if things are proposed that the public wants to engage in, that's going to play out through the several months, as you know. I think the board could make this a little bit more precise discussion topic in the February meeting, which would be a natural moment to see kind of how things are playing out. And perhaps that's a more efficient way than a subcommittee, which really would then be meeting between now and February anyway.
Sure, that's fine. I'm just curious. You don't anticipate that things will happen faster than that. I'm just wondering if, given the state of the economy and some other things, not just the income to California, but other things going on, if there's any expectation that there will be a special session or some faster. Okay, we're going to be on the regular calendar. That sounds good. Yeah. Okay.
It seems to me that February would be a good time after the governor presents the budget the first week or two in January. We will know a little bit more on the political side of how funds that have not been expended may be used for maybe some really high priorities that are needed in the short term. We also should be watching the greenhouse gas emission cap and trade funds for changes in what they will be funding in the next year or so. I'll follow the budget subcommittees just because I used to chair them, so on the resources side. So thank you very much. I think February is a good target to review.
Thank you, Fran, for lifting up this discussion. And I think for February's agenda, we will put a more targeted agenda item on just an update on the budget. And I think at that time also, for the public's information, where there are some key opportunities where the public could weigh in the budget process. So I think making that process maybe a little more transparent from this board. So great. So are there any other comments from the board on this item? Okay, great. Thank you. Our next informational item is related to wildlife corridors. Jennifer.
Yeah, and I'm going to take this one. I do want to acknowledge Don Crocker, who's our staff person who does the lion's share of the work on this. He could not be here today. So I'm going to just do a little bit of a review on what WCB has been doing on wildlife corridors. Rumor has it corridors and crossings are really hot right now. I think Chuck Bonham might be able to tell us something about a subcommittee hearing he attended yesterday. I'm hoping you'll share some updates after I'm done. But certainly there has been a lot of conversation around wildlife crossings throughout at least this building, and the secretary had a speaker series. I was lucky enough to get a signed copy of Ben Goldfarb's book. Anyway, it's a very hot topic, and timely enough, WCB had already planned to give an update at this meeting. So if I could get the next slide. I think most of you know that roads and railways and all sorts of longitudinal infrastructure is really problematic for wildlife in California. We have a tremendous amount of biodiversity across the state, but a lot of that is being impacted by the loss of habitat. And these long barriers not only remove habitat, but they also prevent species from interacting with other members of their population or community, prevent them from getting food, prevent them from getting a date, all of which is very problematic for the population overall. And so, they've been recognized for a while as problems, but I will say, as a biologist in the 90s, I think we just accepted that they were part of the landscape and there wasn't a lot we could do. And I'm excited to report that that's really changing now, and there's a big movement to address this. And also just to note that in the face of climate change, we're going to need species to be able to move to new habitats. They can't be isolated in these little patches. Even if they're persisting there now, the conditions there are likely to change. And so creating these connections is really important. Next slide. So WCB actually has started working on corridors in 2014 under Prop 84, but it wasn't a ton of money, but at least we got the ball rolling. But now the ball is really rolling. And we're now at 25 projects totaling $90 million invested in wildlife projects throughout the state. This slide that I can barely see shows the different kinds of projects that we have underway. Underpasses, overpasses, and then of course the really important strategic planning to make sure they're in the right place and that the next ones coming online are where we need them. So that map shows how they're distributed throughout the state. Next slide. I didn't make these slides. I can't see these, but that list on the right is actually a list of priority corridors that the Department of Fish and Wildlife, they put out a wildlife crossing priority report. What's it called, Chuck? It's got some groovy name.
Oh, it's like opportunity for doing right.
But I think it's a really useful compilation, polling the different regional managers throughout the state to ask them, where are the big problem areas that you see in your region? And then whittling that group down even to a more refined, highest priority list. And WCB does refer to this when we consider which projects to support. And that map shows where those crossings, those opportunities to do right are throughout the state. Next slide. So many species benefit from wildlife crossings. We tend to look at the nice looking ones that look good on a picture, but in fact, all species really benefit. Butterflies, insects, all the small mammals, plants, but mountain lions, bighorn sheep, newts, salamanders, we've really targeted those, as well as tule elk and mule deer that are able to move across the landscape, and they need to get to their foods and their friends. Next slide. So underpasses aren't as sexy as overcrossings, but they can be really important, and they're really well used when they're designed right. So we've been investing in these throughout the state. This is a list of projects that are approved and how much money we have allocated. I want to highlight the crossing at Highway 17. I was part of a really nice groundbreaking for that, I think over a year ago. And almost within days of them opening that crossing, they had wildlife using it. So it was a really well designed. If you've driven to Santa Cruz on Highway 17, you know that that's a death trap for everyone. And so that crossing's really significant in that wildlife are accessing it already. And we're investing in those throughout the state. Next slide. And then, of course, there are the overcrossings, which are just exciting to see. The Wallace-Amberg crossing, of course, and Highway 101 in Ventura County is the flagship for the state. WCB invested significant funds in getting that done, but there are others underway now. We're working on some planning. This is on the agenda, I think today, US 101 in San Benito County, making sure that we are doing planning. Again, if you've driven on 101 through that eucalyptus grove, that's also a death trap. I tried to turn left there recently. I almost died. So we're working on figuring out how to get wildlife through that area as well with an overcrossing. Next slide. And these maps just show sort of where these projects and needs are concentrated. On the left is Santa Clara County, where they've done just an incredible amount of thinking about how to get wildlife through Coyote Valley, from the Coyote Hills over to the Santa Cruz Mountains. It's a great opportunity to connect wildlife, but they've got multiple roads and a rail line, and lots of work needs to be done. And then, of course, many areas in Southern California where we just have a tremendous amount of roads, but still lots of wildlife that needs protecting. Next slide. And that's it, I guess. So we're proud of the work we're doing. We've got some projects here today we're going to talk about, and let's keep doing some more. And maybe you could tell us a little bit about yesterday.
Love to. I don't relish traveling back and forth to Washington, DC, but I went east on Monday for a hearing yesterday that our senior senator in California, Senator Padilla, hosted as chair of the Senate's Environment and Public Works Committee's subcommittee. So he's the chair of the subcommittee. And actually it's fisheries, wildlife, and then something else. I forget what the third, parks. And it was a great 2-hour discussion. There were 3 witnesses, myself, Richard King, who's the lead game warden for the Wyoming Division of Fish and Game, and then Madeline West, who's a senior conservation scientist for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. And I tried to impress upon the committee 2 key words, and it was well attended, which was kind of in question heading into it because the House is working through a continuing resolution, which, you know, action was taken yesterday. There were several rallies on the National Mall. But we had senators from California, the ranking member from Wyoming, Arkansas, Nebraska, Alaska, and Delaware. So pretty well attended. And my 2 words I wanted to share with the committee were, first, connectivity. And that connectivity matters for all of life. As people, we need social connections as the antidote to a chaotic world. And science is pretty overwhelmingly clear that wildlife needs connectivity too. And all kinds of benefits come from this connectivity. And when you think about how climate disruption has scrambled the natural world, you realize that plants and animals are left with 3 really basic choices. They can adapt, they die, or they can move. And it's us as people who can control that factor. We can really ensure the freedom to roam, and that this is as nonpartisan an issue as you can find in the natural resources space as any we've ever seen. So in some degree, it was kind of a subject matter love fest between Senator Lummis and Senator Padilla. And California is an example of why this is nonpartisan. For some, you know, a movement emerges because of Senator Pavley, Beth Pratt at the National Wildlife Federation, Senator Stern, so many others, to build the world's largest overcrossing because an iconic mountain lion was captured on, you know, photo below the Hollywood sign. And now we're going to have a crossing over 10 lanes of Highway 101 that 300,000 cars go underneath daily. All the way over to 2022, our department sold 2 million licenses for hunting and fishing. And the angler knows that salmon and steelhead need free migration around culverts, past barriers, they bump into dams. The hunter knows in the Mojave Desert, you've got desert bighorn sheep on either side of I-15, and that's not good for their future. So the perspective of all people, they intuitively get this idea of freedom to roam. And for some of our communities, particularly leaders from our public comments this morning, I'd say it actually plays out at the human level too. I mean, we've seen roads dissect and purposefully break apart communities of color in our nation's history. And that's a similar effect that wildlife struggle with. The most dangerous place to be is next to the road, and there are roads everywhere. So the other point we tried to make using California as an example is this is a fixable problem. I mean, it is so eminently fixable. You put the time, the money, and the energy on it, it's a construction project. And not all of them need to be as expensive as the Wallace-Annenberg overcrossing. And in the bipartisan infrastructure law, because of Senator Padilla and others, there's $350 million at the Federal Highway Administration for a wildlife crossing pilot program. $350 million for the entire nation. You've spent $90 million here, and my little old department is spending $90 million in these 2 years right now. $180 million just in California, $350 million ain't gonna cut it on the national front. So that was the reason to travel back. I thought it was really productive. We'll see what happens.
Wonderful. Thank you for both of those updates. Any comments or questions from the board? I think Fran, any questions, comments from you on this item?
I just would offer an invitation at some point in time. I'm sort of Director Norris, if there's a group of WCB staff or members of our board who would like to have a tour of the wildlife crossing in Agoura Hills in LA County, be glad to help set that up with those key partners, because it does take a village, as Chuck knows. We're working well with Caltrans, fellow park entities like the National Park Service that's in our region, the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, of course, the Wildlife Conservation Board, and others. So that offer is available for some time in perhaps 2024, but wait till you see the construction that's underway. This project is happening.
Yeah, and I'll just echo, I was down a couple of months ago, and then I saw some photos from even more recently, and it is moving fast. It's exciting. So it is worth checking out.
Great, thank you. I think the only comment I'll make there, one of the slides showed all the funding that has been committed to the wildlife crossings. It'd be great to know what's the funding that has gone into or is going into the planning and design, and how much in construction. Because I do think, not all crossings are, again, on that high dollar value, but if part of the planning and design support that the grant can give the applicant to look at, what are the applications or what's the information needed to be competitive for a federal grant. Granted, 350 million for the country is not a lot, or for the conservancies, or for the state, for Caltrans, because these are, I think, having that funding strategy to be able to move into that implementation and understanding what the how the studies would support that effort, and even working with a grant writer and things like that. Because I do think, obviously WCB has an important role to play in this, but it will be a multi-jurisdictional, funding effort, at least my opinion is. So how can the planning and design, it's a way to also, be strategically thinking about how can leverage, other dollars to support these important, wildlife crossing projects. So.
And I just want to share just a related tidbit. Since before I was named, right before, we had a really great convening in Riverside of the 30 by 30 partnership. And a big focus of that meeting, in fact, was showcasing projects that have had achieved some level of success so that they could share their best practices with each other. So we had tabling all over the convention center where it was like, how did you do Highway 17? Like, how did you put those partners together? And what was the secret sauce? And I thought I heard from many partners that it was really productive to do that. And WCB was there as well, sharing some of their knowledge. So it's happening in other spaces, but I totally agree. Continuing that is really important.
Great, thank you.
And to some extent, all this is good for lessons learned. So moving forward, whether it's road construction or restoration, we can accommodate both wildlife, public access, as well as the movement of people and in vehicles. But I think we've learned a lot and also realized we can't separate all those interests. They have to be planned together.
Aren't you writing a book, Fran? So we can have your lessons learned?
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that.
In your spare time.
Exactly.
Great, well, thank you. That was a wonderful update. So now we will move on to consent items. As a reminder, consent items are agenda items number 5 through 31, but we have removed agenda items 16, 17, and 24. So are there, before we take a motion, are there any agenda items under consent that the board would like to pull for an additional presentation?
Yes. Item 23, which I think is Mount Whitney Fish Hatchery.
Okay. Any others from the board? Okay, so we will pull item 23, the Mount Whitney Fish Hatchery from the consent agenda item to make it a presentation item. So with that, can I entertain a board motion before we take any public comment?
Would move 5 through 15, 18 through 22, and 25 through 31. You got it right?
I think you got it right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Wonderful. A first and a second. Why don't we go ahead and open it up for public comment?
We have Walter Moore on agenda item 18.
Walter Moore, President, Peninsula Open Space Trust. Speaking of wildlife corridors, I'm so appreciative of your consideration of the Coyote Valley Wildlife Connectivity Planning. And I just wanted to acknowledge that getting to the point of this planning takes a lot of work. So when you propose to put a wildlife corridor through the last undeveloped flats of Silicon Valley, where it's already been permitted for millions of square foot of light industrial and office space, that's an audacious goal. And it's hard to take on a goal like that without incredible support from the state and this agency. And it's come in a number of ways. So first of all, Assemblyman Ashkora provided a legislation creating an area of special designation. The Natural Resources Agency, under Dr. Norris's oversight, put Coyote Valley on the front of the Pathways to 30 by 30 report. The Wildlife Conservation Board has stood by us while we did the first steps into acquiring lands in the valley and on either side of them to create the platforms to make this possible. And now you are stepping up to consider the essential next stage of grants and planning to work our way through, as Dr. Norris pointed out, Highway 101, the Monterey Highway, and the rail corridor that's essential to get wildlife through this area. You have been essential to us taking on this role, and I couldn't be more grateful. Thank you very much.
Those are all the cards. Is there anyone on the phone?
We have 2 raised hands. The first is Patricia McPherson. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Again?
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you.
We can hear.
Oh, thank you. I didn't go through the same thing as last time. Yes, with regard to Patricia McPherson, Grassroots Coalition, with regard to wildlife corridors, thank you so much for looking at this as an item. I'd also like to remind you, there are wildlife corridors that have been planned. For instance, the Department of Fish and Wildlife states that it is a board member of the Biona Wetlands Conservancy, which is a Playa Vista, the development itself group. And Playa Vista was required to put in a corridor underneath Lincoln Boulevard. It has failed to do so. That corridor is the corridor that there is a stream bed agreement for with the department. And there is a great deal of wildlife kill that is on Lincoln Boulevard, that this is a situation that could help be corrected and was supposed to have occurred, but has not. It would seem that any looking at wildlife corridors could also include corridors that, for instance, Playa Vista was supposed to pay for, and that CDFW, as a board member of its somewhat private conservancy, would help to make this happen. And working with the city of Los Angeles, most of these things take cooperative work with various agencies. And I think, you know, something like this would be one of them. And it is definitely an area that Biona was approved as a terrestrial non-marine ecological reserve, in part for its wildlife corridor capacity. And this is one also. Thank you.
Next is Robert Roy Vandyhook.
Yes, Roy here, Robert Young Fundahook, environmental scientist. Thank you for the chance to speak again on also on wildlife corridors. In my studies now of Los Angeles, I've found that our storm drains, which begin in our mountains like the Santa Monicas, then travel underground as buried streams, actually our wildlife corridors. Have been able to document 2 species of native snake, one of them on the state-sensitive species list, ringneck snake, San Bernardino ringneck snake, which lives in the Santa Monica Mountains. But in the last 15 years, it has 15 to 20 years has established on the Biona wetlands grassland because when it rains a lot, they sometimes fall into the stream, come down through a storm drain with the freshwater rainfall runoff, and then swim out of the water and on the shore of the Biona River estuary and then colonize. And our rattlesnake has come back the same way to the Biona wetlands from the Santa Monica Mountains. I've been studying the mountain lion maps, data, field observations, also with the deer as the main prey. And on Sepulveda Pass, 405 freeway, I discovered that, and studying other data from the National Park Service, that most mountain lions are dying after midnight and before 4 a.m. And at that time, there are not hundreds of thousands of cars on the freeway. There's very few cars on the freeway. And a creative idea out of the box here, but using the California Highway Patrol and their methods of shepherding traffic when they need to, we could have a rotation period for a few hours at the time when mountain lions are most likely to be crossing, and deer and other nocturnal mammals, because most of our wildlife in Southern California are moving about nocturnally at later hours when there's fewer cars. And so we could have shuttling cars every 15 minutes with very few people would be delayed. And the reason that most of the animals are also being killed.
Excuse me, if you
is
could wrap
that
up
when
your comments, please. Thank you.
Okay. It's just an interesting idea that could save money and work. And I'll wrap up with just saying that people are driving really fast, usually young men driving their fast cars in the wee hours of the time, and then they do hit and run with the mountain lion and deer hits and then leave the scene. So that's all. I just wanted to put that out there as for wildlife corridors. Thank you.
Point of order. I just want to confirm, right now, we're supposed to be considering the consent agenda, right? I think
Correct.
some of
Yeah.
the public thought we were still back in the open comment on the other part.
Yes, yes. So the public comment, I think that was our last public comment, but the public comments should be on the consent items. So item number 5 through 31, excluding obviously those that have already been pulled from the agenda. Are there any other
We
Any
do
other
have
public
one
comments?
more raised hand.
Okay, is it on the consent agenda item?
Kara Lacey, you should be able to unmute yourself. Please let
Hi,
us know
yes.
which item you'd like to speak on.
Sorry, it was on wildlife corridors. If you would like me to hold my comments, I can do that.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Are we
There are no
good
more raised
on?
hands.
Okay, great. All right, so any questions, comments from the board before we do roll call? Okay, Mary, can we do roll call, please?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Board Member Nagami,
Yes.
Board Member Padley,
Yes.
Board Member Peralt,
Aye.
Board Member Phillips,
Aye.
Board Member Scalar,
Aye.
motion passes.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, we will move on to item number 23.
I'll
for
do the presentation. Yep. So this agenda item about the Mount Whitney Fish Hatchery just could not be buried within an omnibus consent calendar. And I want to say this to our tribal partners, indigenous communities in California, but also to the communities that appeared in public comment this morning. I realize that the arc of justice can be way too slow when you felt the burden of kind of disadvantaged power applied to your communities over time. And it just really makes me proud for our department staff at the regional level, our attorneys, our scientists. This is a property on the east side of the Sierras. It's a majestic territory. We've owned this fish hatchery in about 40 acres since the early 1900s. It's an obsolete facility. We can't use it for its original department purpose. And it's the ancestral lands of Paiute tribes. Today's agenda item is the first time we think our California Department of Fish and Wildlife has given fee title land back to the original owners. So your vote today is returning this land to the Fort Independence Indian community of Paiute Indians of the Fort Independence Reservation, one of 4 Paiute tribes in the Owens Valley area. They deserve this. It should have happened a long time ago. And I just think calling it out today is important because we need to do more of this. So thank you for letting me take it off consent calendar. And I'd love to make the motion.
I think we have David Dodds to give a little more information if there's more to share, and also to show off a great bow tie. Come on up.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I think Director Bonham said it succinctly. We have more of a presentation. Also online, I believe, should be Mr. Carl Dahlberg, Chair of the Fort Independence Indian Community, Ms. Alyssa Lee, the Vice Chair, and Ms. Heidi Culvert, the CDFW Regional Director. I'm happy to give the presentation, or I'm happy to let them speak for a few minutes, whichever the board prefers.
What's the pleasure of the board? Should we entertain a motion, or would you like to hear the staff presentation?
I think, Chair, if I could, why don't we offer the chair and vice chair? The
Absolutely.
microphone first.
Yeah.
And I apologize. I should have started with that. I didn't realize they were on the phone.
Okay, so yes, please, let's invite the chair and vice chair to share a few words, and then I think we'll pass on the presentation.
Alexa, if you could please.
Carl should be able to unmute himself.
Good morning, members of the Wildlife Conservation Board. My name is Carl Dahlberg. I'm the tribal chairperson of the Fort Independence Indian community. I'm very honored to be speaking to you here on this truly special day for the tribe as you consider this transfer of the Mount Whitney Fish Hatchery to the tribe. We see the Mount Whitney Fish Hatchery as the crown jewel of Eastern Sierra, as this property is deeply entwined with the history of our people. This historic property is located on our ancestral homelands where people have lived and irrigated these very lands for sustenance. Oak Creek runs through this property and eventually runs down to the reservation, which is the lifeblood of our people. The natural resources located here all play a critical role in our culture and social structure. These resources will be protected from development, and the community will continue to maintain the property as a historic fish hatchery, allow public access, protect the wildlife habitats and native plants. The tribe has committed its resources to ensure that this property will have the funding and capacity to preserve it. We appreciate the Department of Fish and Wildlife staff for recognizing the Fort Independence Indian community as the ideal steward for the Mount Whitney Fish Hatchery property as the original occupants of this land. We know they've worked very hard for over 10 years to see that this property will be taken care of for generations to come. It's a wonderful opportunity to bring that fish hatchery back into the community for preservation, education, and recreational purposes. I'd like to thank the Governor of California for enacting policies such as Executive Order N-1519 that would make a transfer like this possible. This transaction could serve as a model to assist other California tribes and state agencies in bringing this executive order to fruition. I appreciate you guys taking this off of consent. It scared us for a second as we thought there was some opposition, but this truly is a historic moment for the tribe and for the state of California. And I really appreciate you recognizing that. Thank you for your time and consideration of this transfer to the Fort Independence Indian community. Elisa Lee had an emergency, so she won't be here. But Heidi Calvert is actually here on site with us at the tribal office, and I know she had a speaker card as well. Thank you.
Good morning, this is Heidi. Is it good time for me to go?
Please. Heidi.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so good morning, Executive Director Jen Norris, welcome. Good morning, WC board members. I'm Heidi Calvert. I'm the Inland Deserts Regional Manager for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm located in Bishop. I'm so grateful and beyond exciting to be here today with the Fort Independence Tribe for you to consider the transfer of our Mount Whitney Fish Hatchery property back to the tribe. In early 2021, our region sent out a tribal notice of the potential transfer of the property. The tribe expressed interest in the property, and this was the beginning of our partnership and our growing relationships. We've worked together these last years to get to where we are today. We've overcome many challenges together, and that's only made us stronger. The more I learn about the tribe's history and connection to the land, the more I know this is the best resolution. I am extremely supportive of the transfer of the property to the Fort Independence Tribe. We have shared conservation and preservation values, and I truly believe the tribe is the best steward for the property. The region, myself, we're committed to supporting the tribe with the future of Mount Whitney, and I look forward to our ongoing collaboration. Thank you for your consideration.
I just want to say that this is an exciting thing to happen at my first board meeting. And thank you to those that made comment. And thank you, Chuck. I also just want to acknowledge the staff that make these things happen. I don't think I appreciated till I got this role how much work it actually takes. You can have great intentions, but to make the transaction go through and get all the paperwork lined up is actually it's a complicated job. And so I just want to thank you, David, for your good work and and my team.
Wonderful. Thank you for those accolades to the staff. Any questions, comments from the board on this item? I just want to echo the very exciting, important, and sounds like very historic nature of this transfer of property back to the tribe. It is I think very much a deeply healing process. And so thank you for the opportunity to learn more about this project. So with that, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve agenda item 23 and chart history right now.
I'll second that.
Wonderful. Is the first and a second, any additional conversation comments from the board? All right, Fran, you're okay?
I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So roll call, please. Mary.
Chair Bokay,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavley,
Yes.
Member Peralt,
Yes.
Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Scalar.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Yay. Wonderful. All right, so we are moving on to our presentation items in the agenda. Item number 32. Shasta Timberlands Working Forest Conservation Easement.
And David Dodds is already ready to go.
Morning again, board members. The proposal before us is to allocate $5,697,000 from the General Fund Budget Act of 2021 for a grant to the Pacific Forest Trust for the acquisition of a conservation easement over 7,589 acres of the Shasta Timberlands Working Forest. The property consists of 12 non-contiguous sections within the Shasta Trinity National Forest. The property is located approximately 13 miles northeast of McLeod along the eastern side of Mount Shasta in rural Siskiyou County. The Mount Shasta Headwaters Forest region includes over 42,000 acres conserved in the last 15 years, including several WCB funded acquisitions, such as the McLeod Conservation Easement, the Bear Creek Conservation Easement, the Butte Creek Meadows Conservation Easement, and the McLeod Springs Working Forest Conservation Easement. The property consists of the alternating sections of land shown in red. Intermixed with those sections is U.S. Forest Service property, and immediately north of the property is the Butte Creek Meadows Conservation Easement. Next slide, please. The property consists of conifer forests, ecosystems, ponderosa pine, mixed conifer, red fir, lodgepole pine, and subalpine conifer forests. These ecosystems display a high diversity of species, ages, and forest structures along the eastern side of Mount Shasta. Next slide, please. Within this setting is the intersection of the Siskiyou, the Klamath River Basin, the Sacramento River Basin, and the Modoc Plateau. So it's an intersection of these areas. The property is a working forest. The proposed conservation easement requires that the property be managed for wildlife habitat in a way that reduces fuel loads while restoring and maintaining the unique forest here. Here we're looking, I believe, northeast, so generally towards the Modoc Plateau, across a hemlock forest with a small mountain lake there kind of in the center of the photograph. Next picture, please. Next slide, please. The forest management regime sets forth management goals and requirements, including that no more than 25% of the forest inventory can be harvested per decade, but also that the management of the property protects the forest habitats. Across the property, there are approximately 35% of the property is within special habitat management zones, which require even more stringent management practices. That also, in addition to protecting the habitat, also restore and enhance it through maintenance of the habitat features. So on the left, we see the Trout Creek headwaters, and on the right, we see the Table Rock Mountain Meadow. Each special management zone has particular management goals associated with it, but overall, those management goals are to protect the natural forest and older trees, but also promote a diversity of ages and types of trees within the forest or protect the meadows. This will help to provide habitat for the 230 species of animals that live here that include 25 special status plant and animal species, the 4 endemic, 36 rare, and 42 climate vulnerable plant and animal species. These species include black bears, deer, golden eagles, gray wolves, and plants including, the plant species include berries and trees and forbs and a diversity of species. Next slide, please. This is a McLeod red-band trout. It's believed that the McLeod red-band trout are the only native species in the McLeod River above Middle Falls. Trout Creek and other creeks on the property are home to this species. Elsewhere in its range, it has been affected by introduced red-band trout and interbreeding. The interbred trout display less resistance to climate change and warming streams. By protecting the working forest, we promote maintenance of those healthy streams species systems that are maintaining the population here. Next slide, please. The working forest is also the proposed easement on the working forest will also promote and protect existing public access across the property to destinations such as Ash Creek Butte, which is a popular destination for hikers and backcountry skiers. And finally, the conservation of the property will, because of its size and its elevation gradient at 7,000 acres and 12 sections of land and over 3,000 feet in elevation change, species can migrate across the property, but also up or down in elevation as global climate change increases the temperatures. Species can seek refuge at higher elevation. The DGS approved fair market value of the conservation easement is $5,967,000. A significant portion of that is the value of the standing timber on the property. The timber appraisal was reviewed and approved by an independent third party. Staff recommends that WCB approve this project as proposed, allocate $5,697 million from the general fund for the grant to the Pacific Forest Trust, authorize staff to enter into the necessary agreements and proceed substantially as planned. With us today is Lori Wayborn. Ms. Wayborn is the co-founder and president of the Pacific Forest Trust. And we're both available to answer any questions you may have.
Wonderful, thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, I have questions. And Lori, you might want to be the best one to answer these, but I want to get a better sense about what the public is getting for this 5.7 million. I mean, I know that we're getting an easement over 7,589 acres, but it sounds like about 35% of that, which is a little more than 2,600 acres, will now be off limits to logging that would otherwise be on limits for logging.
Before I answer the question, I also just want to join in the chorus of congratulating Jen Norris and thanking you for taking on this job, because it's an incredibly important one. And frankly, where the Wildlife Conservation Board may have started from the idea of protecting habitat for hunting and fishing, I think what we see now is there's a really evolved mission for the Wildlife Habitat Conservation Board, Wildlife Conservation Board, in the face of climate change. Because the point that was brought out earlier today, how our world is shifting, and this whole question of connectivity and our interwovenness with other species, and their interwovenness with us, it's really imperative what you do. So with that as just an opening. With this conservation easement and directly to your question, Fran, I apologize.
Catherine.
This easement builds on the connectivity that actually WCB has been supporting for over 10 years to create what we like to call as a super wild way in Northern California, where this is actually the most important part of the state for adaptation for wildlife under climate change. So under this easement, you're correct that over a third is designated for special habitat management zones. And just to build on what David was saying, the only management that can occur in those is to enhance and restore those habitats. So whether it is the wet meadows or whether it is the headwaters for 7 different creeks, the only management that can occur there is for that purpose. And a special management plan is developed in collaboration with the Department of Fish and Wildlife to scope out what that management is to be. A couple of other things that I just want to flag here about the forest management that occurs is I think we all recognize that the condition of our forests is not the most resilient or robust that we want it to be, whether it is for wildlife, whether it is for watershed function, and particularly in the face of all the modifications and fragmentation that we've done. So with this easement, we're knitting together habitat across national forest and other private land, but it's a partnership with a commercial entity. So the easement pays for the opportunity cost of changing how they manage. And that management, for example, will double the number of large trees. I think we all recognize that large trees where animals roost, whether it's bats that nest in the deep crevices of older trees in the deep bark, or whether it's for fisher who will move their young up to 5 times in the course of raising them from large tree to large tree to large tree. This doubles the number of large trees. It restores the natural diversity of species composition. One of the key things we've done in forest management is homogenize that all to one commercial species. And in these highly diverse conifer species forests, that means removing some of the plantation work that has been done and replacing that and encouraging the diversity of natural species. So there's quite a bit that is happening within how these forests are managed, changing what is done. And in fact, this is where the appraisal comes in. It pays for the opportunity cost, and it makes the public a real partner with that private commercial landowner in promoting the public benefit of the property. So I hope that answers the question about what timber harvest is to achieve in the course of this. It kind of switches it, if you will, so that the timber harvest commercial value is actually promoting the restoration of the more natural structure and function of this property. So that instead of being at odds, you're doing the jujitsu to work together.
So in these areas that are considered special habitat zones, without this this easement, or with this easement, does anything change in those special habitat zones?
Well, for example, where you have old growth redford forest, that won't be logged. Very simple.
So they could take that otherwise.
Commercially, you could.
Without this.
Without having the easement, absolutely.
Great, that answers it.
Are there any other questions about?
Any other questions from the board?
I had a question.
Great,
And
please.
just for clarification purposes, thank you. So a working forest is just another term is timber harvesting. It's limited to that, correct?
A lot
Not
of people
ranching, cattle ranching. I didn't know. I wanted to just not assume that a working forest was just timber harvesting. Is that correct?
This forest's purpose is commercial purpose is timber harvest. That's its commercial purpose.
And that's about 25% of this, of the acreage. Every 10 years would be harvested. Is that my understanding?
So the 25% is what is called a percent of inventory. Of the inventory that is available to harvest, 25% of that can be taken per decade. If you think about that from a forestry point of view, that translates to about 2.5% of the inventory can be taken in any given decade. What that means is that is substantially lower than the growth rate of the forest. So by limiting the percentage of inventory that is to be taken, a big change that is happening is you're getting a much older as well as more natural forest. And when you think about the collapse of many species in California and elsewhere, it is because we have removed the older forest for commercial timber harvest. The other thing that's actually kind of important to flag is that there's also 15% of the area will be in what's called early seral. There are quite a few species that are very dependent upon that early seral habitat, but in a lot of commercial management, you know, as so many things, time is money. So you want to speed that up. And that means there's a compression of time for those early seral habitats to exist. And this ensures that that early seral habitat is there for those species. A good example of that, for example, is, you know, grazing species that need that early seral habitat. This will ensure that both we have the late seral habitat, the mature, and the early, as opposed to just that sweet spot of prime commercial.
Thanks for clarifying that, because I couldn't figure out how long it takes trees to grow and mature and everything, how that worked with the 25%. But now that you explained it, I understand that it's a lot broader consideration than that. And the final question has, whose job is it to manage the protocols of determining how much carbon is being sequestered by having forests?
Yeah, so this is not a carbon project and there's not a protocol per se, but the way to assess this is that as these easements are monitored every year and as timber harvest plans are reviewed every year, so we know where they're going to operate and what they're going to do, and that they are observing the terms of the easement. A key tool for us is looking at the inventory. And the inventory of timber has a direct relationship to the amount of carbon that is stored. In one of the other conservation easements that the Wildlife Conservation Board has supported, it has led to a doubling of the carbon in under 15 years. So the great thing here is that it's a more resilient carbon store as well. So as opposed to just cramming every acre with every possible stem, which is one way to approach increasing carbon on an acre, you're actually rebuilding the bigger, older trees that hold more carbon and hold it more resiliently and are less subject to pests, disease, fire, and drought. So the way that we assess that, this is not a feature of this project, it's not a direct annual measurement of carbon, but the way in which you do that is to look at the inventory of the forest and look at the amount of carbon that is in that inventory. Sorry, that was a rather long answer, but.
No, but I appreciate that, because I'm trying to understand from the Air Resources Board point of view, and we're measuring carbon emissions and allowing for carbon sequestration to have a number by it that allows, when we're trying to have an overall measurement, how the protocols are in place, who's measuring and who's managing it. And I know it is complicated, but people could be under the misunderstanding that that this is a movable target, and that there's always a trade-off on allowing fossil fuels to continue emitting emissions versus the argument that, oh, we don't have to worry about that now because we have all this carbon sequestration planned. in our state. So it is complicated. So I'll thank you for that, that information, very helpful. Appreciate your expertise.
Great, thank you. So, Lori, I don't know, I know we have a speaker card from you. Are there any additional comments you would like to make on behalf of the project?
I did want to flag that there is strong local support for this. The letters of support were provided by the relevant supervisor, Brandon Chris in Siskiyou County, the Shasta Trinity National Forest. This is also related to the connectivity issues. And by having this forest managed the way it will be under this easement, it provides for much better habitat connectivity across those national forest lands. You saw it was checkerboarded. The Siskiyou Outdoor Recreation Alliance, this alliance is in recognition of the fact that public recreation is enshrined in the easement. The Shasta Siskiyou chapter of the Wildlife Society, again, looking at those wildlife values, and the local land trust, Siskiyou Land Trust, endorsing this as something that as a managed active conservation project, they really wanted to see it happen as well. So within this economically disadvantaged county and community, this plays a really important role as a kind of connectivity also between the economic and social as well as natural lands, because this does provide for the ongoing basis of restoration-oriented timber harvest. There are jobs associated with that. That are very important to the community and the county as well. So I want to thank you very much for having invested in the region. It is part of the most biodiverse conifer forest in the world. And so you are certainly living up to the ideals of the wildlife conservation, but also at the social, economic, and cultural level. I want to thank you for considering that.
Thank you.
We have no other speaker cards. Are there any speakers on the phone?
We have 2 raised hands. Brian Largay, you should be able to unmute yourself. Brian, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Brian Largay, and I believe I inadvertently raised my hand by mistake. This is a fantastic project. We're learning a lot from it, but I did not intend to raise my hand. Please forgive me.
Oh, thank you. Nick Jocelyn is next. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, welcome, Jen. It was great to meet you last summer at Medicine Lake. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Nick Jocelyn. I'm a geologist and I work at Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center as the Forest and Watershed Watch Program Manager. I'm very familiar with the area. My family owns land very nearby and has run cattle for several generations. I value private property rights and I'm not against timber harvest as a land management strategy. I've spoken here before the board in the past and I regularly check the agenda for items in my region. When I saw this project, I PRA'd the project proposal and got some of that material. If I'd had more time, I would have requested some additional items which appeared to be referenced, but I did not receive. So I was only able to use the materials I received, plus information available on CAL FIRE's Timber Harvest Viewer platform to draw conclusions that I've made. I'm here today to express my concerns that this project before the board, if approved as is, has a potential to set the precedent that heavily harvested timberlands can be marketed as high-value forest and that this project will cost the taxpayers too much. The owners have extracted timber from these sections for decades and are now asking to be paid a second time by taxpayers to support this conservation easement. This isn't an acquisition. This is double dipping and should not be levied on the public without public participation and a full accounting of the true value. I hope to explain why I believe this project should be brought back for a future meeting after several important questions have been answered and assurances made that the land protections will include restoration activities to accelerate recovery of important ecosystems. I visited the general area on a Forest Service field trip shortly after the Antelope Fire in 2021 to see the Forest Service plans for salvage logging. Trout Creek, one of the natal streams of the McLeod red band trout, was heavily impacted by fire and debris flows, which is not uncommon in this volcanic terrain. Salvage logging on the adjacent private timberlands within, I believe, some of the proposed project area occurred immediately post-fire and well into the rainy season. The salvage logging created additional impact to the aquatic resources as uncontrolled road runoff washed directly into Trout Creek. I began to wonder what past management of the land looked like, and I found prior land use from the timber harvest viewer shows even-aged harvest, meaning clear cuts in nearly every section going back to the 90s and continuing to near present day. This management strategy ignores biodiversity, habitat corridors, and linkages. Prior land use from the timber harvest viewer shows exemption
Can you
statuses.
please wrap up your comments, please? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Just let me finish real quick. It's about a minute left. Prior land use from the timber harvest viewer shows exemption statuses showing dead, dying, and diseased trees in most sections as recently as 2016, allowing for harvest with reduced public participation. Prior land use from the timber harvest viewer shows emergency exemptions allowing for harvest with no public participation as recently as 2022. If I had more time, I would have pulled some of the actual THPs to view how the landowner valued wildlife within these sections, or rather how the landowners are able to proceed with industrial timber harvest while minimizing the importance of or presence of wildlife. So if the public is now being asked to pay for previous industrial timberlands, I think the public deserves to know beforehand some specifics. First, the baseline conditions report should be required before funding decisions are made, as this would detail the conditions that would be conserved and analyze conditions of post-logging areas. The document should also be made available to the public. Further commitment needs to be clearly defined to protect Trout Creek from further degradation from any logging operations or log hauling on the poorly designed roads. Road maintenance is badly needed, especially when you consider the heaviest users of the roads is the logging company who is now asking to be paid for conservation efforts. Ash Creek Butte could be considered in a swap such that Forest Service could acquire Ash Creek Butte and expand the Ash
Please
Creek
wrap
Butte.
up your comments. I think
Okay.
we're well over the 2 minutes. Thank you.
I know, well, we used to get 3 minutes and I don't know if I should have asked the clerk for more time or, but I'm very close. So Ash Creek Butte, which is mentioned, is section 35. It's the least logged section because it's mostly rocky alpine nature. It could be described to be managed congruent with current Forest Service geologic area which it borders. I would also like to add that tribal non-response does not constitute tribal consultation. I would urge the proponent to remain committed to engaging the tribes in meaningful ways by physically going to the tribes, not simply sending emails or letters. In closing, I would like to reiterate that this project could present the public with value if the price was lower and the assurances of what we were actually paying for were better explained. For these reasons, I would urge the board take no action on this item and allow the proponents to present at a later date with better justifications for the value to taxpayers. Are we simply getting assurance that industrial logging will be reduced?
Okay,
should also be
I think
getting
we
more
have to
in-depth-
wrap up your comments. So is there any other public comment?
We have one more commenter in the room.
Okay.
Paul Mason, also with Pacific Forest Trust, and I'll echo the congratulations to Jen Norris. It's too bad this thing's so short. Really have to lean in. I really just wanted to make sure that something wasn't lost in the conversation earlier, where there was a lot of focus on the special habitat management zones and how that roughly third of the property will be managed for those values, which is fantastic. But it's across the rest of the property as well that some of the requirements of the easement will really change the outcomes that lead to more large trees, shift from clear cuts to a more retention post-harvest, really fundamentally change how the whole landscape is managed. And I highlight that because it's going to, in the budget conversation that we're going to be having over the next 6 or 8 months, it's undoubtedly going to be challenging. There will continue to be a lot of focus on fire and wildfire mitigation efforts and a lot of investment in near-term activities. Those very much need to be embedded in the, how are we managing forests going forward? If we don't change how we're managing commercially managed timberland, it's going to be really hard to get to a condition where we actually have fire on the landscape in a sustainable way. So these sorts of working forest conservation easements that fundamentally help the landowner move to a more diverse fire resilient structure have to be an integral part of our fire solution. So I just want to make sure that that's part of the thinking as we're looking at budgeting and getting to a more resilient landscape for water, wildlife, climate, and fire. Thank you.
I have one question, Paul, that you might be able to answer. The commenter raised an issue about baseline studies. I'm assuming WCB has reviewed some baseline studies with y'all while you've been going through this application process. Is that true or?
I'll defer to Lori on that, but obviously there's a lot of baseline.
Okay.
The short answer is yes. What would you like to know about it?
Now that's all I wanted to make sure that we had done that. And there has been tribal consultation of some sort. Okay.
All right, with that, what's the pleasure of the board? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve agenda item 32.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any additional comments? All right, Mary, please take the roll call.
Chair Bookday,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Padley,
Yes.
Member Peralt,
Yes.
Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Sklar.
Yes.
Motion is passed.
All right, thank you. Okay, we are moving on to item number 33, Lone Pine Ranch Phase 3.
We have Sadie Smith to present. Hello.
Thank you. Good morning. So this project involves a grant to the Wildlands Conservancy to acquire the 8,085 acre Lone Pine Ranch Phase 3 property. Next slide, please. The property is located south of the community of Kettenpalm in the southwest corner of rural Trinity County. Six Rivers National Forest is just west of the property, which borders the Mendocino National Forest. The Wildlands Conservancy 3,000 acre Emerald Waters Reserve is north of the property. Next slide, please. So looking at the map here, the Wildlife Conservation Board has been involved in 3 of the 4 phases of this property. Phase 1 is in green down to the south. Phase 2 is in blue in the middle. And today we're looking to approve phase 3, which is in yellow, just south of the Emerald Waters Reserve. Following successful acquisition, WCB will have provided nearly $20 million towards the 3 primary of the 4 phases, permanently protecting over 26,000 acres of land. Next slide, please. The terrain consists of rolling to steeply sloping rural land above the Eel River and includes several feeder streams. Habitat includes oak woodlands with scattered grasslands, covering slopes and lush meadows throughout the property. Timberland is found on the property's eastern edge. Next slide. 2 herds of Roosevelt elk can be found on the property. In addition, Pacific fisher, northern spotted owls, western pond turtles, and foothill yellow-legged frog are among the numerous special status species found on the property. And a little newt. Next slide. TWC will own, manage, and monitor the property as a nature preserve, ensuring that natural resources remain undisturbed and restored for compatible public access and public recreation. Next slide. Near-term conservation will include improvements to sustainable cattle grazing and ensuring timber harvest only occurs to improve ecological conditions. Other anticipated conservation efforts include invasive species management, wetland and stream protection and restoration, erosion control, improved forest management, and native tree planting. Next slide, please. The property is targeted to act as a strategic access point to the 320-mile Great Redwood Trail that will run along the former line of the Northwestern Pacific Railroad from Larkspur to Arcata. Protection of the property will allow TWC to establish public recreation opportunities that are currently limited due to most of the land along the Eel River watershed being privately owned. To the extent compatible with the property's conservation management, TWC will develop and deliver passive recreation and interpretive education opportunities for the public. Potentially including new hiking trails, bicycling, horseback riding, camping, and kayak put-ins on the Eel River. And this is all proposed to be free and open to the public. Next slide, please. There are a couple property, the historic Dean Witter Lodge in Area 3 will serve as a hub for the regional conservation initiatives. And there's one other lodge on the property that will be used for staffing and other management purposes. Staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve this project as proposed. In the audience to answer any questions is Mr. Fraser Haney, Executive Director of the Wildlands Conservancy.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? Any questions from you? No? Okay, well,
I just want to make sure, I don't know when the right time is for this, but just to make you aware that Louis Whipple, the president of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, also submitted a letter of support. It was late.
okay, thank you for
The
that.
packet late, yeah.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
We have Fraser Haney.
Good morning, and I appreciate the time to address the board and also for your consideration of this item. Welcome, Dr. Norris. And I also just want to take a second to say what a tremendous job I think we all feel that Rebecca Frick
Yes.
did in the interim job. So thank you, Rebecca. Really want to thank our partners at the Conservation Fund who helped us bridge this property the last 2 years. This has been a 4.5-year project. This is the last piece of the puzzle for us to protect over 30,000 acres along what we call the Grand Canyon of the wild and scenic Eel River. Of course, as Sadie mentioned, it provides access to the envisioned Great Redwood Trail. So much of the main stem of the Eel River is in private hands. The public access and opportunities for restoration are very difficult or non-existent. And our vision is that we could create a string of preserves, an Eel River Emerald necklace from the confluence of the Middle Fork and the main stem all the way to the ocean. The Eel River Estuary Preserve is owned by us at the Delta. But this is the keystone in the wild Eel River Canyon. Our organization believes that access to nature is a human birthright. And for that reason, all of our preserves are open to the public for free. We're really excited to be able to open the Eel River Canyon Preserve soon to the public for free and engage local communities. So again, just thank you very much for considering this item and for the support of the Wildlife Conservation Board all along the way to make this happen. You were absolutely instrumental. So thank you, and thank you to the staff for all the hard work putting this together. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any comments in that?
There's no other comment cards. Are there comments on the phone?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, wonderful. Any additional questions from the board on this item? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move that we do this.
Great, so you'll move approval of item 33?
Yes.
Wonderful. Is there a second?
Second,
All right, so with that, let's go ahead and take roll call.
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham.
Aye.
Member Nagami.
Aye.
Member Pavle,
aye.
Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Sklar.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Great, thank you. All right, we are moving on to item number 34, restoring biodiversity at Wadul Dunes. Or how did I,
I think Scott's going to tell us how to pronounce it. Wadul.
Wadul?
There you go.
Wadul.
Scott McFarland is here to present.
Good morning, everybody. First, I'd like to recognize our staff person who developed this project and brought it along, Kurt Malchow, who's unable to be here today, but I'm happy to pass it along for y'all. So this proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to the Redwood Community Action Agency for a cooperative project with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Friends of the Dune to restore rare coastal dune habitat in Humboldt County. Next slide, please. The project area shaded in dark red lies directly across the coastline about 5 miles west of the city of Arcata. Located on the northern dune barrier of Humboldt Bay, the 4 dunes protect the Humboldt Bay estuary and inland habitats from storm-induced seawater intrusion. This project will restore biodiversity to 350 acres of degraded dune at each of the previously restored 3.5-mile stretch of dunes, resulting in a contiguous 6.5-mile stretch of resilient dune habitat. Next slide, please. Invasive species were introduced or spread to the site in the 1960s, resulting in a near monoculture of European beach grass along the foredune and yellow bush lupin along the back dune. This slide shows both an image looking down at a graphic cross-section of a foredune almost completely covered in European beach grass, where the deep tap roots have overstabilized the dunes, transforming into a more rigid structure that cuts off the sediment transfer needed to build up the dunes with pace to the projected sea level rise and support native dune mat vegetation. Along the back dunes, yellow bush lupin, lupin is enriching the soil with nitrogen, causing secondary invasive species of annual grasses. Native dune plants are adapted to low nutrient soils and are not competitive in the enriched soils. Next slide, please. To address these impacts, the project will remove invasive plant species using multiple methods, including manual removal, heavy equipment, and herbicide, removing accumulated plant litter and installing native dune plant species, both propagated in a nursery and harvested from adjacent restored dunes. Project objectives include restoring 32 acres of foredunes, 311 acres of back dunes, and restoring a smaller segment of the project around 21 acres to dune forest. The intended result is a return to the dynamic, adaptable dune processes that support native vegetation and reestablish sediment flow between the beach and the foredunes. Next slide, please. This slide shows the targeted conditions where we have a native and diverse plant or dune mat community adapted to dynamic dune systems, supporting rare species such as the endangered Menzies wallflower. A lateral double-ended arrow has added to the look up there, that arrow has been added to the earlier graph to show how a foredune under active sediment transport will result in a wider and deeper form that would structurally adjust to sea level rise and better protect the interior estuarian habitats. Next slide, please. This is a landscape scale view of a native dune ecosystem on which the project seeks to expand. Staff recommends the Wildlife Conservation Board the project as approved, and joining us remotely, we have Andrea Pickart, a coastal ecologist with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, to help me answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions, comments from the board?
I noticed, and our money is not going to be used on it, that there will be some imazapyr used. I'm wondering if, and you probably can't answer this, but the applicant can be encouraged if they could look into whether or not there are organic alternatives to that in getting rid of the European grasses that are rather resistant to being pulled.
Yeah, I'm going to jump the gun a little bit on this one, Catherine, because I have the next presentation as well, which results to another European beach grass project. And Krista Hoffman with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, she put in a letter of support for that project. And in that, she describes how the organic herbicides typically just affect the above ground portions of the plant. And with the beach grass, their stems go down really deep and it won't impact those.
Okay.
But I don't know if the Fish and Wildlife Service person has any more information to add upon that. Andrea?
Yeah, I would just add that the imazapyr that's being proposed to be used doesn't act on animals or invertebrates, so it's one of the safest herbicides there are. We personally at the refuge don't use glyphosate, and only 3% of the project will be subjected to herbicide. That's the area that couldn't be done any other way.
Okay, any other questions, comments? I had a quick question on the Redwood Community Action Agency. Is that a land trust, nonprofit?
Nonprofit.
Nonprofit, okay. All right, do we have any public speaker cards?
I have no cards in the room. Are there any on the phone?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, with that, is there a board motion on item number 34?
I'll move number 34.
Second,
Second.
wonderful, first, second. Can you do the roll call, please?
Chair Bolte,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham.
Aye.
Member Nagami.
Aye.
Member Pavley,
Aye.
Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Sklar,
Aye.
motion passes.
Great. All right. Thank you. Moving on to item number 35. Coastal Mendocino Pollinator Habitat Enhancement Project.
And we have Scott again.
And Scott.
Look at that.
All right.
I'm gonna take a break after this one for about 5 presentations and you'll get to see me a while longer.
All right.
To give credit to this project, it's Haley Peckner. She's one of our newest employees and it would have been her first presentation today, so she regrets not being able to be here today. But hopefully you'll see her at a future board meeting.
Great.
So this proposal is to consider a grant to the Mendocino Land Trust for a cooperative project with the California State Parks, Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Community Foundation of Mendocino County, and community volunteers to restore high-quality pollinator habitat along the southern Mendocino County coast, with a particular focus on restoring habitat for federally endangered, gonna kill this one here, I think, Barron's silver spot butterfly. This project takes place on 5 sites along the southern Mendocino coast, including two Mendocino Land Trust properties, which are the Navarro Point and Pelican Bluffs, and 2 sites within Manchester State Park, a coastal prairie site and a coastal dune site, and the 5th site's on the Bureau of Land Management's Point Arena Stornetta unit. These sites have been identified, identified as priority habitats for species recovery. Next slide, please. The Barron's butterfly, did my mic stop working?
Yeah.
your mic stopped working.
Turn green and now it doesn't work. Lean in.
Hello?
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah.
All right, the Barron's silver spot butterfly inhabits coastal prairie habitat along the northern Sonoma coast to the Sonoma Mendocino coast. This butterfly's only larval host plant is the early blue violet. Historically, early blue violets existed in highly dense patches on coastal prairie, but development, fire suppression, and heavy spread of invasive grasses have replaced the native habitat. These factors have limited the availability of nectar plants for all native pollinators and reduced the density of early blue violets to numbers that are insufficient to support the sustaining the population of the butterfly. Next slide, please. These photos show the current conditions at the project site, which are characterized by tall, non-native grasses and forbs, resulting in minimal native nectar species and almost no early blue violets. The spread of these non-native species has degraded and eliminated habitat for the Barron's silver spot butterfly and other native pollinators. Next slide. Thank you. To enable the butterfly's recovery, the project will restore a combined 53 acres of coastal prairie and dune habitat. Coastal prairie restoration will occur by first eradicating the non-native invasive species at each site. Following invasive species removal, high-quality pollinator habitat will be established by planting native coastal prairie species such as gumweed, yarrow, and goldenrod, in addition to planting high-density patches of early blue violets. Alongside the coastal prairie restoration, 47 acres of invasive European beach grass will be removed at Manchester State Park, which will allow the native dune mat to reestablish from the existing seed bank. The sites build on the 86 acres of dune habitat previously restored at Manchester State Park, which you can see in the photos above. Once the project site is restored, there will be a total of 134 acres of restored native dune mat, which will create a pollinator habitat linkage between Manchester State Park and the adjacent Bureau of Land Management Point Arena Stornetta land. Next slide, please. The second component of this project is augmenting the population of the butterfly, which has been identified as a strategy for species recovery by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Recovery Plan. The project will augment the population directly by captive rearing and releasing butterflies. This will include collecting female butterflies from the wild in late summer, hatching the eggs, rearing the caterpillars, and releasing the butterflies onto suitable and improved violet habitats the following summer. The captive rearing program will release between 100 to 400 butterfly or larvae over the 2 years. Lastly, surveying for the butterfly and the local pollinators will occur at each site to gain a better understanding of their population size, distribution, life cycles, and habitat requirements, which is crucial for the development of effective strategies, effective conservation strategies. Next slide. The implementation of this project will not only create high-quality pollinator habitat and improve habitat connectivity along the southern Mendocino coast that is necessary to cover the butterfly population, but it will also be instrumental in preventing further species decline until the habitat is reestablished and can support a larger and more robust population. Staff recommends the project as proposed, and in the audience to help me answer any of your questions are Anna Bride and Nicolette Houts with the Mendocino Land Trust and Tara Fuller with the California Department of Parks and Recreation. And additionally online, we have Clint Pogue with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any questions from the board? Comments? Okay, hearing none. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have a speaker card from Doug Johnson.
Thank you. I would like to speak in support of this project briefly and commend the Mendocino Land Trust and State Parks for doing their due diligence of really building on the expertise that's been built on the North Coast for managing dunes. Andrea Pickert, who spoke earlier, was a recipient of one of our awards 20 years ago and has been doing amazing things for restoration on the North Coast. This project also takes appropriate mitigation measures for all of the control it's doing, including the herbicides, to make sure that they're not damaging habitat. And I would just like to point out that this is a great example of how properly used herbicides can be a really important tool for restoring habitat and biodiversity, including for endangered species. Thanks.
I have no other cards here. Are there any on the phone?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, with that, Mary, I see you holding up. Is there a letter?
Okay.
No? Okay, all
Never
right.
mind.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will see if there is a motion on item number 35. Is
I'll move to approve item number 35.
there a second?
I'll second.
Great. So with that, can you please take the roll call?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham.
Aye.
Member Nagami.
Aye.
Member Pavle,
Aye.
Member Peralt, Member Phillips,
Abstain.
Member Scalar.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item number 36, Gray Lodge Auto Tour Phase 2.
We have Rebecca Friss, who up until very recently was sitting in this seat and apparently has never presented to the board. So I think there should be a hazing ritual of some kind. Go for it, Rebecca.
Get to hazer.
We do get to haze her. That's my understanding.
I'm ready for the hazing to start.
To start by welcoming and showing my enthusiasm for our new executive director, Jen Norris. Staff super excited to have her on board and do all this great work that we do. And I am here today to talk to you about the Gray Lodge Auto Tour Phase 2. James Croft on staff could not be here today. But this is a proposal to consider the allocation of $4.2 million for a grant to Ducks Unlimited for a project with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to enhance 765 acres of managed wetlands along the auto tour route within the Gray Lodge Wildlife Area. And that's up in Gridley. You'll see on the map, not too far from here. So in 2019, we did phase 1, WCB did at 1.4 million to enhance 577 acres of managed wetlands. So this is phase 2. Next slide, please. So for folks that haven't been up to Gray Lodge, I'd encourage you to go. This is a picture of the amazing fly off. I was actually here with James to take this picture. And it is really an amazing resource that we have for folks that haven't gone out to see our wildlife areas that are nearby. So, you know, it was first the Gray Lodge Gun Club was first organized in 1921, and it was pasture land for cattle and as well as a successful duck club at the time. But then in 1931, the state of California acquired it as a sanctuary for waterfowl. And then in 1953, public hunting for waterfowl and pheasants was initiated, and that's when it became Gray Lodge waterfowl management area as we know it today. Next slide. So the wetlands were developed back in, so Gray Lodge is actually 9,000 acres of seasonal and semi-permanent wetlands. And of course, this is home to 200 different species of birds, mammals, amphibians, et cetera. And it's one of the most important wetland areas in the Pacific Flyway. So this is an amazing resource for California. This area supports up to 1 million ducks and 100,000 geese each winter. Wow. So next slide, please. So the wetlands, so I'm talking about the auto loop that you'll see hatched there, where there'll be some improvements, and there's also going to be some work in the red field 94 and field 58 that you see on this map. So the wetlands were developed back in the 1940s, and they've done routine management, but really hadn't done kind of any comprehensive wetland enhancement to date. So as a result, these wetlands don't necessarily meet their potential. And so to do the second phase and further increase the quality of the wetlands is only going to increase that quality of habitat for those waterfowl. Next slide, please. So you'll see there's the wetlands are kind of in varying degrees of health. They have some different topographic variation. There's issues with water distribution and drainage. And so given that they can't always be irrigated efficiently and effectively, there's now work underhand to really improve the water distribution and drainage, also making sure that mosquitoes don't become a problem. But again, that final purpose is to basically improve the quality of the habitat out here. So to do that, there's going to be a topographic survey. There's going to be some final engineering design. There's going to be recontouring, new levees, swales, potholes. Again, and the whole bottom line for this is just to increase that quality and diversity of habitat for the waterfowl and other species that use this property. Next slide, please. So this shows you a little bit of kind of what's out there. You know, there's obviously areas that need to be regraded and corrected. There's going to be some new levees and ditches and water control structures, which is a lot of the cost of this project. And then they also just need to make sure that there's access and appropriate access roads so that they can get out into the wildlife area and make sure things are maintained on a regular basis. And slide number 6, please. Next slide. And this is a big issue that's going to be addressed, is that the auto tour route itself has some really steep slopes, and we don't want to see this happen into the future. So that's part of the work, is to make sure these levees are safe, not just for cars, but the buses that are out there. Because we do get a lot of visitation out at this wildlife area. So the other part of this is actually the public access improvements as well. So there's going to be some additional hunting blinds put out. There's also going to be a mobility impaired hunting field developed to make sure that there's access for mobility impaired folks to get out and actually use this property as well. And I think with that, staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve the project as proposed. In the audience is Tim Hermanson, who's the Gray Lodge manager, and also Craig Garner from Ducks Unlimited to help answer questions.
Great. Thank you, Rebecca. Great job.
Thank you.
Are there any questions, comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. Any public comments?
I have no speaker cards. Are there anybody on, is anybody on the phone?
It looks like Fran has her hand raised.
Oh,
Please.
Just, well, because I can't resist hazing Rebecca. No, but thank you very much for your great job you did over the last 6+ months.
Thank you.
Very responsive. I appreciate that. Just 2 points of clarification. My father would have loved this. He was a duck hunter, much to my chagrin. So I was curious if CDFW sort of breaks even with opening up that area and helping pay for the operation and maintenance. And the second question, if I read it somewhere correctly, there's a rice harvest lease involved.
Yeah, could Tim Hermanson please speak to those?
oh, here we go.
Good morning. Thank you for taking your time to consider this project.
welcome aboard. So first question, will we be breaking even on our budgets with this project? I think in the long term, once these projects are completed, we will be able to do additional work on the area. So I think it's breaking even and possibly enhancing our budget opportunities with our operation and maintenance of the wildlife area. What was mentioned, one of the issues is mosquito abatement. These wetland units that we're enhancing, they're not topographically suited for drainage and flooding at the proper times of the year, or to get the water on and off when we need to. The Butte County Mosquito Abatement District, their goal in life is to help protect people from mosquitoes, so we get treated if we're growing mosquitoes. And fact of the matter, wetlands grow mosquitoes, but we try to do things to mitigate that and keep those abatements from happening. So if we can do that with a project like this, improve our water maintenance and infrastructure, get the water off before mosquitoes are hatching or needing to be treated, then it will be saving on those costs to the department and to the environment from having the insecticides placed on the landscape. If I remember correctly, the second part was about a rice lease on the property. That portion of the property and another 640 acres of the property, those are the last two acquisitions of Great Lodge Wildlife Area. When the department purchased them, Butte County requested that we keep agriculture, which was historically the main use of that land, ongoing. So we continue with that on that portion of the landscape. We have it's a little less than 160 acres of rice that we develop a lease with a local cooperative landowner to continue growing rice out there. And then we have the other 640 of irrigated pasture for cattle grazing. It works really well with us. We get income from those leases and agreements. We use that in our budgets for match to get Pittman Robertson dollars to fund our operations. Rice in particular in the Sacramento Valley not only benefits the local economy for human use, but it's also a very important supplemental habitat for both our resident species like giant garter snakes, but also the millions of waterfowl and other birds that come down from the Arctic to overwinter in California.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. I just was curious on the rice because in those years of extended droughts, they're pretty water intensive use. I've sort of done some work in the groundwater area. And so it was interesting restoring wetlands at the same time you've got you're harvesting rice, which uses lots of water, but I assume hopefully, and it's a challenge, sometimes fields have to lay fallow when you're in a serious drought situation, or if you're in one of those groundwater basins that's being severely overdrafted, and was just curious about that combination of uses. I trust CDFW to manage it well, but can get complicated.
And I will add a comment to that. During the two most severe years of drought that we just experienced, the rice was not grown on those acres. It remained fallow land, which provided upland habitats for
that. Thank you for that. I know that's happened in some areas of the Sacramento Valley area. They had to do that too. And the orchard crops, you can't lay fallow, and that's been part of the challenge of managing groundwater sustainability. Thank you for your comments.
Welcome.
All right, thank you. So with that, I'll take a motion on item number 36.
Move item number 36.
There's second.
Second.
All right, with that, can you take the roll call, please?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham.
Aye.
Member Nagami.
Aye.
Member Pavley.
Aye.
Member Peralt.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Sklar.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, Wonderful. So I think we are coming up to the noon hour. Why don't we take one more item and then we'll take a break for lunch. So next up, item number 37, El Dorado Ranch expansion number 4.
We have Kendall Webster here. Hi, Kendall.
Hello. The El Dorado Ranch Expansion 4 project is a 1,024 acre fee title acquisition by American River Conservancy. It's located 10 miles south of Placerville in the Consumnes River watershed in El Dorado County. Next slide, please. American River Conservancy is acquiring the 7,500 acre El Dorado Ranch in 5 phases. 3,500 acres of the ranch have already been acquired. The El Dorado Ranch Expansion 4, which is outlined in yellow on the map, is the second to last phase of the 7,500 acre total acquisition. Once the entire ranch property is acquired, ownership will be transferred to CDFW as California Department of Fish and Wildlife's first wildlife area in El Dorado County. Next slide. The Consumnes River is the only river on the western slope of the Sierra Nevada that remains undammed. The river system supports a population of wild fall run Chinook salmon and steelhead that make their way from the ocean to the spawning gravels of the Consumnes each year. And permanent protection of the El Dorado Ranch is a high priority within CDFW's Upper Consumnes River Protection Plan. Conservation of El Dorado Ranch will ensure habitat linkages between Bureau of Land Management, Forest Service, and CDFW lands, and 2 large conservation easements that are downstream of the ranch. Next slide. CDFW's new El Dorado Wildlife Area will provide wildlife-based recreation and blue oak woodland, oak savanna, and riparian habitat for black-tailed deer, black bear, wild turkey, mourning dove, and California quail. Water resources on the property include several springs and 2 tributary creeks, including the one pictured on the screen, Slate Creek. Next slide. American River Conservancy has developed relationships with 4 tribal groups that claim this land as ancestral territory. Members of the El Dorado Miwok have been actively monitoring El Dorado Ranch as part of American River Conservancy's voluntary land stewardship program, and they are keenly interested in continued tribal management of this ancestral territory. The Department of General Services approved appraised value for El Dorado Ranch is $4,700,000. Caltrans is providing $1 million from their environmental enhancement and mitigation grant program. And Sierra Nevada Conservancy is providing another $1 million. WCB's proposed allocation is $2,700,000. And with us today are Elena DeLacy and Marshall Gorham from American River Conservancy, who can help answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from the board?
We didn't have any letters of support on this one, did we? I don't remember.
No.
Any other questions? I just want to confirm, I know in the board letter, it does say that when the property is transferred to Fish and Wildlife within the 2 to 3 years of acquiring the property, public access would be contemplated at that time. So there will be public access to the site, but it will be once it's transferred over. Can you just explain that?
Sure. Actually, I'd like to bring Elena up to address that. I know American River Conservancy is working on public access already.
Hi. Thank you so much for considering this project. So public access, we are currently working on a trailhead on Highway 49 that would allow the public to park and access via a trail. So there's a 3.5 mile trail that's planned. Those trails would then connect up with the future phases of El Dorado Ranch.
Okay. So so that's currently in the planning stage right now. It's not dependent necessarily on the transfer.
Yeah,
Of the-
correct.
okay,
Yeah, we're working
got
through
it.
permits with El Dorado County and Caltrans.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So when will the transfer actually happen?
Yeah, so we would like to transfer the whole entire property once we've acquired the 5th phase, which is the largest phase, about 3,000 acres. That's dependent on funding availability. We've already started fundraising for phase 5 and have a site visit for that in 2 weeks.
And then when all of that is done, then the whole thing will get transferred over to CDFW?
Yeah, I imagine there will be a process involved. Because there's so many phases and different funders involved, we'll have to figure all that out. But I imagine it'll take 2 years.
So why to CDFW instead of like to state parks? Just curious.
Well, our involvement in the project has gone back really 11 or 12 years when we first started this project. And at the time, we had been working with CDFW to identify areas within El Dorado County that would be suitable for a wildlife area.
I see.
This was the place, the contiguous oak woodland and relative, it's, I wouldn't say it's off the beaten path, but it's not next to any major housing developments. So it really presents a really good opportunity for wildlife related recreation. And it would also be managed as a wildlife area with the urban ranch unit, which is downriver of this one. And that was acquired in 2019.
So the thing is that when it goes to CDFW, from the staff report, it sounds like it'll be a matter of grazing fees and general fund to pay for ongoing management. What kind of number are we looking at, like annually, to manage this kind of property?
That's a really good question. I don't think I could answer that on behalf of CDFW. But right now, without public access, our management is we are a land trust and we utilize a lot of volunteers.
Yeah.
So volunteers help us monitor the property. We also have a great relationship with the rancher that grazes out there. Their family's been grazing the land for 50+ years. And so I do believe that continuing utilizing the property as a working landscape will really enable the department to be more cost effective with their management, because having ranchers out there on a day-to-day basis, does a really good job of, there's already eyes on the ground to talk to and expenses and things like that, so.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, this is Fran Pavley. Thank you, Catherine, for those sort of questions, because that sort of always comes up in my mind when property is transferred. Sometimes we know like this ahead of time. Others, maybe we don't realize that will be transferred in 2 to 3 years. One entity gets the money and then transfers. But then the state as a whole is left with the liability and the responsibility of operating and maintaining it. And that comes with, as you sort of suggested, figuring out ways to perhaps raise revenue in order to not only to maintain that gorgeous piece of property, but thousands of other acres all over the state. And it's the long-term investment in the operation and maintenance that I have some concern about because of the volatility of our state revenue sources that we've seen go up and down during recessions and things like that. And so it's just, so I'd like the staff at WCB, not now, but sometime in the next year or something, let's figure out if we have a running total or account or any issues of concern about more and more people. I know in Southern California, most cities will not take on any open space management. And if we didn't have the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, they wouldn't have been acquired, frankly. State Parks was not allowed to add an acre of land because there was no money in the state funds for them to add acreage to operate and maintain it. So it's just something to monitor so that we can sort of plan for the future, and raising revenue on these properties may be part of the solution. I'm not ruling that out, but I think we need to look at that cumulative impact if it's something we need to address in the years to come, or at least having a running total somewhere. Anyway, thank you for the presentation. I'll be supporting the project.
Great, thank you. Public speaking cards.
We have no cards except from you. Elena, do you have more you want to say?
Sure, I
Okay.
just wanted to welcome you again, Jen, and thank you for your years of service
Thank you.
in protection of California's environment. I just wanted to add to Kendall's comments about the project. The Cosumnes River is a free-flowing river system. Its name, Cosumne or Cosumnes, literally means salmon people. And this is a priority conservation area for El Dorado County's Oak Woodland Management Plan. And we have support from 4 different tribes, as well as many different entities in our region, including our other funders, Sierra Nevada Conservancy, California Natural Resources Agency, El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, Cosumne Culture and Waterways, which is a tribal-based nonprofit, the El Dorado Band of Miwok Indians, United Auburn Indian Community, California Fishery Foundation, and hundreds of community members who are our supporters. I also wanted to add that we have worked in the Cosumnes River Basin, Upper Cosumnes River Basin since 2001, and we've protected over 10,000 acres through fee title and conservation easement acquisitions. And once we complete this project, we will hit our 30,000 acre milestone in our region. And so we're really proud of that. Just wanted to thank the board and the staff of Wildlife Conservation Board for their steadfast support of American River Conservancy's projects for so many years. And for this particular project, El Dorado Ranch, it's, I think, will be, once we protected the entire property, El Dorado County's foothill crown jewel for Blue Oak Woodland. It's a fantastic property, and I encourage you to get out there and visit it once it becomes public land, or before, if you'd like to do a site visit. But it's one of my favorite places to be. So thank you again, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Those are all our cards. Are there any hands raised?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you. So with that, I will entertain a board motion for item number 37.
I'll move on item 37.
Great.
For
Is there a
approval.
second?
Second,
Thank you. All right. Can you take the roll call, please?
Chair Boakday,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bonham, Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle,
aye.
Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Sklar.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Wonderful. Thank you. So we are going to take a break for lunch. How about we reconvene at 12:45, 30 minutes? Ish. Okay, great. So we'll reconvene at 12:45. Thank you. Again, really quickly, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene our Wildlife Conservation Board meeting. Fran, I just wanted to see, are you with us?
I am.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Okay, sorry, we're just organizing ourselves with comment letters, but in the meantime, we are going to move on to item number 38 on the agenda. Presentation on the Bolinas Lagoon Y Wetlands Resiliency Project. Who's presenting on number 38?
That's gonna be Shannon Lucas. There she is.
Good afternoon. I'd like to acknowledge Geneva Iverson Krampus, who developed this project to bring to you today. She wasn't able to be with us. So agenda item 38 is a proposal for a grant to Marin County Parks to reconnect a sensitive wetland habitat on the banks of Bolinas Lagoon near the town of Bolinas in Marin County. The site is contiguous to two protected areas, the Golden Gate National Recreation Area pictured in the map insert, and Bolinas Lagoon Open Space Preserve, which is not pictured on that. Next slide, please. The project area is an important stop along the Pacific Flyway and has the title of both a Ramsar wetland of international importance and an Audubon important bird area. Ramsar wetlands are representative, rare, or unique wetlands, or wetlands that are important for conserving biological diversity. And the site is ranked 5 for biodiversity under CDFW's areas of conservation emphasis, which is the highest rank. The project area is bordered by 2 roads, Bolinas Road to the west and State Route 1 to the east. The wetland habitat is bisected by crossover road through the center of the site, connecting Bolinas to State Route 1. Lewis Gulch Creek runs along Bolinas Road in a channelized ditch. Next slide. The project site has been subject to decades of historical land use by roads, undersized culverts, and channelization, which disconnects Lewis Gulch Creek from its historic floodplain, blocks water and sediment movement, and prevents wetland migration with sea level rise. Pictured at top right and bottom left is an overflowing Lewis Gulch Creek spilling onto the road, resulting in hazardous driving conditions and structural damage. Pictured at the bottom right is the narrow creek channel overgrown with invasive vines, providing little value to salmonids. Flooding is expected to continue with an estimated 5.5 feet of sea level rise by the end of the century, resulting in significant tidal wetland habitat loss and increased road flooding. The site has also been invaded by non-native weeds, including Cape ivy, Himalayan blackberry, and periwinkle. Pictured top left are trees within the project area, nearly choking on a sea of Cape ivy. These dense stands of invasive vines provide little habitat value for local sensitive species. Next slide, please. The project seeks to improve the function and resiliency of the tidal marsh and wetlands to accommodate future sea level rise and increased storm intensity, and provide suitable habitat for native wildlife, including California red-legged frogs, California giant salamanders, California black rail, tidewater goby, Central Coast steelhead, and coho salmon. The project will protect this vital ecosystem and the community of Bolinas from flood inundation, allowing for landward wetland migration and enhanced ecosystem complexity, restoring ecological processes for Lewis Gulch Creek and its alluvial floodplain. Additionally, the project seeks to enhance existing marsh vegetation and freshwater wetland communities, preventing further stream bank erosion and protecting water quality. Next slide, please. Project will remove crossover road and reinstate the area with native vegetation. Bolinas Road will be elevated out of the flood inundation zone, and a new small bridge will reconnect Bolinas Road to State Route 1. Extensive mechanical removal of non-native invasive plant species will occur on 3.5 acres, with additional priority invasives such as Cape ivy removed on another 5.5 acres. This will be followed by native plantings on 3.3 acres to reestablish unique vegetation communities, including several threatened special status plant alliances. The California Conservation Corps North Bay will work on both removal and replanting efforts. Lewis Gulch Creek will be redirected to flow through the newly reconnected and restored wetland and will be amended with a newly excavated floodplain and placement of large woody debris. The project will be monitored closely during and after construction to assess vegetation success and hydrological conditions. Next step, slide, please. So the project will result in the completion of one bridge, 1,375 linear feet of realigned and restored creek channel, 35 large woody debris installations, 1,246 trees planted, and a reduction in invasive species to 15% cover and an increase in native species to 85% cover. Floodwaters from storms and sea level rise will be able to spread safely from Lewis Gulch Creek onto its floodplain, allowing for proper sediment distribution and ecological function and protection of the neighboring roads and towns. These alterations will create an enduring, reconnected native wetland habitat suitable for increasingly rare native plants and wildlife and fit to withstand the test of climate change and associated sea level rise. Staff recommends that the board approve this project as proposed. And with us on Zoom today, representing Marin County Parks, are Veronica Pearson, Senior Ecological Restoration Planner, and Kelly Hyde, Assistant Planner, to address any comments or questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Please, Damon.
Thank you. Just a quick clarification. So what are the invasive cover percentage and native cover percentage now? Like what's that?
That is a great question. Perhaps County Parks can answer that question if they're on the line.
Veronica, you should be able, oh,
Thank you. Hi, this is Veronica Pearson. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak for the project. And currently, parts of the project site are over 50% invasive species. We have Cape ivy and Himalayan blackberry. Though the overstory is still intact, the Cape ivy, which is vine-like, does go up many of the trees. So, you know, the 50% cover is all dependent on how you look at how the invasives are on the site right now. We do have a lot of native vegetation still, but as was mentioned, it is being choked primarily by the Cape ivy.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm just curious on the funding that is a non-WCB funding, is that other kind of public dollars or private?
Match funding, you mean?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The matching funds?
Yeah, the matching funds.
That's a great question too. Veronica, could you answer that question?
Yes, yeah, sure. So we have funds that are coming from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. So that's a sizable amount of funding that we have. That's just over 3 million. We also have a National Coastal Wetlands Conservation Program funding through the Coastal Conservancy. The Coastal Conservancy is also going to provide us with a portion of funding, which is going to be taken to their board at the end of this month. We also have Marin County Parks, Measure A funding. It's a local sales tax measure that funds management and restoration on our lands.
Great, thank you. Are there any speaker cards?
We don't have any speaker cards. Are there any callers?
there are no raised hands.
Thank you.
Okay. Take a board motion on item number 38.
I'll move to approve item number 38.
Second.
Great. Can you take the roll call, please? Aye.
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 Member Pavley?
Aye.
Member Peralt?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Sklar?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 39, the South San Francisco Bay Shoreline Project.
We have Rebecca Friss here. to
Rebecca,
present.
welcome back.
Thank you very much. Happy to talk about item 39, South San Francisco Bay Shoreline Project. So this proposal is to consider the allocation of a grant to the California State Coastal Conservancy for a project with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Santa Clara Valley Water Agency, San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority, and is to enable tidal wetlands restoration through construction of a 4-mile levee with habitat features on land known as the San Francisco Bay Shoreline in Santa Clara County, excuse me. So see that there on the map. I think the next map shows you a little bit more Next slide, please. So here's a little kind of drilling into exactly where we're talking. It lies on the south tip of South San Francisco Bay within the Alviso Pond Complex, which is about 7 miles north of San Jose. So as many of you probably already know, 85% of the marsh habitat in the bay has been lost since the gold rush. And so now with this work here in the salt ponds, there's actually some opportunity to restore some of that property. So in the late 50s, there was conversion and then establishment of 20,000 acres of active and former salt ponds set aside for a wildlife refuge, which you're seeing here. And this is the Alviso complex is one of the 3 large former salt pond areas planned for restoration to tidal wetlands. Next slide, please. So of course, a very important aspect of this is to protect the development south of this area. So you'll see this red line is where they want to build this levee, which then protects Alviso and San Jose and much of Silicon Valley. And then once that is in place, then they can work on the restoration, 2,900 acres of restoration behind that levee, and also improve opportunities for recreation and public access. So this is actually year 2 of this work that's been underway, and they've come to WCB because they needed some additional non-federal cost share. You'll see in the packet that there's already $167 million approved for this project and going into this work. And so we are stepping in to try to help because of a wet winter and some other issues that caused delay in the construction season and required some additional funding to make this happen. Next slide, please. So another really interesting aspect of this project is that the levee will actually have a very soft slope that provides habitat on the backside, a bayward levee slope that enables places for species to actually transition and move in the event of climate change. So, and sea level rise. So that's, I know these are kind of hard to read, but the point is that, we're really providing refugia and a gradual slope that provides habitat for species as sea level rise becomes an issue on the backside. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this is maybe a little clearer view of kind of what they're intending to do on that backside slope that provides those habitat values. You'll see different types of habitat that happen with the different elevation on the backside there. And those are places where important species like the salt marsh harvest mouse can escape with different tide levels. And then once this is all complete, again, then you have the necessary flood protection that'll allow for extensive tidal marsh restoration on that backside. So staff recommends the Wildlife Conservation Board approve the project as proposed. And joining us here is Colony Coonan, a project specialist with the State Coastal Conservancy, and also online is James Uja, Associate Engineer for the Santa Clara Valley Water Agency. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yeah. So timing is everything sometimes. And just a few days ago, I finished reading this book, California Against the Sea. And there is a good long section in there about Alviso and what they've been trying to do for decades and decades. So Alviso is right now, it's like 10 feet below sea level. And for years and years, the Army Corps was saying, we'll just put up a 12.5 foot levee. And other agencies were looking at ways they could bring back the habitat at the same time as they protect this town. And they realized it had to be at least 15 feet. So the fact that we are now in a position where we can help preserve that community, which has historically been low-income immigrants from all over the place. At the same time that we help support this interesting kind of restoration, just makes me feel like this is kind of a sweet spot project, and it's taken decades of work. But all of that said, I didn't see any letters or comments from folks in Alviso. And I'm assuming, based on what I've read, that they are going to be very supportive of this. But for the applicants in the future, because this is going to be still a long-term project, it would be helpful to have comments from the local communities when it comes back again.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, do we have any comment cards?
There are no comment cards in the room. Alexa, is there anybody on the phone?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion on item number 39.
I move that we support pass item 39.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. So we'll go ahead and take the roll call unless there was a comment from Fran. Okay. All right, let's do the roll call, please. Aye.
I said, oh, I.
Member Pavley?
Aye. I can't hear when you do the roll call, those prior names to mine.
Okay, I will try to speak up.
Thank you.
Member Peral?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
Aye.
Member Sklar?
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 40, the Desert Tortoise Conservation Innovations Project.
I just want to say, I think this is an interesting project and Shannon, maybe there'll be a little hazing for you. Oh, you brought a tortoise.
Oh, I love it.
Preview. Okay, agenda item 40 is a proposal to consider the allocation for a grant to the Transition Habitat Conservancy for a scientific study to help aid in the recovery of the state and federally listed desert tortoise. The study will help determine the efficacy of utilizing several predator control techniques along with habitat enhancement and tracking devices to increase juvenile tortoise populations. The study will take place over an area approximately 600 acres on private and BLM land in San Bernardino County. And I'd like to acknowledge Amy Henderson, who put a ton of work into bringing this project to you. Next slide. So why are we here today? The desert tortoise population is declining despite extensive efforts to protect its habitat. Housing developments and other infrastructure are moving in towards these protected spaces and bringing with them a highly intelligent bird, the common raven. The more people there are, the more ravens. Raven predation is decimating juvenile tortoises as it takes 5 to 10 years for a juvenile tortoise is large enough to resist a raven attack. Next slide, please. This is a powerful visual representation of the effects of raven predation on tortoises. Here are 135 juvenile tortoise carcasses that were collected from beneath one raven nest in Kramer Hills, north of Victorville, in one season, 1988. Many of the carcasses show the characteristic perforation of a raven beak. Kramer Hills is a very dense and highly subsidized raven population. There are no longer the numbers of juvenile tortoises sufficient to replicate this scene, but this shows the intensity of predation. Next slide, please. So today we're entering a new era in technology. The picture on the left is a 3D replica of a juvenile tortoise attached to a mechanism that, when pecked by the bill of a raven, sprays artificial grape flavoring, a non-toxic and very specific avian irritant at the raven. Here is the same. There are several others if you'd like to handle them. Let's see here. The theory is that if enough ravens have a bad experience with the technotort, as it's called, the ravens will stay away from the juvenile tortoises and their numbers will increase. The pictures on the right show handheld lasers and how, when the laser is deployed, ravens will disperse. Not shown is egg oiling, which is another way raven numbers are managed. The oiling prevents the eggs from hatching and allows for population management of ravens near tortoise hotspots. Next slide. So the goal of the study is to use a broad range of different tortoise conservation tools and techniques to enhance tortoise survival at known hotspots. These tools and techniques would be studied simultaneously, and the study will occur on 6 plots, 2 tortoise hotspots, 2 controls, and 2 cold spots, which are areas that have tortoise habitat, but not a high density of tortoises. Raven egg oiling, 3D technotorts, and remotely operated lasers will be used to reduce raven predation. To look at how habitat enhancement affects juvenile tortoise populations, a small area within each of the plots will be fitted with a rain tarp that will funnel water from several square meters and concentrate it into a much smaller area, seeded with high-quality tortoise food plants, as well as the installation of terracotta plates to act as artificial drinking sites. And finally, to monitor the tortoises, long-range transmitters will be attached to approximately 20 tortoises. Next slide, please. This slide shows the tortoise hotspot areas along with the raven subsidy sites and roosts. Next slide, please. It is anticipated that approximately 5 papers will be published from this study. One of the researchers on this project, the science director for Hardshell Labs, is Dr. Bill Borman, an adjunct professor with San Diego State University, and he will be publishing the results from the study. Besides the letters of support and the full agenda, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Bureau of Land Management have both reached out to staff to express their support for this project. Staff recommends that the board approve the project as proposed. With us today to answer any questions are Sam Easley, Executive Director of the Transition Habitat Conservancy, and Tim Shields, Founder and CEO of Hardshell Labs Incorporated. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Catherine?
Yeah, this one is difficult for me because I'm not a scientist. And when I look at what's going to happen with an experiment, I feel more comfortable if I know that there's a academic institution or a known group of published scientists following it or helping oversee the design of the experiment, because I don't know how to design an experiment. Can you speak to me a little bit more about that?
I certainly can. Thank you. My name is Tim Shields. I am the CEO and founder of Hardshell Labs. We will be conducting most of this work, and our science director, Dr. Bill Borman, has spent 30 years studying and publishing on the relationship between ravens and tortoises. He was brought in by the BLM specifically to study the conflict between ravens and tortoises. He has dozens of publications, and I do want to stress that we're reaching out. Like tomorrow, I'm going to give a presentation at Caltech. This is a groundbreaking study of the application of technology and active ecological interventions for tortoise conservation. There will be multiple brand new fields of information arising from this work. I've got a 45-year relationship with desert tortoises. This interaction of technology applied for active conservation is pretty new, and the stuff we're doing is brand new. And I am dedicated to getting the word out about what we're doing, because I want to make a point. This is dedicated to desert tortoise conservation, but we're trying to establish a template for the application of emerging technology to conservation. So there is a demonstration aspect to this project, which is to show other wildlife management entities that such an application is possible and efficacious. So there's several layers going on here, but I want to get the word out, because my personal experience, I was a Luddite field biologist for about 30 years and came to a point where I looked at it and I said, if we don't do something about the ravens, we're going to lose the tortoises. So I've turned into a technologist, an eco-technologist, and we're getting very powerful, positive results. So putting the word out through academic publications is absolutely the way to get more people on board.
So are there some sort of independent, do you have a panel of independent scientists who are reviewing your experiment design, that kind of thing?
Not currently, but Dr. Borman has designed all our field projects. I'd be happy to supply, examples of our work and what has come out of it previously. We don't have an oversight board. We could certainly, as part of this, we could establish such a thing.
Thanks for being here. Seems like a really interesting
Mhm.
and promising project. Oftentimes there are other agencies and organizations that are contributing funding, but I don't see any others on this. So
Well,
how have other funding
Sure. proposals gone? Raven egg oiling has been going for 8 years, and Fish and Wildlife Service has funded the majority of that work. However, both Pacific Gas and Electric and Southern Cal Edison, because their power infrastructure hosts raven nests, they also fund work on raven egg oiling. And it is now, it's also, we're applying remote egg oiling for sage grouse conservation as well. So there are numerous agencies, but I would say Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Geological Survey, we're working with Dr. Todd Eskew who's a very well-known ecologist with USGS. So I'm happy to supply you a laundry list of the entities who are interested in this project and the academic organizations that we are engaging right now.
Great, thank you. Just a quick comment. I'm strongly supportive of looking at new technologies, and this seems promising. This seems like the type of thing that I would think the board would love to hear follow-ups on. So, how is it going? If we're at the cutting edge of something, it'd be great to get follow-up reports. Also, how have communications been? Maybe we get a report from Mark to talk about how WCB's involvement in funding can, we can get the word out on that, and also just following the development of the papers that have come out and things like that. I would love to hear that.
And if I might, Damon, I think cutting edge, yes. And also, Catherine, would come with bureaucracy, meaning the project is involved with, very sensitive imperiled species. And as a result, we'll likely spend a fair amount of time with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Department of Fish and Wildlife for kind of an oversight on study protocol. And whether there are approvals from either agency means, there's an iterative conversation on the science and the application. So I think that's also a way in which, Catherine, there's rigor before you go to the field.
Yeah,
To do the experiment.
and that's a very good point. The agency oversight of this will be intense, and we're used to operating in that realm because we deal with desert tortoises a lot, but all the permitting is baked into that as this sort of oversight.
Yeah, that makes me feel more comfortable. But I would also agree that it would be good to have some report backs.
Yeah,
As-
we would
because,
love
yeah.
to do that because, you're a way also to get the word out, and this project will succeed. I'm a half century into my relationship with desert tortoises. I will say I am very excited by and grateful for this opportunity because I have watched this species decline by 95% over the course of my career. That has not been pleasant. And for the last decade, I've come to the conclusion that we have to apply technology. And the exciting part is that the rate of technological progress is making more and more of these interventions possible. And I'll apply my experience to make sure they're applied correctly. And my relationship with Transition Habitat Conservancy goes back close to a decade, and we have worked really well together. So that's my pitch.
Great, thank you. Well, I think as this, if the board approves it and this moves forward, definitely want to continue to track and bring back your findings. I think that's potentially, one of the, if some of these interventions utilizing technology can be used to support other species, like come back. And it's exciting to think about the potential, deployment of this type of intervention. So.
And I will say that we're already getting very positive signals back from raven point counts, which are the way we determine the density of ravens in areas where we've been doing intensive egg oiling, getting significant notable declines in raven numbers. So, and it's encouraging to experience that as a field biologist.
Would love, as the results start to come in from this, to have you come to the Fish and Game Commission as well.
Sure.
We've had some petitions on ravens issues before, and
Yep.
I'm sure the commission, my fellow commissioners would love to hear about it.
The raven problem is solvable. And I faced people throwing up their hands and saying, there's nothing we can do about ravens. They're too smart. And we're using their intelligence to get the result we want.
Thank you.
It's really cool. This is a very cool project. All right,
Yeah.
but that's
Thank you.
a personal opinion.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions from the board, comments?
I just wanted to share that there is actually a pretty groovy YouTube video of the grape juice in the face of the ravens that I will share around.
Okay.
It's
That
quite
sounds
stunning.
great. Wow.
I don't have any speaker cards.
Okay.
Or is there anybody on the phone?
There are no raised hands.
Thanks, Alexa.
Okay. So with that, entertain a board motion on item number 40.
I'll move approval of that item.
I'll second it.
Great. We have a first and a second. Mary, can you do roll call, please?
Chair Bolte,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavley,
Yes.
Member Peral,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Scalar.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right. Thank you. Congratulations and good luck. All right. Item number 41 has been removed from the agenda today. Moving on to item number 42, the Los Angeles Zoo Oak Woodland Restoration and Career Pathways Project.
Thank you. We give Jennifer Stanfield some credit for pushing this project along, but she couldn't be here today. So I'll take it over. This proposal is to consider the allocation of a grant to the Outward Bounds Adventures for a restoration project and work first development program on approximately 6 acres in Los Angeles County. The project is located on the Los Angeles Zoo and Botanical Gardens 133-acre campus in the northeast corner of Griffith Park, adjacent to the communities of Glendale and Northern Los Angeles. Next slide, please. Oak woodlands, oak woodlands are among the most biologically diverse habitats in California and were historically widespread across the landscape. These woodlands have become an at-risk plant community dramatically reduced in extent over the last 2 centuries due to development, introduced insects and pathogens, and altered fire regimes and climate change. Next slide. The project will occur on an undeveloped hillside portion of the zoo containing coastal live oak, black walnut, toyon, elderberry, and dual-listed endangered Nevis barberry. The restoration site is subject to intense weed pressure from pine, eucalyptus, mustard, and thistle, with nearly all the understory displaying highly invaded conditions. Wildlife observed on the site include a variety of small mammals, birds, reptiles, and 2 California species of special concern, the Western Mastiff and the Yuma myotis bats. The next slide. Outward Bounds Adventures and the zoo will restore the 6-acre patch of disturbed habitat as a coastal live oak research site. The area will be divided into test plots with research techniques grouped into low, medium, and high intensity methodologies to monitor for influence of species, composition, recruitment, soil health, carbon sequestration, wildlife species diversity, and more. Restoration plant stock will be sourced locally and propagated on site in an improved nursery facility. All data and analysis of the comparative efficiencies, costs, and benefits of the restoration methods applied in this project will be shared via publicly available database to support informed natural resource management decision-making. The next slide, please. The implementation activities in the project will be undertaken by participants in a multi-year workforce development program created by a unique partnership between the zoo and the Outward Bounds Adventures, which I'll call OBA the rest of the way. The program is funded by the grant, will blend the zoo's existing internships with OBA's apprentice programs. Participants will come from nearly 60 severely disadvantaged communities around the zoo. Although these severely disadvantaged areas are located within 12 miles of Griffith Park, physical and socioeconomical barriers have resulted in a legacy of high unemployment, low educational attainment, racial and ethnic segregation, disproportionate climate change burdens, and limited access to safe green spaces. Through paid workforce training, this project will provide income, mentorship, and pathways to careers in conservation to communities that have been significantly underrepresented or excluded from the environmental sector. This 700-hour hands-on, place-based learning program focuses on developing advanced levels of proficiency in fire and climate resiliency, ecological restoration, and environmental stewardships. Next slide. The project will address knowledge gaps in oak woodlands management and identify approaches leading to improved adaptation strategies and a greater degree of conservation success. Localized climate benefits include enhanced carbon sequestration, particularly in the conversion of shallow-rooted introduced grasses to a diversity of native plant species. In addition to 6 acres of restoration, the project offers broader impacts in the form of updated recommendations for climate adaptive best management practices for an ecosystem of statewide importance. This collaborative, science-led, and community-driven effort will employ over 80 youths and adults from disadvantaged communities. The depth and breadth of the workforce development components of this project increases the likelihood of participants going on to engage in conservation careers. The outdoor education and workforce development components of this project are designed to raise awareness of the nexus between racial equity, environmental justice, social justice, and climate change. Staff recommends the project as proposed. And available in person to answer questions are Charles Thomas, Outward Bound Adventures Executive Director, Dr. Jake Owens, LA Zoo Director of Conservation, and several workforce development program participants.
Wonderful. Thank you, Scott. Any questions, comments from the board?
I had a question. Was there
Yes.
any opposition to this project, and did it have anything to do with the controversial part of the expansion of the existing zoo?
I'm not aware of any opposition letters for this.
We didn't
project.
receive any letters, no.
Okay, and they would be aware of it, because I know the Conservancy and other people, Santa Monica Grounds Conservancy, have been concerned about a zoo expansion into the open space areas, and I didn't know if this was a mitigation for that project.
Yeah, this is Jake Owens, Director of Conservation at the zoo, and I can speak on that. Yeah, there were some controversial issues involved in a vision plan to rebuild the whole zoo. This was not one of them. This was actually part of a response to the initial communication from some groups like Sierra Club locally that reached out, and this was initially supposed to be animal space, an original plan that came in 2017, I think that they made it. And then when we heard the feedback from it, we went and looked at the plan. We said, you're right, we should take this out. There's no way to do this without having detrimental impacts to the habitat that's currently there, and we could actually use it as a space for learning and like a learning lab and partner with Outward Bound. So this is not under controversy. Actually, all of those groups in all the public feedback since then in the follow-up alternative 1.5 had said that this was, they applauded the zoo for adding this in.
Thanks
So,
for that clarification, exactly what I needed. I'll be supporting the project.
a pleasure.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay.
I would just say, I was hiking in Griffith Park on that side of the park just last weekend, and it's just an amazing area. And it's these projects like this are the interface of urban and areas are so important. And so it's a terrific project.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Just really, really excited about this project. We'd also just love to hear a little bit about the zoo's opportunities to talk about the project. There are so many visitors that come. I mean, of all the projects that come through, this is one of those where you've got like millions of people that could be hearing about a project like this. So can you speak a little bit to how visitors are going to be able to understand what's happening?
For sure. So the zoo, the LA Zoo, we've gone through this transition. We did condor conservation for a very long time, and we had other species recovery programs, Southern Mountain Yellow Lake frogs, which were mentioned earlier. And then about 4 years ago, they created the first director of conservation position. We created the first conservation strategic plan for the zoo's history ever 2 years ago. And a lot of these programs and partnerships like OBA and others have come from that. And a big part of it, the reason I'm a field biologist, I was working with pandas in China, that's, very, very field oriented. And I left the field to go to a zoo specifically because of what you just said. So I think we have ability to do conservation in unique ways, but also to message it out. I say all the time, some big organizations spend $8 to $10 million a year mailing out flyers. And we have 1.8 million people a year who come and pay to come in to see the animals that we have. So how do we leverage that as a resource to message on conservation? That's a really big focus of our work and transitioning our efforts into really utilizing that resource.
Great, thank you.
I'd love to just hear a little bit about the career pathways component of the grant, and can you speak to the partnership? Maybe Charles?
So we have, like the gentleman that had 45 years with the turtles, I've had 45 years with these career pathway
Charles?
programs, and
Charles, maybe a little closer to the mic.
sorry.
No.
This particular program is interesting in that we created it under the Department of Apprenticeship Services for the state and for the feds, so it is local and state. And the whole idea was that we were going to do outreach into chronically underemployed communities of color, especially folks that have been had a history of incarceration. So we have a couple of the crew members here that want to speak, and I'll let them speak for themselves. But for us, to answer Alina, our question, we have had environmental restoration teams working with OBA for the last 45 years, and it's always been about engaging a broader audience into conservation and moving them towards a career. This program is rather unique in that Jake and I sat down and created it, and we moved our apprenticeship program under this for a 5-year project, 3 years of our crew working in one place. And they will be getting certificates as restoration technicians. And they will come from a population that probably has never seen restoration technicians come out of that. So we're really proud of that. I do have a speaker card, and I was going to share some other things. I can share those things now or wait till I'm called up for the speaker card. What is your pleasure?
Multiple speakers.
Okay, so we'll wait for to be called up as part of the speaker cards. See if there's any further questions or comments from the board. We'll take the speaker cards.
So I didn't actually get any cards, but I'm going to trust that the people that want to speak can just get up in a line and announce who they are. So Charles, you're first, I think. Oh, Jake, you want to speak too? You want to do another 2 minutes? It's okay. It's after lunch. I think we don't have anybody out there. Go for it.
Thank you so much. Again, I'm Director of Conservation at the LA Zoo, Jake Owens, and a lot of things have already been said that were really positive in support of this project. And I'm very much a kind of wildlife biology side of things. That's where my mind is. But this project is so exciting to me because when we created our conservation strategic plan, we put social and environmental justice as the first of 6 focal areas. And the second one was California conservation, because the zoo really hadn't historically had an impact on California conservation, except for condors and some species recovery programs. But we also, it's important to note that we created that plan and George Floyd died. He was murdered at that time, literally as we were deciding the focal areas. And we had this kind of through line that said social environmental justice is through all of these. And I have the very distinct honor of working for the first Black woman who's the director of a AZA zoo. And so that's it. In talking with her and talking with our colleagues and the people we work with, we made social environmental justice one of the top focal area. And so this partnership, our paid internship program, our paid teen council for conservation, all came from that. And now we have a space. And that was so important. Not having a space is really challenging, especially in Los Angeles. It's super urbanized. Getting into a place, even though we're a city department and working there long-term to build skills over time, to have job creation over time is really challenging. So this presents that opportunity. And the other thing that's really remarkable is, I've been sitting here all day and it's amazing the projects that are coming out, and there's so much land that's being preserved, and that's incredible. But you're going to have people to steward those lands, and they can't all look like me going forward. And so having those opportunities where you have diverse workforces, where we're creating those opportunities, they're paid so that people can get into those jobs and they're good jobs. Is critically important. I think that's at the core of this project. Yes, it's 6 acres. It's not the biggest land patch that you're dealing with, but I think that the bigger impact and the model it sets for a partnership like this, a zoo, a city, and an NGO like this, has broader reaching applications. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
So I just want to say today is really a remarkable day, and I don't think that you all should consider yourselves doing business as usual, because I was on the phone with staff from WCB, and when I was explaining the project to them, the last thing they said to me, well, this is not really what we do. I don't quite get it. And then they went back and they came back and they said, maybe it is a part of what we do. And so I appreciate that, but I'm here to say that this is exactly what conservation should be doing. This is what it's about today. And you all should feel very different about the decisions that you're going to make today, because it's not business as usual. Today, you guys are going to change the face of conservation a little bit more. And that's really important. Today, you're going to change a 76-year history of WCB. You show the nation that conservation today is not just about saving acres, but it's also about restoring lives. And today, you're going to demonstrate that conservation is about preserving these beautiful, natural, majestic landscapes, as much as it is about engaging unrecognized populations to steward those landscapes, as Jake just said. And today, you're going to recognize that we all have equal capacity to engage in our natural habitats, but we all don't have equal capacity to experience those habitats. So as my friend Jake said, this is 6 acres and it's pretty small potatoes in what you all usually do, but it is Amazonian in size compared to the impacts of what we're going to do in the greater Los Angeles community. Thank you all for your time. Appreciate you. All right. We got a couple of leads.
Come on down. Introduce yourselves.
Two leads that come, that run our crews. So this is J.D. Williams.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. I'd like to start by saying this has actually been a great opportunity. Growing up in Pasadena, not having a chance to really get out in the mountain areas and just see what's out in the national forests. So in the last 6-7 months, we've worked hard on some restoration projects with the Santa Monica Mountains, National Park Services, and Malibu Creek, the state park. So I found this to be a great deal of responsibility, and I've taken it very serious, and I've learned so much about what the environment needs and how to identify different plants that naturally grow in California and those that just don't need to be here. So we've been removing a lot of invasive plants and helping to collect seeds of the plants that we want to see more of, and transplant and all these different things that I had no idea existed. So after a long day of work now, I'm not just tired and I'm not just earning a paycheck to support my family, but I'm actually contributing to the environment and to help restore some of the things that we've actually harmed in the past. So I really look forward to continuing this great work, and it's been fun, and I'm enjoying learning and just being a part of a crew that doesn't get a chance to get out the city very often. So we've seen some great places, and just a peace of mind you get just being outdoors on some of these trails that I just never knew that was there. So I really thank you all for having us, and looking forward to continue to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, everybody. My name is Ruben Felix, and I'm a OBA ERT, Environmental Restoration Technician. I'm the lead, and JD pretty much summed it all up, but he didn't mention we also worked on the overpass for the 101 for the animal crossing. We also planted over 1,000 plants for that. So when they build the overpass of the 101, they'll make it like a natural habitat for the animals to cross. But like JD said, you know, I come from Pasadena, you know, been in and out of jail since I was like 12 years old, and getting out in the environment and helping out with the ecosystem is something different from me, because I was raised like doing mechanical work. I even built Metrolink trains when I first got out for Homeboy Industries. But being out there in the natural habitat, being in there, out there, seeing the mountains, seeing the beautiful sceneries, it really opened my eyes, and I really feel connected to the outdoors, and I really enjoy my job. It's not like a job to me. It's something more than a job to me. It's something that I love to do. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any more speakers for this item?
We have a few online.
Okay.
Robert Roy Van Dyck, you may unmute yourself.
Hello, Robert Young Van de Hoek. I actually didn't have my hand up, but since you called me, I didn't know you. As an environmental scientist and an environmental educator, I can't speak. This is just great to see. I am fortunate to have university degrees and passionate about flora and fauna and ecology. So I've enjoyed teaching and sharing with the public. And this is exactly the kind of activity I was doing on Catalina Island and Los Angeles County Parks Department for 25 years with programs at our urban parks. This is great to hear, and LA Zoo is it's really good. Thanks.
Next is Alejandro. You should be able to unmute yourself. You should be
Hello?
able to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. I just got a question. What are the conservation, I mean, what this restoration program um, will be used for, the land that they're planning to restore? What are they planning to use it for? And if there is any studies how this would or may affect the disadvantaged communities adjacent to this project, and if there is any plan to minimize the impact. Thank you.
Is that it, Alexa?
Yeah, that just what was a question for the gentleman.
Totally follow it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think, Alejandro, will make sure that staff follows up with you on this particular agenda item to answer your questions. And also the board letter is available online. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
There are no more raised hands.
Okay. Thank you. So with that, I'll go ahead and take a motion on item number 42.
Number 42.
Great. Is there a second?
Second,
Great. Okay, roll call, please, Mary.
Chair Bookday,
Yes.
Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavley,
yes,
Member Peralt,
Yes.
Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Sklar.
Yeah, aye.
The motion passes.
All right,
May I say one thing?
please.
Before you all walk away, I just wanted to say, so today's my birthday, which I haven't really been telling anybody because I don't really care. But I want you to know that just hearing from you, it was the best birthday gift I could get. Because that's why I got involved in what I do, is because I went out and I experienced the outdoors and it moved me, and it just made me feel so great to hear that you're having that experience too. So thank you, Charles, for the work you do and for this project. Just makes me really happy. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys make sure to sing.
Say
happy
thank
birthday
you.
again.
All right, well, at the end, we'll have to do a
No.
birthday song. Okay. Okay. All right, moving on to item number 43, the Los Angeles River Habitat Enhancement Project.
I was almost gonna out Jen earlier that it was a first, but I'm not. New boss, maybe I'll wait till next year, but.
Fired.
Okay, so this proposal is to consider a grant to the Nature Conservancy for a cooperative project with the California Department of Parks and Recreation, SL Gimbal Foundation, Department of Water Resources, and the Department of Toxic Substance Control to restore 3 acres of wetland habitat within the Glendale Narrows stretch of Los Angeles River on the California Department of Parks and Recreation's Bowtie parcel. The Bowtie parcel was previously part of Taylor Yards, a Southern Pacific Railroad Service rail yard station and classification yard. Southern Pacific closed the facility in the late 1980s, and State Parks purchased the site in 2003 with the intention of turning it into a public park. Bowtie parcel primarily remains as a post-industrial landscape, partially covered with concrete, contaminated soil, and a mixture of native and invasive vegetation and wildlife. Currently, residents from the nearby community visit Bowtie parcel to walk their dogs, run, and birdwatch. Next slide, please. The project is located within a park poor, low income, and densely populated area. While neighboring community members currently access the site in a limited capacity by walking onto the site currently does not offer the full opportunity of an accessible urban park. The site currently has no park infrastructure such as formal walkways, benches, lighting, or interpretive elements. And while some vegetation grows, the landscape continues to be filled with old industrial materials such as concrete, with limited shade trees to offer a needed respite during the hot Los Angeles summers, or scenic landscaping for visitors to enjoy. Even with these limitations and without formal public access, people visit the site to enjoy watching birds and view the river. Next slide, please. The project is part of a larger 100-acre partnership vision. The 100-acre partnership is an agreement between State Parks, the City of Los Angeles, and the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority to collaborate on revitalizing 100 acres of the former rail yard into a contiguous public green space along the Los Angeles River. The Bowtie parcel makes up 18 acres of the 100 acres of this project. Will be the first project to be done as part of this larger vision. Next slide. The project will divert and treat flows from the Sycamore Canyon Channel lower storm drain. The storm drain carries approximately 481 acre feet of runoff per year. This project will reduce both peak flows and overall runoff volume while reducing the flood risk inland of the site, reducing the amount of water flowing into the Los Angeles River, improving the quality of water flowing into the river, increasing permeability, reducing urban heat impacts, and providing an accessible open space for community members. The project will reduce both peak flows and overall runoff volume, while the land will be captured and slowed down 100% of dry weather flows and approximately 5% of wet weather flows. The project designs will increase climate resilience for the region by reducing flood risk inland of the site, reducing the amount of water flowing into the Los Angeles River, improving the quality of water flowing into the river, increasing permeability, reducing urban heat impacts, and providing an accessible open space for community members. The project will also include ADA compliant educational signage in both Spanish and English to inform the public about the value and the importance of this work to the health and well-being of the community and for local wildlife. Next slide. The project supports the goals of the Sonoran Joint Venture. With the project site located within the California coast and mountain region, many migratory and resident bird species that are prioritized in the Sonoran Joint Venture Conservation Plan outside the urban areas are also found within the urban habitats of Greater Los Angeles, and the Los Angeles River provides important habitat for these species. Field surveys conducted in 2014 and 2015 found that some of these species are still breeding or attempting to establish breeding territories along the stretch of the river, including barn swallow, black phoebe, common yellow throat, song sparrow, and yellow warbler. Furthermore, an additional 8 continental concerned species and 6 regional concerned species prioritized in the California coast and mountain regions of the Sonora Joint Venture Conservation Plan were observed along the stretch of the river. In 14-15, the project will benefit all of these species by restoring high quality riparian, intermittent wetland and upland habitats, thereby providing more breeding opportunities in addition to food, shelter, and roosting and perching sites. I have to say, I just got to go to the site Monday, and egrets are just rolling around the concrete waiting for somebody to provide something for them. The staff recommends the project as proposed. In the audience virtually today is Kelsey Jessup, the Nature Conservancy's Urban Conservation Project Director, Stephanie Campbell, Manager of Public Planning, Public Affair, and Community Engagement for the Angeles District of the State Parks, and Markley Babinger is in the building here, if she got through the Interstate 80 traffic. All right, there she is. And she's the Director of Public Partnerships for the Nature Conservancy. We'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I'll open it up to any questions or comments from the board. Damon?
Thanks for that presentation. I know this project. I know the groups that are in it, done work in LA for a long time. It's a terrific project. I will be supporting it. A couple of things from the outset. Number one, this is one of those projects where it's doing a lot of things that we should take a look at. It's not something where you look at the number of acres or the size and the amount of money that's being outlaid and it's immediately obvious. So you have to look at the fact that it's cleaning water, it's offering habitat, it's also serving as a demonstration project to show certain way that things can be done a little bit differently in an urban context. The other thing is that I understand we received a letter of opposition, and I want to make sure that we hear from the project proponents and the supporters to try to rebut some of the issues that have been brought up. We did receive a late letter from support letter from Nature Conservancy. And I would just love to hear some of the points there.
Agreed, Catherine, but I agree with asking Nature Conservancy to come up and
Yeah, are
speak
we
to some of the
voting?
issues.
Are we going to be voting on this today or are we holding it?
So, yeah, I mean, I am going to ask for a motion. Yeah.
Okay. Because I appreciate that there was a letter, it came in late, but it was a letter. I think we need to find out how folks address that. But I'm also interested in the packet we've gotten from the Nature Conservancy. There are support letters, but they're from back in July and August. And so maybe in your comments, you can illuminate what happened between July and August and now if something has occurred.
This is Fran, question whether the city of LA or LA County is taking a position of support or opposition or any elected officials.
Could we ask, could we,
Jessup, if you could help answer the question, if we received any letters of support or opposition from the city of Los Angeles?
Fran, we have a long list of supportive letters that include the county of Los Angeles, but not the city.
And the one from the county, I think is it supervisor?
Oh, you're right. It's from the supervisor. I
I
take that
didn't
back.
see any letters from,
You're right. I'm sorry. My bad.
say that
Yeah.
again.
I think it was Supervisor
Solis.
Hilda Solis, yeah. So Fran, there was a letter of support from Supervisor Hilda Solis from LA County.
Okay, that's good to know. No state officials or
Do you-
assembly or.
Jen, do you want to read the list of?
I'll just read the
letters
entire
of
list
support? Yeah.
of support. It's Congressman Schiff from the House of Representatives, Elena Durazo from the State Senate, Hilda Solis from the Board of Supervisors of the county, Candace Dickens Russell, who's Chief Executive Officer of the Friends of the LA River, Brian Baldoff from the Mountains and Rivers Conservancy Authority, Raul Macias from Anahuac Youth Sports Association, the Director of Audubon Center at Debs Park, the Executive Director of Clock Shop, the Executive Director of LA River State Park Partners, and the Associate Program Director of the Prevention Institute, which I'm not sure what that is. And then we have our letter of opposition from Alejandro Palomino, who's the president of the Alliance of River Communities, that we received yesterday at 3. And then this morning we received a letter from the Nature Conservancy, which attached a set of letters from August that Catherine's referring to.
Yeah, those were, Fran, just because you are joining virtually, those were from and these were the letters from August, July and
Yes.
August.
Right.
They're from in support of the project, the Elysian Valley Riverside Neighborhood Council, the Glassell Park Improvement Association, and the
I saw that in the.
Greater
Nature-
Cypress. Okay.
I read the
Park.
Nature Conservancy letter where that cited that, and I did read all 3 pages of the opposition letter too. I just thank you for clarifying some of the electeds.
Great. So I think with that, can we invite the Nature Conservancy to speak to the letter and some of the issues regarding the opposition?
Mark is happy to do that
Yeah.
right now, yes.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Markley Babinger. I'm with the Nature Conservancy and work on public partnerships. It's nice to be in front of the board and I have to say happy birthday. I understand. You shouldn't have said anything. Should have said my first meeting every time. Thank you. So it's good to be in front of you. I do have, I know this letter was distributed just today. Would it be helpful for me to read the letter in response? Did everyone have the opportunity to read what is in this? Okay.
I read it.
We've all read it, I think.
Yeah, we've all read it.
That's
Any
excellent. Okay.
highlights?
Thank you. Then I guess if there's any specific questions that are generated from the letter of opposition, we have Kelsey Jessup on the line, as well as many of the members of the public and state parks, other partners, who I think will demonstrate to the board that there has been a deep and thorough engagement with the community members and that many of the issues that were raised in the opposition letter have been well addressed by the project team for the years that this project has been under development.
So it's unusual to get a last minute letter for us to get a last minute letter. I mean, we're sort of an unknown board to begin with. Why do you think, what is going on here? I mean, have you not been communicating with some of the essential neighborhood associations, but communicating with others, or?
I will provide a quick answer, and if there's more detail that's requested, I'll have Kelsey speak to it. And the individual that wrote the letter, to my understanding, has been communicated with repeatedly. He has continued to raise these same, and we consider unjustified concerns. The outreach that has been done by the project team is quite extensive. And in fact, many of the neighborhood associations that he claims to represent have come out in support and have been a part of building this project from day one.
Are there any other questions from the board or comments? I think maybe we'll open it up for public comment at this point. Okay, Jen.
I don't have any speaker cards, but I assume there are people online. Oh, I'm sorry. There's someone in the room with a hand raised. Come on up. Thank you. Raising thing.
Hi, everybody. You saw me trip over there. My name is Karen Barnett, and I just happen to be here for the next item, but I am a resident of Atwater Village, and I am chair of the Atwater Village Neighborhood Council, which is referenced that letter, River Committee. And our board passed a letter in support of this project quite some time ago, which you should have a copy of. But I just wanted to come up here and say that the Nature Conservancy has been a fabulous community partner. They come monthly to our River Committee meeting and keep us updated, send all kind of notices out, probably more than the average person wants to receive. And they come to the board meeting for updates, along with the 100-acre park folks. So they have also gone beyond and helped us with some other issues that impact our neighborhood and impact the park area. So I just wanted to say that they've been fabulous. And we support this project and go.
Anybody else in the room want to raise their hand? Okay, Alexa, who's on the line?
We have quite a few online speakers. The first will be Stephanie Campbell. You should be able to unmute yourself.
So just really quickly to the speakers, a reminder that please keep your comments to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Stephanie Campbell. I'm speaking on behalf of California State Parks Angeles District in support of the Nature Conservancy project. For over 20 years, California State Parks has been working to address historic inequities and environmental injustices by acquiring land and developing parks in the most densely populated and park-poor neighborhoods in Los Angeles. Since 2001, State Parks has opened the 32-acre Los Angeles State Historic Park, 40-acre Rio de Los Angeles State Park, and 58-acre Baldwin Hills Scenic Overlook, all of which are now vibrant, clean, accessible open spaces. The successful remediation and transformation of contaminated industrial lands is not new for state parks. The Bowtie parcel acquired in 2003 is the final piece of this urban parks landscape, and the Nature Conservancy project is our first opportunity to enhance habitat, clean historic soil contamination, and provide public access on a site that is now currently closed to the public. The Nature Conservancy and state parks have done extensive soil testing on the site and shared this information broadly, both online and in person with local community groups and neighborhood councils, encouraging questions and offering opportunity for input. We are working closely with the Department of Toxic Substances Control to ensure we take all necessary precautions before, during, and after cleanup. And we plan to clean the soil to the highest standard, to residential standards, which is the highest standard available. The Nature Conservancy project is now a major component of our park design for the full site and our first step in providing 18 acres of natural open space along the Los Angeles River. So thank you for your consideration in supporting this project.
Next is Evelyn. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. And thanks for making the time for everyone. Hi, my name is Evelyn. I am a staff over at the Audubon Center at Debs Park. We have been in Northeast Los Angeles for the last 20 years. And really our mission with our center is to inspire people to experience, understand, and care for the local natural world. This project for us is absolutely amazing, and it is a great way to showcase nature-based solutions for urban areas and a great opportunity to engage local community members. We've been very, very lucky to be able to partner with the Nature Conservancy and use this bow tie project demonstration as an example for our local youth of what they can do and how they can participate in projects that affect their local community and be able to voice them. So over the past couple years, we've had the opportunity to engage with this project at least 43 Audubon youth leaders for them to really understand what goes into creating solutions in urban areas. This project just has so many aspects to it. The other one that I'd like to touch on is that it would help create habitat for the least Bell's vireo, which is another bird that is very important to Audubon. So we would hope that you all support the project as well, and we are excited to see this move forward, hopefully. Thank you.
Next is Kelsey Jessup. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm having an audio issue. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. My sound isn't working. Give me 1 second. I apologize. Okay, am I still in the meeting?
We can hear you. So you can,
Okay, I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
that's okay.
All right, thank you for your patience. So hi all, I'm Kelsey Jessup, as I was introduced earlier by Scott. I'm the Urban Conservation Director for the Nature Conservancy in California, and I've been the project manager on this project since I started at the Nature Conservancy more than 5 years ago. I'm thrilled to be able to share this project with you all today. I want to thank the board, the new president, the WCB staff for considering providing funding for the project. As you've already heard, the project will enhance habitat, increase public access to open space and the Los Angeles River, and improve water quality from a storm drain that currently runs untreated into the river. The project has included extensive community engagement and outreach, and we have lots of support as evidenced from our support letters from nonprofits, legislators, community-based organizations, and the local neighborhood councils adjacent to the site. I want to thank all of our partners who called in today and those that sent letters. The project is better because of all of the input that we've had and the opportunity to work together. One of the many things that I believe sets this project apart is that engagement and outreach. The Nature Conservancy and state parks have made it a priority to connect with local communities and First Peoples in authentic ways since we started work years ago. This has meant showing up and listening and taking the time to build trust. We regularly attend all 4 neighborhood council meetings in Northeast Los Angeles, as well as their committee meetings, as Karen mentioned, and we've connected with over 200 community members through other in-person workshops, small group settings, and partner events. We've hosted soccer tournaments, native plant workshops, informational sessions to help community members participate in CEQA and raw public processes. We've specifically focused on outreach with Spanish-speaking community members since we know this is a primarily Spanish-speaking neighborhood. We have an opportunity with this project and the continued engagement to change the historic inequities in this region and to engage with underserved communities who have typically been left out of planning and development processes. Approval at this WCB board meeting is crucial, and I know I'm out of time, but the last thing I'll just mention is that this grant fills, if we were awarded this grant, it would fill the existing funding gap and make it possible for us to go to construction next year, starting with the cleanup of the soils. If we're not awarded this grant at this time, it will delay the project, it will delay the cleanup and the benefits that we anticipate for local communities. And it will put some of our existing funding, approximately $2 million from public agencies, including the Department of Toxic Substances Control, to remediate the site. It would put that at risk. So this funding is needed now. So anyways, I'm here to answer questions. There were a few questions that came up from the board that I'm not sure were fully answered. And so if there's time to do that, I am happy to respond to those. So thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next is Candace Dickens Russell. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to speak today, and I thank you for the time and the opportunity. I am the president and CEO of Friends of the LA River. For nearly 40 years, FOLAR has been working on the river and restoring community connection and natural ecology as the single unifying force on the LA River. And I'm commenting today to lend support to the board's consideration to authorize the Nature Conservancy's funding request for the Bowtie project, which we're really excited about. I want to speak a little bit to the opposition. The opposition of this project is nothing new to those of us who work on the river every day. But make no mistake, single voices do not speak for the entire community. You've heard already today from community members that are supposedly wrapped up in this single voice, but have come forward and said, no, we are in support of this project. The river adjacent neighborhood councils are our friends. We're very lucky we have their trust, and we admire and work with them every day. They are amazing and dynamic organizations. And one thing they always do is they always speak for themselves. They do not speak through a single voice. You will hear from these groups. They are not shy. They are not hesitant to put pen to paper or fingers to keyboard and let you know what they want to see in these river adjacent communities. So I urge you to take some of the opposition that you've heard of with a grain of salt. I'm familiar with the opposition. I'm familiar with the neighborhood councils in the area, and I can assure you that they do speak for themselves. My background in formal education is in both sustainability and social justice. I specialize in equity and community engagement, and this project has been handled beautifully from the very beginning, from a community engagement standpoint. So Friends of the LA River wholeheartedly supports this project. Thank you.
Next is John Christensen. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm John Christensen. I teach and do research at UCLA and the Institute of the Environment and Sustainability and the Luskin Center for Innovation. And part of my research is focused on equitable community development strategies to prevent green gentrification from displacing families and neighborhoods and enabling them to thrive in place as we make these important investments. I'm also on the board of the Los Angeles River State Park Partners, and we've helped raise with our partners millions of dollars for the parks on the river at the Bowtie parcel and Rio de los Angeles State Park and the G2 parcel. This project is a crucial part of that larger vision of a 100-acre partnership, which includes your cooperation with the city, which is fully on board with this, with MRCA and with state parks. And it will also provide important stormwater management, water quality, and biodiversity benefits, and equitable access to nature in an area of very high need of access to nature, where very few people have a park within a half mile. The only one is a tiny sliver of a tiny existing park. You've heard from Candace and others to try to put into context this letter of opposition. I would just say that, I can fully corroborate from years of research following the river and developments on the river and around these parks that that's an absolutely accurate portrayal of the situation. I would just add that Clock Shop also did a community survey that reached thousands of residents, and they expressed their support for and desire for exactly this kind of restoration along the river. This whole project will be transformative. And it's being—
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I can. It's being done with the utmost care and community investment. Community engagement, and your investment will be a crucial component of its success. Thank you.
Next is Clock Shop. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much for the time. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name's Sue Bell Yank. I'm the executive director of Clock Shop. We're a community arts organization that's been in Northeast LA for the last 20 years. Our organization, as John mentioned, was the community engagement partner for California State Parks on the concept design for the entire Bowtie State Park, of which this project is a crucial part. Throughout 2020 and 2021, we worked with dozens of community organizations and a dedicated community organizer to survey over 2,000 local residents, and this was during a pandemic. So we went to meet people where they were, including vaccine lines and food distribution centers. We also formed a Bowtie Youth Council to specifically reach out to people ages 16 through 24 who lived in the local neighborhoods. And this resulted in resounding, undeniable calls from the community for open space and habitat along the river. It really was an overwhelming response. All of our extensive data shows that this project truly realizes the dreams and desires of this community for this land, including Indigenous land stewards we've been working with. And I would urge the board not to dismiss this overwhelming majority opinion because of one opposition letter. We're also planning free educational public events with TNC over the next several years, including permanent interpretive signage at the site with the intention to provide an educational portal through which our communities can view the entire LA watershed, how it feeds our ecosystems and inspires us to become better stewards. We absolutely need these kinds of projects in our city. The data shows without a doubt that the vast majority of local communities support this effort, and I'm more than happy to share those survey results with the board. This will be the first 3 acres of crucial green space for people who have been fighting for this land to become a park for 3 decades, since the 1990s, instead of warehouses, which it was planned to be. So please do fund this project. It's absolutely crucial for our communities. Thank you.
Next is Alejandro. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Okay, thank you. My name is Alejandro Palomino. I live in Elysian Valley. I'm the person who is the president of Alliance of River Communities. We do not represent only one person. This was a collective decision that we made at the public meeting. My letter of opposition are based 100% on factual scientific evidence and not on personal and business interest or gain. If the board noticed, none of the speakers mentioned absolutely nothing about the Lisdale's video, even nonprofits and joint powers with the state agencies knew about the Lisdale's video since 2013. There is record. I have to ask for a Public Record Act. So there is record that they knew about the video. However, none of them never informed nor follow recommendations from the U.S. Department of the Interior of laws that protects this bird, especially the wildlife murderers, nonprofit Friends of the LA River, FOLAR. Those are the worst. Recommendation from California Department of Fish and Wildlife to conduct studies on the Lisdale's video, according to federal law, Endangered Species Act, Section 7, were recommended to the Nature Conservancy because their MDN, it didn't address any of these of the issues with the video, nor with the gentrification issues that are a disadvantage in several disadvantaged communities that I am part of and I'm speaking of and on their behalf too, will be affected once again by the creation of yet another park for humans. But in the process, it will destroy critical habitat for the Lisdale's vireo, and not a single studies from any of these people talking about on favor of this project have ever done in their lives, on their lives of their nonprofits. They're all businesses. They don't even live here in our communities. And speaking and telling that we, the people from this indigenous land, we don't have a saying on how our money and our land will be used and destroyed. That's really, I don't want to get into the race card, but it's really racist. Funding this project, ignoring and disregarding valid concerns bring it to you now today from members of several disadvantaged people of color communities adjacent to these projects is not only unethical, but immoral, and could we also lead to litigation at the state and federal laws. There is no plan on this project, nor have been presented to the public at any of the many meetings the Nature Conservancy have hosted, which I personally have attended every single one. And I brought this issue and other issues related to gentrification to them, and not a single change has been done or addressed properly to these issues, ever. There is records. They have my
Can you
signature
please wrap
available.
up your comments, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
I would like to recommend to table this item and follow the federal law, which is recommends the studies Endangered Species Act Section 7, in order for this project to be in compliance with the law, and also do a better outreach to the community, because they've been denying the opportunity to speak to people from all communities that oppose this project. That's why you found until today no opposition. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next is Brian Kramer. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Brian Kramer. I'm a 7-year member of the Greater Cypress Park Neighborhood Council. I'm currently the vice chair. I've been living near the Los Angeles River Habitat Enhancement Project for 9 years. I would like to give public comment in support of item 43 for the board's consideration authorizing the Nature Conservancy's funding request for the project. First, I've been extremely impressed with the Nature Conservancy's consistent presence at our monthly neighborhood council meetings. They've been very transparent, attentive, and communicative about this project for years. As a board, we are in support of this project. The Los Angeles River Habitat Enhancement Project will provide multiple benefits for people and the rest of nature, including improved water quality, increased tree canopy, education opportunities, and the interpretive elements on site for people of all ages, including those within my community of Cypress Park. I strongly support the Nature Conservancy's proposal to fund the remaining urgent construction funds. Our community needs and wants this project vision to finally become a reality that we all can enjoy. Thank you.
Next is Ash Kramer. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ash Kramer. I am also a member of the Greater Cypress Park Neighborhood Council. I'm the former chair of the Land Use Committee, and we have had extensive interactions with the Nature Conservancy. I would say that they have been a model partner. I wish more agencies would attend as many meetings and be as forthcoming with information as they have. We have had extensive conversations about things like how best to approach cleaning up the land from the community's perspective, which many community members participated in. And I just want to also note that the Alliance of River Communities currently does not have a representative from Cypress Park on it, to my knowledge, at least not from our board. So that's it. We're excited for this project. I strongly support it. And I'm looking forward and hoping that you will all fund it to bring more education and nature opportunities to our community. We desperately need them. This is a traditionally underfunded community, and this funding would really help get this project off the ground. Thank you.
Next is Kathleen Johnson. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hey everyone, my name is Kathleen Johnson. I'm Executive Director of LA River State Park Partners. We're the support organization for the 3 state parks on the LA River, LA State Historic Park in Chinatown, Rio de Los Angeles, and the soon-to-be Bowtie parcel. And we are very much in support of this project. I think a lot has already been covered, so I would just highlight one aspect, and that is the balance as we create these climate resilient native landscapes. Balancing human and wildlife uses is exactly what we're after. A project underway at Rio, which is the park that's actually technically part of the Bowtie, just a few miles down the river, is a National Fish and Wildlife funded project to plant 1,000 native plants, 200 of which are native trees, to infill crucial bird habitat for the endangered least Bell's vireo. So this project is a partnership between state parks, ourselves, Audubon, Theodore Payne, and Terremoto. And it's a perfect example of how we can build these landscapes for multiple uses, preserving and protecting the species, while also creating vital green space in urban neighborhoods. So I'll leave it at that, but we're fully behind this, and restoration is a huge part of our work at all 3 river parks, and this would be a wonderful enhancement to continue these habitat supporting landscapes. Thank you.
Evelyn, you're next. You should be able to unmute yourself.
We don't
Evelyn,
hear
you should be able to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, I must have not lowered my hand earlier. I am Evelyn from the Audubon Center at Debs Park. I had an opportunity to speak earlier to say that we fully support this project. It will help really enhance habitat along the LA River for birds and for people, including that least Bell's vireo. And it is an incredible opportunity to engage our local youth in seeing how they can use nature-based solutions to really make their communities what they hope for them to be in the future.
And we have one more, Lauren Akian. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Lauren Akiam, and I'm with the LA Alliance for a New Economy, and we are also excited about this project. We have worked in partnership with a lot of the folks putting this together over many years, and are excited for the ways that this project will be able to bring multiple benefits for people and nature, including water quality, tree canopy, and educational elements that people can connect with. And we are look forward to and hope for this project to be supported with additional funding. Thank you.
And that was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments?
Yeah, I have 2 for the Nature Conservancy, just to clarify things, getting back to the facts of the case. Are you going to be doing any taking of vireos in the course of doing this restoration? Yes.
Kelsey, can you unmute successfully? Who's gonna ask Kelsey?
Hi. Okay, I think I'm unmuted now. Yes?
Yes, we got you.
Yes.
Okay, great. The answer is no. We will not be taking any least Bell's vireo. And I do want to just note in relation to that question too, that we have been working really closely with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife on our mitigation measures for during construction. As has been cited by many of the commenters today, we are building habitat specifically to encourage more least Bell's vireo at this site, both by providing nesting and good food sources at the project site. And during construction, we are going to be taking mitigation measures such as having a biological monitor who specializes in least Bell's vireo on site every day that there is any site disturbance. We have very specific protocols in place to make sure that equipment is covered so that there's no opportunities for nesting on equipment. We also are going to be building a sound wall along the Los Angeles River side of the site because we are concerned that there could be sound impacts, not just on least Bell's vireo, but also the other species that call this area home. And so those are just some examples of the measures that we're taking. And as I said, we're working closely with CDFW, and you can see that reflected in our CEQA documents, where we go into more detail of what those mitigation measures are.
And then my second question is, you're going to be cleaning up to residential standards, and your letter says that's the highest standard there is for cleanup. I just want to confirm that. Am I understanding you right?
Yes, that's correct. So this is a new area for me to learn about too in the remediation space and with cleanup, but there are particular levels of contamination or so the level of cleanup is based both on the historic uses, the contamination that exists at the site, and then what the future use of the site will be. So you'll hear, there's like industrial and commercial and residential, and the reason that those are the different standards is it has to do with what is the expected use on site. And so residential is the highest standard because that is assuming that people live on the site and are breathing the air and potentially soil and everything on the site on the daily 24 hours a day. And so this is taking that into consideration. And so we are cleaning up to a standard where that would be considered a safe use. So actually recreation, we are not expecting people to be living on the site and breathing, the air and engaging with the soil 24 hours a day, but we are cleaning up to those standards.
Thank you.
And I'll also add, our removal action work plan also details the exact cleanup methods. We are actually going to be removing the top 2 feet of soil in this area. Our contamination, as Stephanie mentioned, we've done extensive site investigations, and based on those investigations, the elevated levels of contaminants are only in the top a foot and a half of soil. So we are going to be extra conservative by taking off those top 2 feet of soil. I want to just mention that's not always feasible in terms of remediation, but in this case, it is feasible, and in consultation with the Department of Toxic Substances Control and feedback from the community, we went and met with all of the neighborhood councils. This is the remedial action that we've decided to take.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Kelsey. Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, so with that, do I have a motion for item number 43?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I want to thank everyone for coming out. I want to thank everyone for their input. It's uncommon for us to receive opposition. It can be uncomfortable. I feel like we heard a lot of support for this project. We heard about its importance. We heard about the lengths to which the Nature Conservancy has gone to provide meaningful, sustainable outreach to the communities. And I'm pleased and excited to be able to move this item for the Los Angeles River Habitat Enhancement Project, item number 43 for approval.
Is there a second?
I'm going to second this, but I'm going to second it with a request. And that is that after, assuming you have the votes and this gets through, that you reach out to Mr. Palomino and see if there's a way to talk to the other neighborhood groups that don't believe you're doing what you're doing, and provide them with the kind of information you provided us with today. And I also want to say that Mr. Palomino's letter was late, but I appreciate late is better than never if you have serious concerns about what's happening in your neighborhood. So today, I think we've tried to explore responses to make sure that the concerns he raised in his letter were addressed. And in my mind, and I tend to side with grassroots public folks, in my mind, your answers have satisfied my concerns that were raised by things he had in his letter. But I do think you need to sit down with him, take him to lunch, and figure out how you guys can get along, because he's going to be an important ally going forward.
All right, so we have a first and a second. Can you take a roll call, please, Mary?
Chair Bogday,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bonham.
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavley,
Yes.
Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Sklar.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 44, the Lower Los Angeles River Restoration and Access Planning. So we're not moving too far
No,
way.
just down or up. I'm not sure which part of the river, but welcome, Kara.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. So we are moving to the southeastern portion of LA County. And this is a proposal submitted by Trout Unlimited South Coast Chapter for a cooperative project with the Army Corps of Engineers and private funders for an inner city multi-benefit planning project that will bring new life to a stretch of the lower LA River that runs through the city of Paramount. The project site includes a half-mile stretch of river and 65 acres of open space that is sandwiched between Rosecrans Avenue, Somerset Boulevard, Interstate 710, and the Ralph C. Dills Community Park. Next slide, please. So the map on the left shows that the project area is surrounded by severely disadvantaged communities that are rated in the top 25 percentile for social injustice indicators, including education, poverty, unemployment, traffic, and toxic releases. The map on the right shows our previous investments around LA County, and the yellow star marks the project site, which you can see is in an area that has been excluded from environmental restoration and public access opportunities. The blue triangle on this map is the location of the previous proposal that was just approved, which is about 15 miles upriver from this proposal's project area. Next slide. So starting in the late 1930s, the LA River was channelized to prevent flooding. And this concrete channel has done an excellent job of containing floodwaters, but at the cost of the river's ecological integrity and ecosystem services and people's access to nature. Fast forward 85 years to 2015, and AB 530 was passed, which appointed a local working group to develop a revitalization plan for the lower LA River, which produced a surge of interest from agencies and the public in utilizing the river for more than just flood control. And in 2018, with funding from the San Gabriel and Lower Los Angeles Rivers and Mountains Conservancy, Trout Unlimited developed the Lower LA River Revitalization Plan with the AB 530 working group and the public, that outlines concepts and strategies for improving the river's environment and the quality of life for people that live along the river. And the proposal before you today will advance the concepts in the revitalization plan through a community-led effort for bringing habitat resources back to the river, enhancing and expanding public access opportunities, reducing the impacts of climate change, and fostering youth engagement and government support. Next slide. So this planning project has many objectives, but first and foremost is the priority to design a community-inspired project through a robust community engagement plan that targets local residents through focused community meetings and workshops, includes a mentorship program through the Odyssey STEM program of the Paramount Unified School District, and uses the services of the Long Beach Conservation Corps for the project's water quality sampling and analysis. And to design a project that is feasible in terms of flood safety and can be supported by local authorities, several studies, investigations, and modeling will be completed to understand what can and cannot be modified within the channel. These studies will help design the community-inspired public access features and the habitat elements, some of which I have listed on this slide. The project team will lean heavily on the resource agencies to use some of the best available science that we have from them in designing nature-based solutions for combating drought, heat waves, and pollutants, and for designing essential habitat for our most at-risk species that use the river, such as southern steelhead and migratory birds. And all this work will be used to facilitate early consultation with regulatory agencies and to complete environmental reviews at the state and federal levels. Next slide. So this planning project will produce a shovel-ready project. And by engaging early on with regulators, this will help reduce any surprises down the road when it comes to permitting the design project. And in time, this project's planning process and design concepts can be used as a template for nature-based solutions in an urban setting, advancing local plans in a highly political landscape, and developing strategies to address climate resilience and environmental justice in underserved communities. The figure here was taken from the revitalization plan and calls out the various features that this project will be looking to advance. Next slide. And before I wrap up my presentation, I want to leave you with a picture of where some naturalization work has occurred upriver at the Glendale Narrows to show you how the lower LA River can be reimagined for future generations, including Destiny, who is the little girl pictured here and who caught her very first fish along this naturalized stretch of river during a special event hosted by CDFW and the GHW Bush Foundation. And with us today in the audience and online are several folks from the project team, including the project leads from Trout Unlimited, the executive director and deputy director of the Long Beach Conservation Corps, and the main consultants heading up the engineering, hydraulic modeling, and outreach and education components. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments from the board? Do you have a question, Catherine?
And no questions. I will just say in my late 20s and into my 30s, I was living in Southern California and they were just talking about turning the LA River into a real river. And to see the last project and this project, there were many of us who didn't think it would ever happen. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Yes, as on a side note, I've had people, I would say about 5 years ago, say to me, "We have a river." So, yeah. Just a question on the no surprises kind of jurisdiction permitting. So is the, obviously, Army Corps' engagement and other jurisdictions in terms of advancing this plan? I mean, are they kind of already engaged in this vision and process? So, I mean, just love to hear a little bit about what that strategy is and engaging around moving this towards from vision to reality.
Yeah, so I believe they have been through that AB 530 group and developing the lower LA revitalization plan. But I would like to invite Trout Unlimited up to help answer that question more fully.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. I'm, excuse me, I'm Blankenship, Robert Blankenship. I haven't figured out what I was going to say, even though it took me a month. So, I think what was the question about planning?
So, yeah, just curious what level of engagement you've had around engaging the kind of regulatory agencies in this vision. So I know there's been, some planning efforts with the Lower Los Angeles, revitalization plan, but in terms of, the Army Corps and other jurisdictions, what's the thinking? I know one of the bullet points was the no surprises kind of approval or regulatory approval. So I'm just curious, what's the process of engaging some of the various agencies in this vision?
I think this is going to take every permit known to mankind.
Yeah.
I think, but the two major agencies I'll say is the LA County Public Works or Flood Control District. They operate and maintain this reach of the river. And then the Army Corps of Engineers, who was in charge of constructing the levees and owns the levees and so forth. We've had good conversations with the Department of Public Works. Their staff there, they have a number of different programs, and we've kept them abreast through public meetings, through private conversations about what our thoughts were as things develop. They have concerns, they have legitimate and serious concerns regarding flood control, regarding public access, safety of public access. And So we think we have a template, flood control. Excuse me, you may, I think Kara flashed the drawing real quick, the schematic. But it seems that in the project reach, there's an opportunity for restoration, mostly in the center of the project reach or the middle of it. Because as we approach bridges up and down, and I have hydraulic experts as I get myself in over my head, but as we approach bridges have their own hydraulics. They make water move differently and so forth. So we think we have a good approach for hydraulic control. And also public safety. I think the upper river, the middle river is a good model where there's seasonal access. I think you saw some gates in the photos where people are allowed in I believe it's called the recreation season, where people can enter into the river channel, do their thing, have a good time. But in the fall, let's say this time of year, that's when the gates are closed and locked. And not only does it contribute to safety, but it allows, wildlife to kind of have, an unencumbered run of the project. With the Army Corps of Engineers, that we've been part of what's called the Urban Waters Federal Partnership. And we have applied for, right now we're working on a scope of work with them through a program they call planning assistance to the states. And it's not specifically reserved for states, it's for non-federal partners. So, and what they do in that program is they'll, excuse me, they can do environmental review, permitting, hydraulic review, so forth, however we tailor the scope. And our proposal going forward is as we develop different concepts, flesh those out with the input from the local communities, and to have them provide an ongoing review. I think that's where the no surprises comes in, is that as we come up with ideas and maybe something seems like a wild idea or something seems pretty conservative, we can confirm that with the folks at the Army Corps. And they wrote the software that's used to evaluate flood analysis. So we feel confident going forward in that direction. I certainly don't speak for the Army Corps, but from our conversations with them, they seem excited about doing something, creative with their engineering skills beyond what's been done in the past, which kind of creates a disconnect between local communities and the river itself.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I look forward to this project, yeah. Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay. Are there any public comment cards?
I see a hand raised in the room. Up, 2 hands. Come on up, lady in pink.
My name is Alessandra Soriano, and I am currently studying 3D graphics and animation at Chapman University. As I lived in Long Beach, California, I often passed by the river only to see the poor management and the pollution accumulated in the river. And this was always an intimidating remark growing up. So it's not something that I would like my family and my future children to also recognize as a connotation of what California is. So I'm here today to support the Lower Los Angeles River restoration and access planning. In my senior year of high school, my best friend Samara Watts and I helped the company Trout Unlimited under the guidance of Robert Blankenship and Karen Bernay to research the gentrification of the surrounding communities around the LA River so that we could draft potential installations for our community to experience our commitment to make the river a better place. So with the help of Samara Watts, who is studying law and criminal justice at Howard University, we hope to collaborate again to inspire our efforts to substantially impact society. And through it, Samara and I plan to continue to assist Robert and Karen engage our community to restore the LA River. The funding would ensure that we can build a better community for the future of California. Thank you for your time, and we hope our project will positively impact the world. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Next one, come on up.
Hello, my name is Gerardo da Silva, and I'm a resident residing in the community adjacent to this project and a participant in Trout's Unlimited mentorship program with Odyssey STEM Academy. There's no doubt in my mind that this project would be a boon for the community. On an educational aspect, when this mentorship program was brought up to my high school, there was a lot of enthusiasm from the students there to take on such projects, especially since my generation is very concerned with environmental sustainability. And many of them in that high school in Odyssey STEM Academy live around the area too. So seeing that gray hunk of concrete and rock be turned into something more naturalized, where birds and fish can flock around and for future generations to enjoy was really something we were all excited about. And having this accessibility would be a benefit, because I stated before, usually that our area isn't really taken into consideration for accessibility. I mean, if I want to see something like the revitalized portion of LA River, I'd have to take maybe give or take 10 or 20-minute drive if traffic's on my side just to see something like that. And for the most part, the community has been very, very appreciative for this project, because I'm still part and working on this mentorship program. And I've been attending eco fairs where we got an insight, feedback, and overall just words of kindness from the community. And there was a lot of support. I mean, seeing the smile on the little kids' faces that there is a new park or a new place for them to explore and look around at all the birds, it was just very, very, it made me smile. Overall, this project would provide a benefit to the community on an educational and a recreational aspect, because there's really nothing like this for miles around. So I just want to say my support and thank you for just everything to speak here. Thank you.
Wonderful. Did you want to speak as well? Come on up. No? Yes? You have to duke it out to get out of the row, but you can come on up. Oh, that's okay.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the Lower Los Angeles River Restoration and Access Project. I've been involved in this project for a number of years and organized many of the outreach events with partners and community members. I've also participated in our mentorship program with Odyssey STEM Academy. Many community members I spoke with share their overwhelming support for this project. I heard comments such as, "Where have you been? Anything is better than what we have now. More trees, more flowers, more birds." There's an enthusiasm for reestablishing habitats in and along the river. Most community members and myself drive over and next to the LA River without a second thought, to and from our homes or work, or along it using the highway systems of Los Angeles. This project is an opportunity to bring a naturalized urban river to the cement channel. It's my hope that the project will lead as an example for more sections of the river to create a connected, naturalized urban river that connects wildlife, fish, birds to existing wildlife nodes and adjacent communities. By increasing local access to open spaces in urban areas, we improve health, expose urban youth to nature, educate on conservation, and possibly reduce impacts to our stressed state and national park systems. Support for this project is an opportunity for everyone to walk the talk and to bring large, accessible open space areas to urban communities, which are often underserved. I hope that you will support the Lower LA River Restoration and Access Project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to consider this project. My name is Andrea Mosqueda, and I'm a professional civil engineer, having assisted with the design for this project and have also served as a mentor with Odyssey STEM. As part of the Trout Unlimited team, our DUR is proud to be here to show our commitment not only to this important project, but to the communities it will serve. I want to go back to the sentiments shared this morning about advancing equity. And this project is going to do that. It's going to advance equity for the community, the surrounding community, which is severely disadvantaged, and increase access to open space. So we are truly grateful for the board support, which will allow us to push these efforts forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. It looks like all the hands in the room. Do we have anyone on the phone, Alexa?
Yes, the first speaker is Alejandro. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. The injustice that is being done by this type of projects and every single new to the area nonprofits, they are fully aware of the US EPA that had declared the LA River and its tributaries impaired with carcinogens and highly toxic pollutants, trash, human and animal fecal bacteria. However, they are promoting the river flood control channel as an amenity for poor, disadvantaged people of color communities, lying to all of us that this will benefit us, when in reality, this is nothing more but gentrification on steroids, which will displace even more people of color from their communities where we have lived for generations. I can see the people supporting this project. Karen Burnett, her boyfriend owns the Trout Unlimited, which is part of this project. So I can see the levels of willful ignorance, corruption, and disregard for disadvantaged community, people of color, health, safety, and welfare from the speakers supporting this project and from the ones proposing this project as well. By allowing small children fishing, small children from several disadvantaged people of color communities fishing in these waters. Like I mentioned, the US EPA declared the river flood control channel in its tributaries as impaired with metals, carcinogens, and all that crap. So, but they are pushing these people, unaware people, and they're lying to them that the water is clean, that the river is clean, and this is going to be beneficial for the wildlife. It's not. They're lying. No plans nor actions have done to improve or upgrade water quality from the flood control channel by the state of California. They have failed. The state of California have failed to comply with water quality federal standards since 2003. That's public information. You should educate yourself before address all these issues. The water is.
Can you please wrap up your comments? Thank
Highly
you.
toxic pollutants, yes. Also, without the concrete, that there is some people requesting or recommending to remove the concrete. Without the concrete, there will be no communities along the river flood control channel. Please, to all those people supporting this, don't be. Never mind. Thank you for your time. And this is part also of the plans that they destroying the habitat for the vireo on the Bowtie and Taylor Yard. Thank you.
Next is Samara Watts. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Samara Watts. Even though I couldn't be there in person to present alongside Alessandra and Robert and Karen, I'd also like to extend my support for this project. Me and Alessandra are also recent graduates of Odyssey STEM Academy, and we both kind of grew up in the community where we were surrounded by a lot of communities that were marginalized, especially around areas near the river. So I just wanted to extend my support, and me and Alessandra have been working on this project since our senior year of high school, and we will continue to work on this project all the way through the summer of 2024. And we are just excited to see where this project takes us. And thank you so much for your time.
Next is Gabriela Dow. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. My name is Gabriela Dow, and I am part of the community engagement team for this project. I really wanted to echo what a speaker said earlier, that it has been decades and generations waiting to see improvements and to have access for future generations and for some of the young people today. My grandmother, Yolanda Sanchez, was born just 30 minutes away from this very specific project site. And so it is just such an honor for me to be a part of this project, to continue to expand on the outstanding community engagement that Karen and Bob and some of the other folks that you're hearing have already conducted with the different schools and different student and community groups. And so we will continue to do that to make sure that there is authentic engagement. I was actually born in Guadalajara. So as a native Spanish speaker, I know how important it is to meet community members and allow them to speak the language that they feel the most comfortable with. And then I think, as somebody else mentioned earlier, even if there are misunderstandings or any misperceptions or any concerns, as we also are hearing, that's important to engage those community members as well, to make sure that everybody has updated, accurate information and is working for, the benefit of the youth who really do need improved access to nature and to have, just these wonderful, memorable experiences like catching their first fish. I know it's something that my generations before me would be proud of, and it is something that is long overdue. So I'm very, very much looking forward to doing our best in this project and having genuine and broad community outreach and engagement. Thank you so much.
There are no additional raised hands.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do want to say that this area, the southeast kind of cities area in the lower LA River, is absolutely one of the most park poor communities in all of the county of Los Angeles. So it's very exciting to think about the green space and access to nature that this project could bring. So with that, do I have a board or motion for item number 44?
Move item 44.
Great. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Do you want to take the roll call, please?
Chair Buckday,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami.
Yes.
Member Pavley,
Yes.
Member Peralt. Aye. Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Sklar.
Aye.
The motion is passed.
Great. Thank you. I think Member Sklar is going to be leaving, but we still have quorum. So now I think, out of consideration for some members of the public that are here, we're going to actually move to item number 46 before going back to item 45. So we'll hear item 46, Rancho Hamul Ecological Reserve Expansion 6.
Chair, if I could, before we get started on this one, I'd just like to say a couple of thoughts. I have a lot of deep gratitude on this project for the things that have happened since a proposal came before this board earlier on a possible different disposition of the properties involved. I think acknowledging when a proposal comes back in a better position is really important for me as a leader here. And this prior project I'm referencing might have been one of the more controversial discussions in front of our board. Since that moment in time, though, our department staff, some of whom are in the audience, nonprofit leaders, Dan Silver, I see you online, I hope. The Nature Conservancy, the developer involved. Frankly, the Biden administration, the US Fish and Wildlife Service, and complicated litigation around the prior administration's proposals on building the border wall have all meant opportunity arose. And collectively, the parties worked hard to seize that opportunity, and here we are with a superior outcome, and I'm just super grateful.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I agree, it was slightly contentious meeting, but really appreciate where it's gone. So thank you.
All right, here we are with the Rancho Humol Ecological Reserve Expansion 6. This proposal is to consider the acquisition of 1,291 acres of land by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife as an expansion of CDFW's Rancho Humol Ecological Reserve. This proposal also includes the acceptance of a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Habitat Conservation Plan land acquisition grant. As shown in the map, the property is located northeast of Otay Lakes along Proctor Valley Road between the city of Chula Vista and the rural community of Humul in the southwest quarter of San Diego County. Next slide. The property is adjacent to the 5,600 acre CDFW Rancho Humul Ecological Reserve. Together, numerous public ownerships connect to provide a large core area of conserved land, including CDFW Hollenbeck Canyon Wildlife Area, the San Diego National Wildlife Refuge, the Otay Ranch Preserve, and Bureau of Land Management property. The project complements the County of San Diego sub-area plan with the multiple species conservation program sub-regional plan in San Diego County. Next slide, please. Species that will benefit from the protection of this property. Sorry. Habitat on the property includes large open grasslands that provide foraging habitat for raptor species. In addition, intact coastal sage scrub habitat is valuable for numerous sensitive species, and willow sycamore riparian areas provide nesting habitat and water sources for wildlife. Next slide. Species that will benefit from the protection of the property include the Quino checker spot butterfly, coastal California gnatcatcher, and San Diego fairy shrimp. The property is also frequented by several raptor species, including the golden eagle. Next slide, please. Although the primary is primarily untouched, there are two structures on the perimeter of the property that you can see in this slide here. One prefabricated metal barn building and one concrete block building containing approximately 120 square feet, a small concrete pad, and 4 concrete drainage pits near the metal structure. Next slide, please. CDFW will be the owner in fee simple of this acquisition and will add this property to the adjacent Rancho Humol Ecological Reserve. Given the property's location adjacent to the ecological reserve, additional management funds for staffing would not be required. Management of the property will be provided consistent with the Rancho Humol Ecological Reserve Land Management Plan. Public access to the ecological reserve is currently limited. Future passive recreational opportunities may be considered. Staff recommends that the WCB board approve this project as proposed. In the audience to respond to questions is Tim Dillingham, Environmental Program Manager over Lands and Wildlife with CDFW Region 5. We have Kara Lacey, the Director of Wildlife Corridors and Crossings and the Climate Program from the Nature Conservancy. We have Chris Bakovich with the Nature Conservancy and Mary Beth Wolf with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And I'm aware that we have many speakers on this item as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions on this project from the board? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and jump into public comment.
Is there anyone in the room that wishes to speak? All right, we'll go to the phones. Alexa. Love saying that. Alexa?
There's one raised hand. Lisa Ross, you should be able to unmute yourself. Lisa, you should be able to unmute yourself.
There it is. Hi, my name is Lisa Ross. I'm chair of the San Diego chapter of Sierra Club. On behalf of our 13,000 members, 28,000 supporters in San Diego County, and the many among us who've spent over 3 decades worrying over the future of this important habitat, we urge support for the acquisition of Proctor Valley, urge you to act to complete this unique and last best opportunity to expand the Rancho Humol Ecological Reserve. And I thank you all for your kind comments. It has been a long time coming and a big struggle for us. Thank you.
Next is Pam Hetherington. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hey, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and congratulations, Dr. Norris. I am
Thank
Pam
you.
Hetherington from the San Diego Wildlife Habitat Coalition. The importance of this acquisition is reflected by the support of many organizations and land trusts. In no particular order, I'd like to read the list. Endangered Habitats League, Defenders of Wildlife, San Diego River Valley Conservancy, Conservation Biology Institute, Anza Borrego Foundation, Center for Natural Lands Management, Transition Habitat Conservancy, Friends of Harbors, Beaches and Parks, Nature Collective, Outdoor Outreach, Tools for Everyone, Escondido Neighbors United, Sierra Club San Diego Chapter, Pomona Valley Audubon Society, Environmental Center of San Diego, the Nature Conservancy California, California Wildlife Foundation, California Native Plant Society, Center for Biological Diversity, Los Angeles Audubon Society, Palos Verdes South Bay Audubon Society, California Chaparral Institute, the Escondido Creek Conservancy, Southwest Wetlands Interpretive Association, Urban Wildlands Group, Sea and Sage Audubon Society, San Diego Coastkeeper, San Diego Audubon Society, and the Los Cerritos Wetlands Land Trust. Together, we ask that you please allow the Rancho Jamul Ecological Reserve to expand and realize its full potential. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pam.
Next is Kara Lacey. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening, Chair Bhakti, Vice Chair Bonham, and Board. I'm Kara Lacey with the California chapter of the Nature Conservancy. Chris Basilovac, our transactions lead for the region, is also on the line, and Mark Lee Bavinger with TNC is in person there today. First, we would like to thank WCB, CDFW, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and their incredible staff for getting us to this point today. And what an exciting day it is. Together with our partners, all of you have worked tirelessly to ensure this acquisition protects the integrity of the Rancho Jamul Ecological Reserve and the San Diego National Wildlife Refuge. The Nature Conservancy is grateful to you for the effort and work you have put into advancing this acquisition, and we would also like to thank our partners, without whom we would also not be here today, so thank you. The Nature Conservancy's work in the region is to establish a resilient, interconnected network of conservation lands across the diversity of ecosystems before options to do so are permanently lost. We do this work to ensure the protection of climate-smart lands in California's most important climate-resilient and biodiverse places. This is one of the most biodiverse places in the world, and by protecting the integrity of both the reserve and the refuge, we can ensure it remains intact and connected for all beings, including wildlife and people, to continue to thrive in the region and beyond. This is a really good example of protecting wildlife corridors from being fragmented and continuing WCB's work and that of CDFW and others in moving habitat connectivity forward throughout the state. We ask that the board please allow the Rancho Jamul Ecological Reserve to expand and realize its full potential. And thank you so much for letting us speak here today on behalf of this project.
Next is Dan Silver. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Chair Bhakti and Commissioners. I'm Dan Silver with Endangered Habitats League, and I'd first like to express our appreciation to Director Bonham for his remarks. The San Diego Multiple Species Conservation Program is one of California's first of the natural community conservation plans. When it was adopted in 1996, though, it was controversial. Could a federal, state, local partnership supported by both builders and conservationists save endangered species and the coastal sage scrub ecosystem? Rancho Jamul itself, the cornerstone, was acquired in 1998. For almost 3 decades, your board has steadily invested in the area, in Honey Springs Ranch and Hollenbeck Canyon. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service invested in the adjoining San Diego National Wildlife Refuge. Proctor Valley is now a critical opportunity that many dared to hope for, but never thought would come to pass. And indeed, we are extremely grateful for the purchase opportunity the landowner has provided. Proctor Valley is a hole in the donut that would consolidate prior investments and eliminate habitat fragmentation in this really significant landscape. I hesitate to mention the word success, but collectively and working together, we are getting close. Thank you.
Next is Laura Hunter. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Laura Hunter, Coordinator for the San Diego Wildlife and Habitat Conservation Coalition, a group of over 30 conservation-based organizations in San Diego. The Rancho Jamul Ecological Reserve expansion is a prime example of how we can maximize our resources for the benefit of all species, wildlife, and people alike. The property will play an important role in ensuring wildlife connectivity, as been mentioned before, and protecting the reserve from habitat fragmentation. It is critical for the golden eagle and the Keno checker spot butterfly and hundreds of other plant and animal species. But in addition, its proximity to densely populated communities offer added, unique, and very important benefits for people in the region. This property is on San Diego's urban edge and is particularly accessible, only 10 to 15 miles away from the heavily populated areas of Chula Vista, National City, and the South Bay. Expansion of the reserve will increase opportunities for public access and provide additional educational resources for youth in the region. Its location and gentle terrain has a chance to put people directly in touch with what the original California landscape was like on a large and intact scale, with all its natural species present. Such an experience will be unmatched in the region. Please allow the Rancho Jamul Ecological Reserve to expand for people, wildlife, and plants in the region now and in the future. Thank you so much.
There are no additional raised hands.
All right, thank you. So do I have a board motion?
Absolutely. I'd like to move
I'll second.
agenda item 46.
46. I think we have a second from Catherine.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, take the roll call, please.
Chair Bukti,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavley,
Yes.
Member Peralt,
Yes.
Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Sklar,
Absent.
Norris, yes. Oh, I can't.
motion passes.
So I think that was a very enthusiastic yes from the board. So congratulations. Yay, I know. Let's clap. All right, thank you. So just making a note that Chuck Bonham is also adjourning from the meeting. So let's move back to item number 45, B Canyon.
Kim?
Thank you. Welcome.
This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to the Western Riverside County Regional Conservation Authority, or RCA, to acquire in fee 670 acres of land for the preservation of habitat, including chaparral and coastal sage scrub, and the protection of a critical corridor linkage for special status species, including the coastal California gnatcatcher and the mountain lion population in the Santa Ana Mountains, and to provide wildlife-oriented public use opportunities. The Bee Canyon property is located in unincorporated Riverside County, adjacent to the city of Corona to the north and east, the Orange County line adjacent to the west and south, and State Route 91 along its northern edge. Nearby conserved lands include Chino Hills State Park to the west and north, the Coal Canyon Ecological Reserve to the west and south, and Cleveland National Forest to the south. Next slide, please. The Bee Canyon property is connected to an existing undercrossing beneath State Route 91 at its northern boundary. In this photo, looking west with State Route 91 down below, the undercrossing is near the lower right-hand side. Next year, Caltrans will be reconfiguring the undercrossing for improved line of sight for wildlife use. Next slide, please. The Bee Canyon property is vacant land that is zoned for residential development. The property's level of biodiversity has garnered it an ecoregion biodiversity rank of high in the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's Areas of Conservation Emphasis, or ACE, database. The property has mountainous topography and supports chaparral, coastal sage scrub, grassland, riparian scrub, woodland, and forest habitats. Rare plant species found on the property include the federally listed as endangered Bronton's milkvetch and Chaparral nolina. Multiple special status wildlife species found on the property include the federally listed as threatened coastal California gnatcatcher, California species of special concern, northern harrier, and Southern California rufous crowned sparrow, and mountain lion. Next slide, please. Acquisition of the Bee Canyon property would provide a secured linkage to other nearby conserved lands. This linkage is critical for the long-term survival of the mountain lion population in the Santa Ana Mountains. Mountain lions utilize large home ranges that span vast tracts of land. The Southern California Central Coast Evolutionary Significant Unit of Mountain Lion is a candidate species for listing under the California Endangered Species Act. The photo on the left is of the mountain lion identified as M317, which has been confirmed through radio tracking as using the Bee Canyon property. The photo on the right shows M317 using the existing undercrossing beneath State Route 91 at the property's northern boundary. Next slide, please. If this project is approved, the Bee Canyon property will be owned and managed by RCA and will be incorporated into its holdings of reserved lands to be conserved, monitored, and managed in perpetuity. RCA will allow public access for passive wildlife-oriented recreation, such as hiking, biking, and bird watching within existing roads and trails. Staff recommends approval of the project as proposed. Staff and representatives from RCA joining us in the audience are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions, comments from the board? Damon, please.
Thank you. On the western side of the property, there seems to be a like a donut hole there. What is that? Is that what
Oh, on the
uses is there?
inside?
Yeah, on the inside.
Backwards view.
Is that slated for development or?
It's privately owned property. I believe there's just a single house kind of at the top.
Single house. Okay. Is it being slated for more intensive development or what's the situation with that property?
I might
Maybe
ask.
do the RCD folks know?
Maybe I'll ask Angela Ferreira from RCA.
Good afternoon. Previously, that property was used as a wedding venue. It has since been vacant. Right now, it's still vacant. I'm not sure on what the zoning is, but we've been in talks to ensure that if the acquisition does go through, that they do have access to their property, should they need an easement through ours. But as far as what the future uses, it's been vacant for some time. The wedding venue was not properly permitted, and so there was a stop put to that.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from the board? Okay, with that, do we have any public comment cards?
I don't have any cards. Is there anyone in the room? Oh, come on down. Hi there. Come on. Don't be shy. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. My note said good morning, but that's a little optimistic.
Joke's on you.
I'm gonna show that. So congratulations, Jen, and happy birthday. And thank you for having us. I'm Aaron Gabby, Director of Conservation at the Western Riverside Regional Conservation Authority. First off, I want to thank you for approving item 28 on today's consent calendar, which was also to allocate $1.45 million to acquire a 640 acre Wolfskill property that will be part of our regional reserve system. Of course, I'm here to support your approval for the Bee Canyon, which will become part of our 500,000 acre reserve system in Western Riverside County. Our organization is responsible for implementing the multi-species habitat conservation plan, which is a regional natural community conservation plan under the NCCP Act in California. And this is a great tool for solving species, especially endangered species development types of conflicts in areas such as this that are rapidly developing. And then back to this Bee Canyon parcel, this is a critical parcel for us because our plan is fundamentally connecting large core habitats and expanding core habitats across the landscape. And this parcel itself, which will complement some Caltrans work on an undercrossing to improve passage by mountain lion and other species, will connect some of the last remaining habitat to the north of State Route 91 in Chino Hills State Park with the Cleveland National Forest. So we've seen, and I think you just saw some pictures of mountain lion passing through that culvert. So without the land protected on either side, and we're proposing to protect the land on the south side, that culvert really wouldn't function as it should ultimately. So again, thank you again, and we really encourage your approval of this.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Alexa, do we have anyone on the phone?
Yes, Andrew Yen, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Andy Ewan. Old friend.
Hi, everyone. I support this effort. We've worked with Western Riverside RCA, but I was really lending my support to the amazing effort to acquire the Proctor Valley property. The board did an amazing job. I can't tell you how happy and thrilled we are with the support of the Wildlife Conservation Board in the acquisition of that Proctor Valley property. Amazing. Thank you very much.
There are no additional raised hands.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion for item number 45, Bee Canyon, please?
I'll move to approve item number 45, Bee Canyon.
Great. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Wonderful. Take the roll call, please.
Chair Boakday,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bonham. Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavley,
Yes.
Member Peralt,
Yes.
Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Sklar. Motion passes.
Wonderful, thank you. So that completes the section of the agenda on our presentations. We are now moving on to item number 47, 2024 board meeting dates. Would you like to speak to that, Jen?
Only that these are the proposed dates at this moment. We determined that the February 15th date conflicts with the Fish and Game Commission, which affects Chuck and Eric. We could move to the 16th, but that's a Friday. So what's the board's pleasure? I mean, Friday's fun. We can go out for drinks after.
Except state employees, don't they have off the Monday the following?
Yes.
Oh. The
And
holiday.
so, Jen, I would suggest that if anyone blames me for it, I'll just say it was your idea.
The challenge is getting this room. Right now, we have this room reserved on the 15th and the 16th, and I don't think we can get it on the 14th.
Or the 13th.
I don't think so.
No.
We looked at that. No.
I'm good any of those days. It's up to you and staff.
Yeah, I mean, it is, I guess, for the holiday week, the holiday weekend, I think that's a challenge, but I'm available that Friday.
I mean, Chuck said
I mean-
either way. So
Okay. I mean, I think we would have quorum, right, on the 15th?
I think we're going to need Chuck for the next meeting, though.
Okay. All right, and he's, okay, so he has to be at that commission.
Can I, Can we
Why
table
don't
this and I'll
we,
check
yeah,
with Eric
let's
and
do,
Chuck? just on their
yes, and then we can, work with Mary to figure out a date, and if it doesn't work that week, maybe the following week or something, depending on availability.
The problem with the following week is it's President's Day week and a lot of people's children are out of school.
The following
Okay.
week? Ah,
Oh, for the whole week.
got it. Well, let's commit to either the 15th or the 16th. I'll figure out who has where we have the majority.
Okay,
How about that?
all right,
Okay,
I think that works.
thanks.
Okay, and then obviously 3 additional dates, May, August, and November of 2024. So please mark your calendars. I would like to, I know we've lost a few of the board members, but I would like to again, kind of revisit the discussion that we had at I think the last board meeting on whether we would like to look at 1 or 2 of the board meetings next year being held at a potential alternate location to move the meeting around closer to potential project site. And just wanting to have a discussion. I know there's obviously logistical issues, but maybe I'd like to see if there's consensus among the board to ask Jen and the team to maybe look into what that would take, if that's something that we could explore for next year and come back to us in February, maybe with some recommendations or thoughts about that.
I've given some thought to this because I
Okay.
listened in on that conversation and we've discussed, we think the logistics can be worked out. And other boards identify a date and a region, and then we use that information to figure out a location. So we could stick to the date. You could tell us, we want May in Southern California in the LA or San Diego region, and we could probably find a place based on that. So it might help us to just have you make a decision, if you want that. If we wait till February, we might be kind of,
Too late.
unless we just want to do 1, but if you want to try to do 2, we could try for May and November, and maybe you could just direct us on location.
We could try 1 for this next
Or
year.
just try 1.
If it goes well.
Yeah.
double down. Sometimes if there's a big item on an agenda, you love to have it closer to where all those people.
Do you have
are.
any sense if there's something coming up on?
I think it's a little challenging to
Yeah.
anticipate
predict,
that far
yeah.
out where, but I think our
So it
partners would
seems
come
like-
to us.
I mean, it seems like there is a agreement or from the board or some
Yes.
level of consensus about looking at one of the dates at an alternate location. Can we move to a location or recommend in Southern California, either Los Angeles or San Diego? Any thoughts on that?
Can I ask a question of Colin? I don't know what the rules are going to be next year on quorum and the board and where we have to locate.
Bagley Keene next year is going to require a majority of the members be present physically in one location. And then the rest would be able to participate remotely. So like if we did it in Southern California, we would want to have 4 physically in the building in Southern California.
Seems almost doable.
Yeah, you've got 1 short of 4 living in Southern California. Yeah.
Well, Catherine, you used to live here, so.
I'll go there,
Yeah.
but Fran, you're gonna have to take me and show me something really fun the day
Well, maybe we
before.
could go
I
see the
will do
crossing.
that.
I think we should go see the crossing.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
That's good.
If we're doing LA area, May, if it's gonna be August, you may want to do San Diego. I'm just thinking of 100-degree temperatures.
Yeah, I mean, I think San Diego is an option as well too. I mean, but okay, so just to kind of continue this conversation, I think general consensus, we'll look at a date in Southern California and we'll test this out next year. So why don't we maybe take a deeper dive on this between now and February and
Okay.
come back to the board with some recommendations?
Sounds good.
Okay.
That's good. I just want to remind staff, think about which items had the most contentious issues, and you could have triple the number of people participating.
Maybe, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, yes, I agree. Okay, I know we moved our board member updates to the beginning of the meeting. I think we will continue to do that, to put that up towards the front of the agenda for future meetings. Jen, I'm going to hand it over to you for the executive director's report.
Yeah, so I know it's late. I won't take a ton of time. I should have done this at the beginning. And let you know that, Rebecca stepped down from this amazing seat. I don't know why, but now she is the Deputy Executive Director for Restoration and Administration. And sitting next to her is John Walsh, who, if you've been around, I guess he was here and then he left and now he's back. So he's the Deputy Executive Director over what I like to say is land protection, but it's acquisitions is his title. So welcome, John. He preceded me by a few weeks. So that's the news on our staffing. I did want to share some slides, just, this board has talked about, and I know we talked about as we were going through the recruitment, the importance of reaching out to new partners. I think today was a great example. We had a lot of people, I think, that don't normally participate, but if you could pull up the next slide. It's out of order for me. That's okay. I'll just do this one. So the next slide talks about new partners, but just a year in review for this year, 126 projects were funded, about $500 million in funding. I think it's 499 million, but I like to round. And we leveraged $300 million in partner funding, which I think is really exciting. 77,000 acres in permanent protection and 41,000 acres restored. So that is a really great move towards 30 by 30 goals. I think it shows just the breadth of work that gets done. There is a map in the packet. I'm not sure if it's on the slides that shows the projects. They're all over the state, really in almost every county. And I just want to say again, I know the staff has already left. They're probably at the bar, but they do great work. They really do. I mean, I was just very impressed right away, getting to meet with them and hear about the work they're doing to make all these things happen. The second slide I have, though, is our new partners. Yeah. So we worked with 34 new entities in 2023. So that's beyond folks that were grantees. That's new funding partners, new project partners, coalitions that came together. But new grantees are on that list right there. I think it numbers about 18. And some of those are, should be really inspiring. It's the 40 Acre Conservation League. It's new tribal partners, some new land trusts. So we're pretty excited by that. And of course, we're going to keep working on making that list grow even more moving forward. I don't have any more slides, but I did want to share, I might have said to one of you at lunchtime, I have been thinking about the board packet and how we can streamline some of our content just to make the work for the staff a little more easy. I'm interested in creating a template where they can just sort of plug and play some key information. So at our next meeting, you might see some tests on that, just warning you early. I'm not trying to change everything up, but I recognize the amount of time that goes into putting these hundreds of pages together is actually a lot. And sometimes it's hard to get the information out that you're most interested in. So I'm trying to look for ways to just use formatting to help pop that a little bit. And I'm going to be getting some help from Mr. External Affairs here.
As you do that, I make one request that you don't reduce data.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
never. No, what I would like to
But
do
even
is
increase
reduce
that if you can.
sentences and make them more bullets, which
Yeah.
makes it easier to find the information you want, but not take out any of the content. Yeah, that's the goal. Keep it all. And then, there's always room to add if we've left anything out, but we're testing that now. And then lastly, I think at the next board meeting, we are going to bring to you a request or a proposal for maybe delegating some of the authority to me for project augmentation. So projects that are, we'll probably have proposals for you, but just a percentage that go over or, a percentage of the project or up to a certain dollar amount, just to, again, help these meetings go more quickly, limit the amount of information we have to produce. We would give you a report, right? But that's going to come to you next week as well. And I think those are all the things I wanted to share at this point.
When we do the augmentations, what's the typical amount?
I don't know, but we will bring that. We'll bring you something written to review and maybe a few proposals with some information about how many we do and what the typical request.
What the
is.
tipping point is,
Yeah.
because beyond a certain amount of money, I think we would want to still,
Yeah, I think we want to recommend ones that should be just sort of easy to approve, just to
Yes.
minimize the amount of things we need to bring.
because we've gotten some augmentation requests that were because of COVID, things were delayed and
Right.
prices went up.
Exactly.
We don't need to see those necessarily.
And then there was, somebody was saying to me, maybe over lunch, just what goes on the consent agenda versus what we hear. I'm open to hearing that. If you have thoughts, feel free to reach out. It's always helpful because these meetings are amazing and they're long. So I don't know how to fix that, but I love hearing all the projects myself. But-
I don't know that we can fix that.
Well,
I mean,
Yeah.
if we want to get more public engagement,
I know.
they're
it's-
likely to
it's
get
always a
longer.
tension. Exactly.
So we may have to think about someday in the future doing 2-day meetings or doing more frequent meetings so that
Yeah, and I
we're not
think,
putting so much on the agendas.
I think the board packet preparation could help us
Yeah.
be prepared for something like that better. But that I think is a bit of the bottleneck that I'm hearing from folks.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with Catherine. I think that where we can look at, and I'm really glad you're looking at kind of the format of the board letter, because I think if there is a way still to present the information, but create I think some more ease in that, on the back front with the workload from staff. I think that's great. And I'm glad you're kind of bringing a fresh set of eyes to that. I do know, I think with the kind of letters of support and the letters of opposition, just figuring out ways that we can track that a little bit better. Also as part of the process, just early on, I think rather than multiple, because I think the multiple emails,
Gets
like as we get closer, it's kind of an email for one versus, so I'm wondering if there's some kind of even a SharePoint drive or something that, or Google Doc, let me not get out of county
And-
speak,
and when
but a
we-
Google Doc where there's.
Yeah, and when we were talking earlier late last week, the idea of do we, in order to get things on gets things out to the public, get letters out faster and stuff like that to comply with ADA, do we need to get an outside consultant to do the work as some other agencies do because we don't have the capacity to do it internally?
So
Yeah.
it's two issues. I mean,
Yeah.
one is having the letters in time to review them as a board. And so we've talked about potentially making a recommendation as we put out the preliminary agenda that says, if you want your letter to be listed on the board agenda, please get it to us by this date. We'll accept them up until the end. But that helps. And then the second part is whether we can post them. And that would, I think that would require some kind of ADA contractor, but I think we're gonna look into that.
I just wanted to let you know that the Google Drive, that the link that I send you is to the November folder. So anything else that I put in that folder as it comes in, you can see it.
Okay.
So it's continuously updated. I did send you an email, I think yesterday was something late, but that was just because I was concerned that you might not see it otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah, and really appreciate that. So thank
So are we getting all the letters that go to the board then, like all of the issues, were they all in that folder? Okay,
They're just not always available to put on.
right.
Great. So are there any other kind of questions, comments for Jen before we move into closed session?
No, you did a good job.
Yeah,
You did.
good luck
you
making it
didn't-
through.
You didn't embarrass us.
Congratulations, making it through your first meeting and starting on your birthday as well for
That's
the
good
first
for
board
them.
meeting.
I'm
So,
gonna step out for the closed session.
okay.
And heard everybody else. out
So
with
I
me.
think where should we?
Yep.
We're
go to?
staying in here.
You stay in here, but.
Oh,
I
we're
think
gonna
you're
stay
switching
in
to
here.
another-
Yeah, and then we
Okay.
need to get Fran on a different Teams.
Okay.
Is that right, Celeste?
Do I need to stay for closed session? I had something.
Fran is asking if you need her for closed session.
It would be helpful because I think Michelle may have to leave.
So Fran, if we could keep you for another 5 minutes, I think it would be
If it's-
helpful.
If it's that short, I was supposed to be on a board for the
Oh,
the
is
electric
it-
vehicle.
I think
trans-
it's fairly
for-
short.
It
needed
should be
for-
very
for-
short.
It's short.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it's
So
5 minutes.
Someone figure out how I can join and then I can.
But does Fran have to change?